60. They need something. They need Neutrino to get some kills here with the War Machine. They need the kills, and they're going to find a Neutrino for 3. Surely not number 4 Neutrino. Clearing house here on P3 or P2, and Godlike Esports now in control of this hard point, but they have to flip these spawns sooner rather than later, and you can start to see them getting favorable positions to do that.
But you could say that all those kills come through for Neutrino, but what if they actually managed to get a hold of? Well, they've actually now managed to flip the spawns. They pushed through with the pressure that they had and now are missing. Trunks hits his 20th of the game. Godlike getting some good time here. Over towards P2, P3 spawns are looking good as well.
This is the path back into this game. You are currently 60 points down. You get this scrap time, you go over towards New, and you get that full 60. Hold your operators for it as well. You've currently got 3 ready to go, but there's one player being a little nuisance in the middle of the map. Sunuo is trying to be sneaky, like, how much damage can he do?
Same guy as last time. He managed to find a breakthrough, managed to get those spawns for the side of X-Rock. Oh, Godlike gonna fold under this pressure once more. Oh, can they hold on to it? Suyono is gonna make the move in from behind for the rest of their team, but they're already...
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Sorry I'm late. Thoda sa busy tha.
Initial hold is good. There goes one operator from Godlike. They've still got one ready to go. Abi's now just going to pre-fire with the claw around the front. This is going to guarantee at least 10 to 15 seconds of time just by nature of how good this claw actually is. And nobody from X-Rock can get close.
Hey Pikachu, welcome to the stream. What's up, bro?
The equalizers. Godlike is doing incredible work at the moment. They wanted to come back in towards this game. Feels like time. That's exactly what they've done.
25 seconds to go on P3. They've controlled it the majority. Can they control it for the full 60? X-Rock are not going to let that happen, surely. They're finding a couple of kills. They're trying to keep that pressure on. They really want to keep Godlike spawning towards this backside, and they are doing that now, but they can't find the kills as Prevail will walk on through. Say, thank you very much, I'll have 2. Is the 3rd on the table? Absolutely it is. He finds it. That's the hold that Godlike needed.
Hi, Anno. Welcome to the stream, bro.
4 kills from Prevail. X-Rock walk away licking their wounds.
Yeah, they've just had a player spawn out as well, so there's an opportunity here for Godlike to immediately break on towards New. They have the numbers to make this one work. G&M, though, will be taking a B's out on the redirect towards the...
Kya lagta, guys? Who's gonna win? Godlike or X-Rocks?
Going to invest the claw to ensure early control over this hard point is going to be X-Rocks. This is the right investment for me.
My full support is for the Godlike.
They're finding kills.
They're keeping all of the spawns, but things are very chaotic over towards the front side. Trunks will find Tron as well with the Purifier out. So that's going to give you a bit of control over towards Ice. Here comes the pressure now from Godlike.
X-Rock winning all the gunfights though. Q&M and No combined for at least 4. X-Rock, they are wiping Godlike off the face of the earth. One player still trying to influence spawns here for a massive back 25 seconds. Q&M just keeping an eye on this entrance. There's no way players can get through, so those players in the backline have to go now. The spawns have now been influenced. I don't think X-Rock are quite ready for it, but does it really even matter?
Me too, with the
Purifier. Can only find one. Godlike off the back of that might be able to get the last 10 seconds of time, but X-Rock, they're being so annoying.
And this could actually be decent time for Godlike, because X-Rock looked in complete control there for a certain amount of time. Godlike will just etch that down a little. We are going to be heading into the 3rd rotation. Godlike are closer than they were after the 1st. That big hold over towards P3 is the story of that rotation. X-Rock did a good job over towards P4 though to re-establish a decent gap. But Godlike are well and truly into this game. X-Rock into break 200. Godlike trying to do their best in and around P1. We've seen X-Rock just frustrate them last time we were here. Can they do the same again?
Godlike have to be annoying here. They have to pick up all of the gunfights as much as humanly possible. Predator missile not going to get invested for Roxy, so at the very least you're going to get that out before potential.
Hello Uttam, welcome to the stream, bro. Kya haal hai?
Godlike here, they sweep X-Rock.
They managed to do it, pushing in over towards the ice side as well. They're trying to get some sort of control for that P3 flip, but when things start to get chaotic like this, when the game starts to get close, you stop thinking about those kind of moments where you need to be thinking ahead. You start to think about the here and now, and the here and now Prevail did have the equalizers out, doesn't find a great deal from it. Tron and Co just trying to fight their way over towards P2. It is broken 200 if you are X-Rock, but Godlike, they've caught up if anything off that P1, which still has a few seconds to go. X-Rock will find a little bit more value from that point, but it's all about the rotation now coming on through over towards P2. It is a 30-point game.
Massive kill just made by Neutrino as well. Does he get the second? No, he does not there. So big gunfight for Roxy. That's going to get the spawns for X-Rock for the rotation towards P3, but there's still a wealth of time on P2 to fight for. Godlike will invest in for it. Abi's with the claw on the other side. Roxy's got the War Machine ready to go. What can Abi's?
ज़्यादा difference नहीं है. Points का ज़्यादा difference नहीं है. They can still make it, guys.
So that's going to be the War Machine over the claw. X-Rock now on the assault.
X-Rock in a really good position now for this one, but they lose 3 gunfights. Godlike get themselves into control. We thought if there was a route for Godlike into this game, it was going to be Hardpoint. They are making a game moving here over towards Summit. X-Rock in control, but a lot of investment coming in from both teams. Neutrino will find 3 with 1 bullet of the War Machine, but it's No with the equalizer, who just about gets a solidity for X-Rock. Godlike need to find a way through. They need to be thinking about spawns. Backs against the wall.
Yeah, split spawns came in there for X-Rock, so that's how they're able to get through. No surprises, Godlike. Now it's guiding them more. No, my God. X-Rock now looking for the last 15 seconds of time.
मुश्किल लग रहा है hard point निकालना इनके लिए.
Looking for that rotation. X-Rock can't get it done here.
X-Rock can't get it done here. You are absolutely right, but Godlike got the spawns off the back of those kills that came through. The splits do not work out in X-Rock's favor. And what happened last
Points
time?
के ज़्यादा difference नहीं है. Only 7 points. X-Rock को सिर्फ 7 points चाहिए.
To be as flawless again, X-Rock only 7 points away.
Yeah, but they don't have the same kind of utility this time around, right? They just utilized their one operator they had. That's the Sparrow, and it's gone. So Godlike now have to get it done with the weaponry. Here comes the spawn flip.
Can they manage to try and find the way through? The spawn flip is going to be there. The kills are
Come on, Godlike, come on.
Well.
You guys can do it.
Done so well last time around at P3, but they fold under
नहीं
the
यार.
pressure. 250 to 201. Godlike made it a game halfway through that, but X-Rock's lead never wilted whatsoever. They get the job done. P3 rotations be damned. It's about #1 win. The #1 seed coming in. It's called Chaps.
Way into the series for Godlike. I'm not going to say it's closed just yet, but that was one door that has certainly been so. X-Rock in that hard point look just indomitable. Certainly earlier doors, what was it, a 60-70 point advantage they built off the back of that first set, not only with a solid P3 rotation and hold, but with a crucial break on towards P4. And Godlike, I mean, they might well have woken up in the second set. They looked phenomenally better, but it just was not enough. Looking back towards it, again, you can just see the way that X-Rock play here in the respawns. Hardpoint certainly, I think, something they would have had to work on coming in towards Champs, coming into even towards CDSI.
They tried their best, guys.
Just looking at the way they play around hardpoints.
I mean, no was just taking over when he needed to, right? I mean, even that P2 moment that we seen towards the end of the game there, for all I'm finding those 3 kills, and they actually did mean that the spawns were flipped after that split that came through. He seemed to be the guy that was finding the moments, but I really want to give it a huge shout out as well to Sunua, because
ये last वाला hard point लोग capture कर लेते ना तो हो जाता.
Didn't make it work the second time. The first time he pretty much flipped it all on his own. X-Rock get a full 60 off the back of that. Those are the players that win you games, not necessarily the flashy ones.
Yeah, you know what's funny about X-Rock is actually we were having a conversation right about, you know, what are the players to watch here? You know, for every single team, you know, who do we look out for? We want 1 or 2 players, and it's like, well, X-Rock, you could literally just choose anybody. They're all just that damn good. Obviously, No is kind of the usual suspect.
X-Rock बहुत अच्छी team है.
Also had a solid game.
No doubt.
Over 2 minutes inside the hill, by the way.
X-Rock शायद चाइना की सबसे best team है.
Codm also providing a lot of slaying power to the roster with his shotgun. X-Rock, I think.
हाँ मोहित ब्रो, आज भी कोड मिलेगा, क्यों नहीं मिलेगा? थोड़ी ही देर में आपको कोड फर्स्ट कोड ड्रॉप करूंगा मैं.
Godlike, I mean, look, they're just got to hit the regain now. You're a 1-0 down. Now you have to go into a search and destroy. You've got to take a search and destroy of X-Rock, and you've already kind of misstepped in the veto.
Search and destroy में कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा भाई गॉडल को. Godlike, कुछ करो भाई. Last year जैसे कुछ तो मांगता है.
But I think, you know, we talked about B's throughout the tournament so far. Dropped nearly a -20 there. That's the kind of player that you need to be having at least an even game. He's been so good for you all the way through the tournament. And look, we don't necessarily like to lean on kills too much when it does come down to statistics because they don't mean everything. But I think that kind of proves it. The fact that they got outplayed so heavily, only lost by around 50. They were doing good work when they had the opportunities, but if they then find that slaying power, it's a very, very close
Yes, Pikachu.
game.
Godlike is really good in S&D.
Will go over towards the side of X-Rock. Now, we were saying before this, though, we feel as if Godlike, if they wanted a chance in this series, Hardpoint was that route. They've now lost the first map. This is a dangerous position for them to be in now.
Yeah, it absolutely is, right? I mean, this is the key thing. You're going into Search and Destroys now, and I think, look, these guys are not unbeatable in Search and Destroy in their own region. They showed that, right? I mean, I know other Chinese teams are the ones to get it done, but still, they are beatable in Search and Destroy. But I think even between that, between CDM and CDSI, they have like a plus 75% win rate.
Firing range, Godlike का बहुत बढ़िया है, especially in Search and Destroy. Let's see क्या करते हैं लोग.
That Godlike probably think that's their best bet because they beat Elevate on it yesterday, and they look phenomenal on it yesterday. But it also happens to be one of the 2 maps that X-Rock are significantly comfortable on, and you know, it's one of those conversation points that we always have about the veto process, right? It's like, do you veto for yourselves to make yourselves comfortable, or do you veto against your opponents to make them uncomfortable? And I'll be honest, I think against a squad like X-Rock, who are the best team arguably in the world, you know, arguments around Elevate, whatever, I think it has to be the latter. To be honest, I think you do need to be vetoing against them. I don't think they've done that.
Hi Nova, welcome back, bro. क्या हाल है?
It's like 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, right? It's a difficult one to kind of put yourself in that position, but with their backs against the wall,
टेंशन झलक रहा है भाई इनके चेहरों से. We are with you guys. Don't worry.
Now, which way should we have went? We're about to find out because firing range is loading up into the search.
अभी तो SND मैच है, कंट्रोल नहीं, अभी SND है.
It's going to be a difficult one. X-Rock now looking just so solid. That will, of course, be 7 maps in a row here at Codm Champs. They're looking to make an 8 and 9 and advance on to the final day. Godlike still very much in their way though here, Brody, and a firing range that doesn't necessarily favor them, but have they got it in them? Absolutely.
Yeah, you were talking about Suno in the last game. Watch out for him here on firing range. He's going to be sniping the hell out of Godlike, trying to get those entry kills.
फैक्ट्स ब्रो, कुछ भी हो सकता है, ऐसा नहीं. हम लोग ने बहुत कमबैक्स देखे हैं, बहुत ही एपिक कमबैक्स देखे हैं. क्या पता ये भी एक बहुत ही तगड़ा कमबैक ले ले. Who knows?
Fail can get this one kill against Codm. That would be everything, but Fail's not certain about it. Now have they find an escape route?
I like this from Prevail though. Shows that he didn't like that gunfight, just advances forward. They wouldn't have expected that because he was a little bit weak. He moves forward, finds one. Does eventually get taken down, but a lot of pressure that would have been pushed over towards the X-Rock's side. Now a bit of a switch up here from the side of Godlike. We're going to try and maybe make a move, but look at this pressure that's now just immediately come in from Nono. He's going to be in a hellish position for the rest of the team to maybe do something. Suno actually pushed up towards the woods side. So there is somebody very, very close who's going to cause issue, who is potentially going to get caught out himself. But the map is split in a weird way here, Brody, but a lot of pressure from X-Rock.
Yeah, X-Rock with this mid-map control, I think is the biggest issue right now here for Godlike.
Spot कर लिया क्या?
नहीं,
spot नहीं किया.
A beast run towards B. He's certainly going to see the rest, and he's certainly going to be able to
उसको
kill.
पता था कोई है यहाँ पे बस.
Makes things all the more awkward now for Godlike. You're not only in a 2 versus 3, but you know that X-Rock have the knowledge of where you're going.
Tough situation. The grenade will be well placed, as will that bullet. Abiz gets taken down. That's 3 in the round now from Sunuo. Nono has followed up as well, but the Tundras are singing right now for X-Rock. Just put themselves in the right position. It's nothing too flashy. But if you're Neutrino, you are going to get an opportunity here. That bomb's going to go down, but I can imagine you're going to get collapsed on pretty quickly. It would take some sort of 1 versus 3 to pull off the round 1 win.
Come on, bro, you can do it. 1v3. Let's go.
Neutrino. Now looking for it. Has he just found the perfect timing in behind it?
नहीं यार.
Shots than that though. He's going to find the first kill against Sunuo. No immediate trade. Neutrino might be able to hit the regen kill with some good timing. Even finds a second kill, but Roxy's going to take them down. 1 versus 3 denied.
A little bit scary for X-Rock there for a second. He got some good timing as he pushes around the back of the B side, but I think if he hits those shots a little bit crispier on that first gunfight, he's got an even better opportunity. But either way, X-Rock will find the win. I think they would have liked it to be a little bit cleaner in that 3 versus 1, but you take the scoreline at the top of your screens as the most important factor. Doesn't matter which way you get it. Towards it.
कौन सी टीम की बात कर रहे हो Ghost bro?
He's got their number and learned trying to survive, get away from aim. My God.
Hey Kai, welcome to the stream.
In the middle of the map, he will find one, not the second. Trunks will be able to answer back, but momentarily he's left all on his own in a 1 versus 4. Different look from X-Rock. They get aggressive and they punish Godlike.
If you guys want to look up the...
By the way guys, first code is already dropped.
Sniper rifle, you might find a picture of Sinuan where Trunks now 1 versus 4 has to find the perfect route through the middle of the map here. Not only to pick up these.
Hi Navneet, welcome to the stream bro. क्या हाल है?
Things just so awkward. Might be able to find Nono right in front of him. He gets the timing. There it is. Finds that kill. Does he?
No, it's not the same one.
I have another player. No, he's actually picked the perfect route to get away.
He's done well to get the kill and get out, but there's a big problem.
It's not looking good, guys.
No bomb in the back pocket. No information. But X-Rock haven't got a clue either. Trunks making his way around.
Reply नहीं देते क्या? देता हूँ bro. बताओ क्या पूछ रहे हो? शायद तुम्हारा chat miss हो गया होगा.
Like ships in the night. They have passed each other.
Chat दिख नहीं रहा है तुम्हारा. फिर से बता दो bro. अच्छा दिख गया.
Semi plausible here, Brody.
Yeah, I feel like if you get this bomb down, which of course I think is the precursor to any kind of one.
Damascus के लिए तो आपको हर एक weapon का camo, gold camo unlock करना पड़ेगा. Each and every weapon. Whether it's melee, secondary, जो भी हो, हर एक का आपको gold camo unlock करना पड़ेगा.
Trunks still not sure about this one. You don't actually have a lot of time to make a decision. He's trying to check all the different corners in which a player could be located. Has just spotted out Sunuo, but again the shot's not exactly.
No, I'm not playing.
And now Sunuo will just get away, play their life. Trunks will try to get this bomb down, but I think there's no chance.
He'll try for it. Even if he does, it will be diffused and the kill will come through.
No, yaar, क्या कर रहे भाई Gordel? Come on.
I think there will be so much in the fact that you find all those kills early does. You start just sprinting around together to try and find out. But as soon as they
Hi bro, welcome to
have
the
that
stream.
information on the last player, they take their time. Right decision made to X-Rock. Shock and awe at the beginning of the round is really what won it for them. But good job either way. He's looking for a shot here to try and answer back to what has been some phenomenal.
You can find the redemption link in the description. Just double tap on the link, copy it and paste it in your Chrome browser.
Has been a huge catalyst to everything good they've been doing. Hasn't really got himself going here on Saturday.
X-Rock just looking so much better right now. They're shutting down the key players on Godlike. And Godlike, I mean, they just look so concerned about moving forward, right? They really want some kind of first blood before doing something. And once again, they've lost it. Prevail going down by the hand of, would you guess it, Suneway. And Godlike now in this effort just continues.
Hey Phoenix, welcome to the stream.
It's such a factor having a sniper player who is doing this to you on firing range. It's so difficult to get away from him. He just seems to know.
बढ़िया bro, बढ़िया. Damascus grind करना बड़ा मुश्किल काम है भाई, बहुत टाइम टेकिंग है. उसके कुछ बेनिफिट्स भी हैं, जैसे कि तुम हर एक वेपन के साथ एक अच्छा खेलने लग जाते हो, कोई भी वेपन क्यों ना हो. Hi Punisher, कैसे हो भाई?
Maybe it becomes just that little bit more difficult. They are being pegged back and beaten to a pulp. 3-0 now to X-Rock.
Yeah, it's just
Come on, Godlike. क्या कर रहे हो यार?
You win that first blood, and it's just like X-Rock have Godlike, excuse me, have nowhere to go. X-Rock win that first blood, and the mid-map pressure is just insane. Godlike needs to do something, and it needs to be.
दिखा दो भाई, gameplay दिखा दो भाई.
Something aggressive, and here we go through the middle of the map. They're going to do exactly that, but they're not winning the gunfight. It's 3 consecutive fights in favor of X-Rock here. Now make it 4, as once again the wallbang comes through from Sunawo. Neutrino 1 versus 5. Have this fun with this one, buddy.
An absolute bloodbath so far here in the Search and Destroy. Always the tough ones to get a cast over because you just don't know where the route back in for Godlike is. Is it potentially with a 1 versus 5? Well, maybe some way to start the comeback.
5-0. अरे ये क्या बात है? अभी तो तीसरा मैच राउंड चल रहा है.
His talent. It's just a step too far. Surely the shot's starting to come through. It's another dominant round from X-Rock. 4 to the good.
कौन से वेपन का डेमेस्कस गोल्ड करने में सबसे ज्यादा मुश्किल आ रहा है तुमको बताओ?
I mean, for the most part, the looks have been mostly the same through the first 3 rounds. They try to go aggressive through number 4.
Agree bro. X-Rock बहुत बढ़िया टीम है. उनके सामने compete करना, उनको हराना थोड़ा तो मुश्किल है. But Godlike भी अपनी कोई weak टीम नहीं है. India's best टीम है. आपको तो पता ही होगा. Hey Gosper, welcome to the stream bro. What's up?
But that grenade just comes from the sky and wipes Trunks out.
Me too Noah bro. I don't want to see that.
4 versus 4.
But hopefully ऐसा होने नहीं वाला.
It's going to hurt you so much, but there we go. We find another one if we all learn, and we are now into this round. Godlike will get this bomb down, and X-Rock are nowhere near.
Yep. So you'll have to spend some time now looking for the retake here. What path do they take? Prevail, trying to be patient, but it's not going to work. Big read from NoNo. And now these guys will be on their way. Did Prevail make the communication that there's not just 1 but 2 players?
Friend request accept कर लूँगा bro. कल से थोड़ा busy हूँ. एक बार free हो जाऊँ कर लूँगा. Hi Levitz bro, welcome to the stream. क्या हाल है भाई?
If you are Godlike, you need to try and stay alive. There's one gone. They know exactly where he is. They hunt them all down. You get the first bloods, you get the advantage, get the bomb down. It just does not matter.
Thank you very much Gosper for joining the stream.
And the thing is, right, fundamentally, Godlike are doing everything right. The way they played that post-plan setup is perfect, right? You know that X-Rock have players over towards B still. You know they don't have any presence on A. So put yourself in a position where you can catch them off guard.
No problem, bro.
It doesn't matter whether you've got Neutrino in the position or player Prevail there as well. Does not matter whatsoever.
Well, the Snapdragon performance meet there if it went further than that.
ये लोग इतना aggressive क्यों खेल रहे हैं ये वाले राउंड को?
They're absolutely frying.
इतना aggressive थोड़ा सा hold करके खेल ले तो शायद हो जाता.
5-man hit over towards it, and like what, 3 of them are already dead. This is just a walk in the park. Abibs is able to answer back with something to make it now a 3 versus 2. Tron M and Rax1 already dropping down, but no. He can smell him.
हाँ यार Nova bro.
The next one on the chopping block potentially now for No, but a little dip away. Don't know if he'll have that information that he's crossed. Still so much work to do here if you've got like blast.
And it's even more so now as you've lost the bees. Even more so as you lose Neutrino. X-Rock are flawless.
क्या हो रहा है भाई?
And again, Godlike, I mean, they're playing well. They are playing well.
7-0 नहीं देखना है यार.
Are simply outgunning them. Sunuo with 10 kills to his name. It's terrifying. Absolutely. If I go anywhere near Sunuo on this map, I'm running away.
Guys, no 7-0 यार.
The thing is, you can't run away from him when he's got that scope, right? He's just looking down every single angle he needs to, but he has getting taken down now. Lone gets aggressive in the middle of the map with the Fennec. And that has made the difference. Can Godlike potentially find something now?
लविट भाई हालत खराब है.
Well, they've got numbers around B.
जीरो नहीं भाई, कुछ भी भाई, जीरो नहीं लेकिन.
Towards wood, big kill. Trunks would have got that one. That would have made things more difficult. X-Rock would have had to go and retrieve the bomb, and push towards B would have been delayed significantly. So now they've made this one a 4 versus 4. I almost feel like that was kind of an unnecessary push from Trunks, to be honest with you. You had map control, you had life advantage, you didn't really need to make that.
I felt like he was in the position to win the gunfight as well, and didn't. Godlike not able to do much here, and Neutrino's just going to get caught trying to just chilling.
क्या ये सच में होने वाला है?
It is a 3 versus 3. And Beast is able to find No, so a more postured round from Godlike potentially. Beat control is here though for the side of X-Rock. One player here.
Bro, ऐसे बोलने से पहले उनके लेवल तक पहुंचो.
Some help on the way.
ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते अब किसी भी टीम के बारे में.
Watching the cross, 33 seconds remaining. Now Godlike will have to hold tight as X-Rock starting to move into position. The shots are going to come up, but there comes the flank. Beast will find one on the Codm, and all of a sudden the gunfights inside the site start to run.
1v2 चलो. At least 0 नहीं था भाई. Thank God.
X-Rock sticks to the good.
Yeah, not without trying, I will say, for Godlike. They definitely kind of made a couple of errors there in that round. That could well have been a 7-0 to X-Rock. That's the first time, I will say, in the search and destroy, I feel like maybe there were some unforced errors.
भाई, 0 नहीं था भाई. यही चाहता था बस कि 0 ना रहे.
X-Rock, very different look. Nades, utility galore over the top. Insinuo snipe to take a piece out of the play. That's the big one.
All of a sudden, that sight.
लॉन्चर का बड़ा मुश्किल तो है. लॉन्चर हो गया, शॉटी हो गया, क्रॉसबो हो गया. नहीं, क्रॉसबो नहीं था. क्रॉसबो का डायमंड करने में बड़ा मुश्किल लगा था मेरे को.
Many more kills here because this moment in time, this is looking like an X-Rock map. It's going to be a 2 versus 5 needed, make it a 1 versus 5 needed.
हो गया, खत्म.
Absolutely everything. Trunks will be able to find one.
खत्म. ये राउंड भी गया.
20 seconds to go, and you're just running into gunfire at every single given moment. 7-1 to X-Rock.
X-Rocks भाई, next level भाई, next level.
Close map number 1, map number 2 could not have been further from it.
Boy, X-Rock on Search and Destroy, eh? I feel like if these teams could, they'd probably be at the game modes. X-Rock are just that damn good at it. And I think you guys saw there why. Again, I kind of stressed it throughout the entirety of that Search and Destroy. Godlike were fine. They were doing everything right. They were throwing a ton of different looks at X-Rock, variety of different strategies, and all of them were rock solid. It's just you cannot.
ऐसा नहीं होना था भाई. At least ऐसा नहीं होता.
You cannot get past Roxy when they're playing like that.
अभी और एक राउंड है bro, Nova bro.
Honestly, it's got to be
control है अभी भी.
You're literally going through the playbook throughout the entirety of the Search and Destroy, looking for a way to throw X-Rock off, and the only round you do actually win is really via a clutch up. To be honest, via that 2-piece. I think it was from Prevail that got it done. Honestly, Godlike there just got outclassed.
मेहनत तो करते हैं ब्रो. इस लेवल तक पहुंचने के लिए जितनी मेहनत चाहिए ना, आप इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकते हैं.
It has felt more like X-Rock are the ones just performing extremely well. They are yet to drop a map here at the tournament. That's currently an 8-0 record. We're going to keep running it up. We're going to keep counting.
HP तो वही जीता, X-Rock ही जीता.
Sensational performance there in the Search and Destroy. Godlike had zero answers throughout the majority, and now they're going to be heading into a control on C side, a map that they've lost previously up against the side of X-Rock at CDSI just a few short weeks ago.
Yep. It was, what, 4-1, I think was the final scoreline there. CDSI, albeit again, kind of an asterisk on that one because I believe that was a group stage game. So if it was a knockout game, maybe things would have looked a little bit different for Godlike. But the result stands nonetheless. And if you look across not just that
अरे जॉर्डन ब्रो वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। नहीं भाई मेरे से ये कॉम्पिटिटिव वगैरह नहीं खेला जाता, इतना टेंशन लेके मैं नहीं खेल सकता। मैं एज ए कंटेंट क्रिएटर ही खुश हूँ भाई। उस टेंस मोमेंट को आप इमेजिन भी नहीं कर सकते जब आप एक कंट्री को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो, जब आप इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहे हो वहाँ पे और आप कैसा परफॉर्म कर रहे हो, वो बहुत सारी चीजें माइंड में चलती है भाई। उतना टेंशन मुझसे ना झेला जाएगा।
I mean, to be fair though, look, the summit was closer than it was in CDSI. Yeah. It was a well-contested game between the two. So is that going to be the case when we go between
Best gun instead of BP50 is Odin. Type 25. Sorry, Type 19, not Type 25.
It's convincing.
It's just terrifying.
Yep, no doubt उन्होंने अपना बेस्ट दिया। अपने सारे राउंड्स क्वालिफाई करके इस लेवल तक भी पहुंचना मुश्किल है।
And so I think just looking forward in this series, not just in the seaside control, right, but just for the rest of this one, you have to reverse sweep X-Rock. You have to take
thanks Jordan
off them, and you've got to do that on Tunisia.
I really appreciate that, bro.
Maybe we don't even get
and thanks for joining the stream.
Honestly, the way that X-Rock are playing right now, sorry Godlike fans, but it's maybe not looking likely.
Yep, that's me.
It's going to be so difficult for Godlike, and again, and you know, going back to that conversation point about how important the veto processes are here at Champs, I really feel like it is just a massive test of how deep your map pool is. You cannot have
best attachment for Type 63. Already uploaded a video on it. You can check it out.
Is the thing that befalls you.
One with the gold camo, one with the diamond camo. You can check out both of them.
Standoff will be map number 4. Could possibly lead them to a map number 5, but then again, your backs are against the wall and the search and destroys.
हाँ vitality भी disqualify हो गया ना। लोग स्टार्टिंग का मैच देखकर लगा था कुछ तो करेंगे, लेकिन नहीं पता वो स्ट्रीम बी में क्या हुआ मैं देख भी नहीं पाया। तो बाद में पता चला कि डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया।
Just trying to think of the route back in for them. I mean, Seaside is one of those maps though. It takes one good wipe.
Yeah, I think the thing is with Seaside, right, I think it is just a case of, and I think especially given the fact that, you know, a lot of teams do feel relatively
no problem, Jordan, bro.
This is not the case for Eastern teams like Godlike and like X-Rock. It is just a case of just trying to get yourselves in those fast positions.
अब मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा भाई, जहाँ बोलता हूँ इनका बेस्ट है वहाँ कुछ काम हो जाता है। अब सिर्फ देखेंगे, अब कुछ प्रेडिक्ट नहीं करेंगे। Let's see Godlike क्या करता है।
That's going to be the Tunisia search and destroy, but this seaside control is just going to be so difficult. And you know, we talk about kind of what's been missing so far for Godlike in this best of 5. We talk about the key power plays as it were. Abiz is just.
How can you get partnership of your in Pakistan? Don't what?
Well, they're trying to gas themselves up for this one. It is do or die now for Godlike. You can't lose another map. Not in this series at least.
It's best of 3 matches.
To see a Sunday here at COD Mobile Champs. You've got to prevent Godlike from finding anything else here. The reverse sweep is needed, and doing that against X-Rock, it's just a task that seems impossible, but hey, Godlike have done impossible things before. Let's see if they can do it again. Into this one, Godlike need the reverse sweep. X-Rock to the good.
All right, let's see. Godlike, what do they look like at the start? I feel like they kind of have to come in very venomous early on in towards this control. So far, so good. They've been enough trade to get themselves on towards A, and of course they are going to go for a bit of a split push here. If they can get that gunfight from B's on towards Nono on B, that would be big, but no, Nono's going to win that one. So now for Godlike, I think this has to be a much more visual approach towards A.
You've got to find a couple of gunfights. You have to. Because your teammates are starting to get pinned into the spawn. You're starting to lose every single gunfight. You do eventually get one back through Neutrino, but everybody else starts to fall. Len is there to pick up some pieces as well, but the spawn trap now starting to come into fruition potentially here as well, as Beast can find one. Prevail needs to find something as well, and does. So that pressure was feeling a little
Thanks, Unique
there,
bro.
But eventually they will fight their way out of it. X-Rock do come out better from that opening salvo, but Godlike do survive without too much of a scar, if you want to say that.
Yeah, X-Rock, they definitely tried.
Hope so. Ace. Hope so ऐसा ही हो.
Fortunately enough for Godlike.
But ये round गया तो मतलब खत्म.
Together for a push towards B. X-Rock, I think, are going to be looking for a flank either through the middle of the map or from behind. For the front, though, no one is actually able to put up a first.
No doubt भाई, मैं भी यही चाहता हूँ कि Godlike की निकाले, पर X-Rock भी एक बहुत बढ़िया टीम है. No idea, bro, how to get it in Pakistan.
X-Rock, you've just lost B. You let a Beast capture it, so an extra 60 seconds that goes on the board.
I think a lot of them have been focusing on trying to keep the rest of Godlike in their spawn, irrelevant of them getting a hold of that point.
They need a sniper. I think they have a sniper. नहीं है ना, कोई स्नाइपर नहीं है इनके टीम में.
does have a flank coming on.
Xrox में भी शायद कोई sniper नहीं है.
You got to try and find something here.
है.
On the side of no, he finds nothing. Godlike have got a route through here. Into the point they go. They already had 2 ticks on this. Xrock backs against the wall. For the first time that Godlike could actually draw blood. It seems like they're going to as well. Let's try and make him do something about it. They cannot. Wow. And that was nothing. Godlike get the round.
And I think that was the decision, right? You mentioned it.
Godline perform कर रहा है guys.
Straight towards B. They were like, look, we're just going to get ourselves map control for potential spawn trap. It's a risky play. We always talk about that. If you go for
Hey
the
Andrew,
spawn trap,
welcome to
you
the
have
stream,
make
bro.
sure you get the kills
क्या हाल है?
first, and they didn't. So they lose round number 1. Massive offensive victory for Godlike again. This is the start of a very
GG's
long
for
run.
Godlike.
First sweep for Godlike. It's a brilliant start at that. Now Xrock here on the offense. They decided to full foot.
वो लोग कैमो शायद ही ग्लोबल में आएगा या फिर आएगा भी तो कुछ इवेंट से आएगा. Hopefully शायद अल्काट्रास में ही आए. Let's see. No idea about that.
Managed to find something, but Neutrino coming in here with the war machine is just the worst possible place that you want to be when there's an enemy war machine ringing on through. Find something, but the kills have mostly been answered by Xrock trying to through the front door. Finds the kill on the Neutrino. We'll push forward. Just gets a bit of bad timing as Prevail was there. But look at this pressure coming in from Godlike over towards B. They're trying to pin them back.
Oh, Trunks. Yeah, Trunks is playing a huge role right now, just kind of distracting Xrock and burning time.
Hey Doc, welcome to the stream, bro.
Before they move forward towards either of these 2 points.
God help, God help. अरे God ये खुद ही अपना help कर लेंगे.
So well. That's a second kill for him now. Now looking for more. Xrock again are wasting so much time doing this. Finally Trunks is out of the play, but now the rest of Godlike are here.
Hi Tapan,
Trunks, that was a
welcome to the stream, bro.
brilliant play for you.
Managed to get something going here. Swanon just missing bullets with the Tundra, which we have not seen at all today.
This is Call of Duty Mobile.
Maybe just a little bit nervous now, Xrock. As Godlike trying to get themselves back into this game. They do have a route over towards that A side. They've pretty much cleared out their spawn apart from the side.
Jordan bro already made a video on online. You can check it out.
Will find 2 though before going down. Purify exchanged on either side of things, but
Okay, Unique bro. Bye for now.
To invest the equalizer. They feel like they need to
Yep.
do something.
KRM and R9 are really good shotguns.
The position's also good here from No. Yeah, this is it. A is gone, and Godlike know it as well. And I love this kind of call from Godlike, right? I mean, you've lost the point. Just get yourselves on towards B, get yourself a map control because you're about to face down No with equalizers.
KRM और R9 भाई next level shotgun. उन close race में उससे survive करना बहुत मुश्किल है.
Trying to slow them down as Godlike just try to stretch themselves over the B side, but they need to win a couple of gunfights if you're going to get aggressive like this.
Can lag.
Gonna catch Trunks out, and he is.
53 beat.
So
BP 53. No chance, bro. No chance.
Over towards B, backs against the wall for Godlike. Feels like a very similar round to the first, where Xrock have had their backs against.
What do you mean by can we watch the stream? You're already watching it.
Like round number 1, they're going to need to find a way back in, but so much investment coming in from Xrock is making it very difficult.
You will get all the codes in specific time period, so stay tuned for that. By the way, guys, which is your favorite shotgun, R9 or KRM?
But it's allowed the rest of Godlike to maybe get a route through here. The kill's starting to ring in. They will eventually lock it down. There's the 3rd tick coming through.
Hey Ace Gaming, welcome to the stream, bro. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, just going straight through the meat grinder with Godlike there at the front of the point. Suno with the Sparrow, I think he got 3 kills.
Godlike का क्या हुआ? मैच चल रहा है, bro. Best of 3 मैच चल रहा है. अभी तक 2 मैचेस लूज कर चुका है. अभी ये कंट्रोल का देखते हैं.
So that was a brilliant response from Xrock. Credit to Godlike though. They definitely tried their socks off to stop that from happening. Now, split push from Godlike once again off the rip. It's a 4-1 split. Learn's going to utilize the Sparrow to try and do some carnage. Over
एकदम सही bro. एकदम सही बोले Ace bro.
Find one. So for now, for Godlike, I think it's just going to be retreating back towards B. And you haven't really got
Second वाला कौन सा है मतलब?
No, and I think that investment in the Sparrow, I kind of twisted my face at it at first, but he's kind of invested that. They're pushing up towards it if he found something great, but the rest of the team already over towards B. So is it a Sparrow for B? Well, okay, you take it if that's the case.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that as well, Roxy just brings out the War Machine there. That's actually probably not the best utilization of the War Machine. I think he kind of spammed half of his bullets before he got anywhere near it. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a Hail Mary play, quite literally, but it doesn't really work out for him. So B is now fallen by the wayside. That is an early capture coming through from Godlike, and Roxy now forced to bring the Predator Missile into play. Not just for kills in this situation, but I think for information, they need to know where these players are coming from.
You can, Ace bro. You can.
So
the only thing you need is practice.
They may well want to spread their wings towards that spawn for Godlike, but right now information is still not really there. Will find
all the reading codes are for global servers.
The kills are now being traded. It's Strike kill feed, but what can I do here? Not going to be able to find much. Neutrino will find something.
फिलहाल तो गॉर्डन लीड में है. Let's see.
These operators have been used so well by Godlike. They found a way through.
1-on-1 चल रहा है अभी तो.
Everything here for Neutrino. Already found one. Firing bullets down range. This is not just getting kills, but it's keeping these guys away. No way, Suno! The collapse there to take a couple of players.
collapse था क्या ये?
Still not done just yet. There's still fights. There's still players left to take out of the play, and Bees is trying to do his best impression of a runner, but it's just not happening. He goes down. First tick though through for Godlike. That I think is a pretty successful push.
Suno has actually not really had a good map whatsoever, but that collapse.
That's really great, Ace.
They line up so beautifully for him, and that really allows X-Rock to just completely take control of the site once more.
हाँ, second redeem code वो आपको डिटेल मिल जाएगा. मैंने शेड्यूल रखा है. अब किस चीज का मेरे को एक्चुअली में याद नहीं है. मुझे देखना पड़ेगा. बताता हूँ मैं आपको ये मैच के बाद. यहाँ थोड़ा सा इंटेंस मोमेंट चल रहा है. इसके बाद देख के बताता हूँ क्या है second redeem code.
As well, he holds down the spawn. It's so important for your team because Godlike have now invested time and players over towards that flank and got nothing for it.
That is such amazing game sense from Sunuo to get that one done. To recognise that, hey, not just one, but two players coming in on the flank and to take those players down before they can cause any trouble is everything. And now X-Rock back in towards the point. Rock solid defense so far. 45 seconds on the clock. Mar is even peeking himself out of the point. Pick up all the gunfights with the
R9. भाई R9 से survive करना बड़ा मुश्किल है भाई. Especially in close range. What a nade, bro. What a nade.
Immediately, so Godlike potentially have a route through here. Tron will find one. And X-Rock just about holding on, but Trunks will find something of his own. You can see operators ringing through for the side of X-Rock. No,
नहीं यार, equalizer आ गया इनका.
There's three with the equalizer. Here comes number 4 as well. Prevail the next on the chopping block. Runaway son.
रुक नहीं रहा है भाई. Whoa, what a melee, bro.
He's got 2 SMGs. We'll just punch him in the face.
Slide melee. बढ़िया था भाई.
Yeah, the Beast has to do something on the flank here. At least find one frag. They're ready for it though. The pre-fire's good. Bees down for the count. Gunfight's also
13 versus 4. 10 versus 4.
Is that the in for Godlike? You've lost one player.
मुश्किल है.
They managed to get themselves in. They need those reinforcements very, very quickly. But X-Rock don't have the numbers to answer back just yet.
Come on, boys.
They're waiting for their moment. Suono is going to pull out the Sparrow. There's 2 kills to fall through. Prevail and the Bees have combined very, very well. There's been investment from either side.
No chance.
X-Rock are coming out on top. It's a 1 versus 5 needed for Prevail. Onto the point he goes.
क्या लगता है? Prevail?
They've got to get there.
Equalizer है. हो सकता है. अरे यार नहीं.
No, sticks a grenade at his feet, and that was so doable.
Yeah, and that's a good investment of the equalizer as well. Even though it doesn't do anything, there is a realistic chance if that nade does not connect that he actually gets pretty much all of those players. The equalizers are just that good. So that was the right decision, the right play call there in the moment, but ultimately it does not work. Godlike, just a hair's breadth away from taking a round off X-Rock there. And now they have to stop X-Rock. You've got the offense previously, and they're doing the same kind of strategy once more. It's a 4-5 stack towards A.
The win behind the sails here for the side of X-Rock. It feels that way.
भाई वो नेड क्या था भाई? कुक करते हुए आया भाई, सीधा फेंक दिया मुंह पे. टाइमिंग हाँ भाई, नेड का टाइमिंग एकदम खतरनाक था. मेरे को लगा इक्वलाइजर से एटलीस्ट 2-3 तो लेगा भाई. भाई उससे पहले ही नेड दे दिया उसको.
Now they will eventually get themselves an opportunity to push forward. You can see on the other side of things a potential spawn trap coming through for MA, does not find it. So X-Rock haven't really made too much of an inroad here. 2 ticks towards A is all they have. They
yep, bro, they'll say Godlike.
Very shortly though.
That should be said, this is an important defensive round here. If Godlike can do this without giving A away, they might well get a defensive round number 5, and they're utilising their operators to get it done. Neutrino's already found a couple of kills here. Sunuo next up to the chopping block. He's going to run out of War Machine pellets to get it done. Does not matter, you've got a Bees there for the help. So A is no longer an option here.
इस मोमेंट में पता नहीं चलता कौन लीड कर रही है. ये एकदम 15 के बाद पूरा चेंज हो जाता है.
The opening has now been made, but it's going to be a while before he gets the resources. Mark needs to do a little bit more damage, and he knows it as well towards the middle of the map. Will not be able to get that kill on towards Trunks, but at the very least there, it was a good effort.
Hostile hunter killer drone.
And now back on the cards here for X-Rock. Chopping and changing between which way they're going. Godlike just having to commit to something. A may well be gone. They've sent too many numbers over towards B. You need to do something.
Redeem code multiple times chat में मिल चुका है bro. थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे scroll करके देखो मिल जाएगा.
Lives are dead even. A minute and a half to go. X-Rock have time to defend, but Godlike are happy to sit tight here. They have had some opportunity to set themselves up over towards B. It will be hard for X-Rock to break this down, you would think.
Godlike have more players on the point.
16
There's
versus
actually a lot of them
16.
very far removed from it. I think they're very concerned about potential flanking player, but that's not where, for the most part, this pressure is coming from. Does not matter though for Godlike. They're winning all of these fights around the point. A couple of players through the middle of the map. This will be a late hit from a Bees as well. Is it going to be timed well against these players? 2NM opening things up with that kill. No. Going to get the second, and there goes Suno as well. Here comes the investment from Xbox. They want to get this done now.
Oh, that's a big grenade coming through Neutrino, though, and the big one from Prevail as well. That's operator shut down. No equalizer now available, and of course Godlike will have that available at some
To
stage.
redeem it, you can find a link in the description.
War Machine being wrong out.
Go to that website, paste your UID and the redeem code. That's it. You will get the reward in your mail, in-game mail.
If you could have found something there with the War Machine, that would have been huge for Xbox.
But you have to be quick because only the first 50 people can redeem the code.
In that position once again.
That's why stay in the chat.
Quickly deal with him. So that's one problem out of the way here, Ton. And now Godlike looking to try and hold on towards this point. X-Rock, they have to hit this as a team, but look at this flanking play potentially coming through from Neutrino.
Neutrino was the one that found the grenade kill. On to No when those equalizers come through. Do they know that this is coming? Yes, they do, but a distraction tactic. They will slow them down.
7v7. क्या होगा?
Is this now going to be such a big problem for them? Doesn't find that second shot, maybe a little bit nervy. X-Rock now in a 6 versus 6 with the kill starting to come through for them. Neutrino will find one back with the War Machine, but Sunuo once again is clutching up where needed. 12 seconds to go. It's 5 versus 3. X-Rock are running away with this one.
2v5.
Godlike, it's starting to fall. They don't have the time, they don't have the numbers, they do not have the facilities to win this game. X-Rock will advance on to Championship Sunday. They make mincemeat of Godlike, a 3-0 win. Godlike put up a fight, but not nearly enough. X-Rock take that one away.
Man, just the minutest of decisions there from Godlike made all the difference, even in that final round. I'd like to see it in the replay package. If Neutrino even makes that flank, if he doesn't go back towards the point with the War Machine, I think they hold on. I think they get to a round number 5, but no. X-Rock will get it done. Man, just so difficult. Godlike, I mean, look, we talked about it, right? The way into the series was the hard points, and the fact that they lost the first game of this series, I think we kind of
they tried their best.
Go after that.
Really both of the Indian played well.
But coming in out of Swiss 3-0, we knew they were going to be a dominating force. Really difficult for any of our teams to take on, especially this early on in the bracket stage. Godlike, though, like you said, they made it to the top 8 in the world. Yet again, a strong performance.
I think the thing is, though, this just further reaffirms why you need to have a good Swiss stage, because if you go through the very last opportunity, this is your first game in single elimination. It's so difficult when you're coming into this against one of the tournament favorites, but then that's what happens when you don't have such a clean Swiss stage. This is your unfortunate reward, is that you have to go.
Feeling bad for Godlike.
By the way, the Search and Destroy was flawless. In fairness, the control and the hard point were relatively close. You know, Godlike had their opportunities in the control. The hard point was back and forth, but for the most part, X-Rock led all the way through. But the Search and Destroy was quite terrifying, if anything. So X-Rock looked the real deal, and we'll see what they look like tomorrow as well.
Yeah, you're just not taking a Search and Destroy of X-Rock. I honestly would not be surprised, even against their fellow Chinese teams, if X-Rock went through the entirety of the tournament not losing a single Search and Destroy. I mean, it looks that good. And again, going back to that conversation, Godlike were doing well. They were doing the right things. They just could not outgun X-Rock and S&D.
I'm going to remember that prediction. Between Alan's reverse sweep prediction and now you're saying X-Rock won't drop a single S&D throughout the rest of the weekend, okay?
He's committed there.
Learn का performance थोड़ा सा weak रहा है compared to other players.
Well, so we can reference it later on tomorrow,
but X-Rock's के सारे players का performance even था.
Of the quarterfinals into the semifinals, that was a nice quick day for them. They can now honestly watch everybody else, take some notes on how these other performances are going to go throughout the day, and that could be beneficial for them tomorrow.
इनके death और kills में ज़्यादा difference नहीं है. But
so they will have a lot of time to get some of that research in. I mean, I'm sure they will know exactly what they want to do, irrelevant of who they go up against. But X-Rock, fantastic performance, and you're right, a long time to wait now. Do not need to do anything until tomorrow. Nice way to start that day.
Yeah, not too shabby. I mean, this is going to be massive confidence-wise for them, but obviously commiserations and congratulations to Godlike because they still did make it really far in the competition. still a fun storyline that we've been following since last year, and it was just enjoyable to see them compete here again.
Yeah, look, I think the competition has just raised itself significantly from last year, right? I mean, Godlike surprised a lot of people last year. Nobody expected them to do what they did, making it all the way towards grand finals. So, again, the competition is very different this year. I don't think there's anything wrong with dropping out of top 8, especially when the team that took you out is X-Rock.
Absolutely. Well, it's time for us to talk to some of our players here. We've got F-Dot standing by, I believe, with Nono on the stage.
That's right, that's right, that's right. We got Nono here, and of course, Brian to help us have a little chat. So the first question I want to ask you guys, X-Rock, you look incredible. You're the #1 seed.
Total 5 codes हैं.
Like it. Where do you find that energy? What makes your team this good?
क्या लास्ट में दोनों चाइनीज टीम बचेंगे क्या?
X-Rock 打得太厉害了！你在这个比赛是算第1名，然后现在打得像第1名。你们
Godlike is disqualified.
方法到这里。
我觉得首先我们在这个世锦赛还没有完成最终的目标，所以我觉得我们还有更多要做得更好的地方吧。然后可能大家觉得我们打得好的原因
Bro, you can find the link in the description for Redeem Center.
对我们的整个赛训团队都齐心协力。
So they're saying that they are getting immense support from other fans, and it's just there's a strong sense of like familial bond, whether it's from the fans or their coaches. It's just all coming together. It's not just him, it's not the player, it's everyone's one big family.
It's an energy thing for sure.
नहीं पनिशर ब्रो, बताऊंगा आपको बाद में बताऊंगा. स्ट्रीम के बाद बताता हूँ.
You could play up against a Chinese team. I know how close-knit the Chinese region is. If you knock out a Chinese team or play against them, is that an exciting, fun moment, or is that like a sad, somber moment to knock out a friend?
所以明天你可能会面对清酒，你觉得可能对别的中国队你很兴奋，或者有一点伤心，因为你可能会打败他们。
我觉得不管面对秦九还是
Hi Vishwa, welcome to the stream, bro. क्या हाल है bro?
因为我们都是来自东方的队伍，我觉得没有什么，哪怕走的时候我们还是说其他的队伍，我都会感到伤心吧。但是我赢了可能会开心 ，because it's a team of family.
So you know, facing against any team, they're not going to be particularly sad. If anything, they'll be glad to face Qingzhou because you know the same country. It's like a family, even though they're on the same teams.
That's kind of what I figured. Like I said, the Chinese region seems very, very close-knit, and it's just fun to watch. So a lot of fun. Congratulations on the victory. Good luck in your next ones. Standing by, we have Beef Mommy talking to the members of Godlike.
Hey, good dude. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you so much, F-Dot.
I'm good. What about you?
The IGL of Godlike. How was that game for you? That was really rough because that is not an easy opponent to go up against, especially this early on in the day.
I would say that we were not disciplined enough this year, and Chinese teams are really strong, and we knew this, but today was not our day, and we should have worked hard. And I would just expect more competition in our region itself, because if you see, only 3 of the Chinese teams are in the top 8, and I really expect that the Indian teams grind hard and give us a good competition, so that next year when we come here, we're definitely on the bar to bar.
And speaking of your preparation for next year, like I know you just came off hot off of this game, right? But what do you think is something that you and your team need to work out going into, I guess, 2025?
I would say for next year, I'm happy and sad right now. But the competition is insane. I really want to grind hard. But let's see for the next year what the future holds. Yeah.
But I mean, I know that this is not the outcome that you wanted, right, for your team, of course. But I mean, man, your growth, Godlike in just 1 year, has already been such a statement. And of course, coming in from day #1, almost being eliminated. How did that feel like yesterday?
To be honest, we learn from international teams a lot. Because in India, it's very hard. The gaming has just started. And I'm really happy that we got a good experience from here. And the dream is still on. We'll never give up. We'll learn from the Chinese teams. We'll learn from the Western teams. My name says it all.
Should I pull Ice Drake or Morning Star? Both of them good, but my personal favorite is Click 6, Ice Drake.
Thank you so much, Learn. You have been such an amazing player. And of course, that's not just for today. There's a lot more matches up, and not the only squad that will be crossed off here. Thank you so much, Learn. Again, when it comes
I'll
to
say go with the Click
there's
6.
still a lot more things happening today. We'll see you in a little bit.
我们是来自中国的 S Rock 战队，这次 DreamHack 的比赛我们将
Elevate versus Wolf. मुझे तो Elevate को लगता है Elevate जीतेगा. Let's see.
Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
That's why I said you can go with the Crick 6. Bro, best SMG against BP50 Fennec.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for.
Elevator Wolves का मैच तो बाद में है. अभी Q9 और SC का मैच है. STE का. Fennec is meta, no doubt. Come back stronger next year. Yep. Thanks, Athava. Really appreciate that, bro. And thanks for joining the stream. देखते हैं. क्या लगता है Q9 और STE में कौन निकालेगा मैच? Bro, link is in the description. Just double tap on it and you will redirect to the Chrome. That's really great, Athava. Q9, everyone is with Q9. Not a single vote for STE? What? किसी को पसंद नहीं है क्या ये टीम? इनका स्पेशली कोई मैचेस मैंने अभी तक देखे नहीं है शायद. मतलब उतने नोटिसेबल नहीं थे इनके मैचेस. देखते हैं what's gonna happen next. चलो मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है 1 मिनट में. I'll be back within a minute. I'm back, guys. तो लविश भाई क्या लगता है चैंपियनशिप कौन सी टीम जीतेगी तुमको क्या लगता है?
I'm going to ask them a couple of questions heading into this weekend. What does it feel like being back at DreamHack here for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships?
感觉都挺好的，就感觉到这就很放松。
Which strategies have been the most impactful for you guys this year? Which teammates have been performing at their best?
我觉得这次的比赛，我们最关键的策略是，我们每个人做好自己的那一部分吧，然后就是把平时训练的东西都完美的展现出来就可以。
So Wolves last year were a big problem for you guys. Are they still the biggest issue from your region, or are X-Rock also a really big problem now?
我觉得其实这一回的世界锦标赛，每一个队伍都是强敌，就我觉得每支队伍都应该。
Demon Sun on Morning Star, Demon Sun。
我觉得我们更应该做好自己的那一部分，然后在场上能够自信的放松的去打好每一场比赛就可以了。
लविड भाई पिछले साल के विनर्स को भूल रहे हो, वुल्स को भूल रहे हो, वुल्स।
我感觉我也说不清楚，但我觉得我们一定是。
मेरे को तो ये तीनों टीम अच्छी लगती है।
一定是这回的强队之一。
So the road to becoming the champions.
लोग जिस तरीके से खेलते हैं ना ब्रो, एकदम खतरनाक लेवल का है भाई।
An issue for you, and what was that?
我感觉现在的选手的个人
मुझको लगता है वुल्स
越来越强了，然后包括
वुल्स का भी चांसेस है,
的一些战术
एलिवेट का भी चांस है।
所以我们要做的就是
Let's see भाई, कुछ भी हो सकता है, टेबल कभी भी टर्न हो सकता है।
我们的战术要比他们更丰富，这就是我们要做。
भाई मेरा प्रेडिक्शन हमेशा गलत ही होता है, नहीं पता क्यों, इसलिए प्रेडिक्शन वगैरह नहीं करता मैं।
我给他们的建议就是多去观看那些顶尖的选手的个人视角，就 POV， 然后平时自己的话也要多练习，就是带着那些
भाई वुल्स अपने पिछले ईयर के विनर्स रह चुके हैं गाइस।
就是想，比如说
हल्के में क्यों ले रहे हो उनको?
方面还可以做到更好，去做到提升，这个会重要，这会加快你的进步。对。
So this is your chance to disrupt the momentum of your biggest
Lotus Flames कब वापस आएगा ब्रो? अब भी रिसेंटली देख दो सीजन पहले आके गया है, तो पता नहीं, बाकी कॉडम का भी भरोसा नहीं, कभी भी आ सकता है।
来自西方的所有队伍吧，因为我认为就是东部的这些队伍，
Punisher bro, आपको क्या लगता है?
在 CDSI 的那个邀请赛上跟他们有
कौन निकालेगा चैंपियनशिप?
所以我会认为他对东部的队伍我们会更了解一点，但是西部的队伍呢，我们到现在是不了解的，所以对我们来说很未知。我觉得这回他们对我们来说是一个非常大的挑战。
Have you got anything to say to your fans who are at home supporting you?
就是想对一直支持我们。
कहाँ नहीं भाई, लेट हो गए, कहाँ बिजी थे?
然后这一回，特别是国内的粉丝，在这一次顶着时差看我们打这一回的世界锦标赛，然后希望大家继续支持我们，然后我们一定会做到最好的。
So that is Q9, our Mobile Masters winners this year. Can they repeat it here this weekend?
Abhishek bro, no doubt Electron. Locus Electron is my favorite Locus screen.
With our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, it's day 2 of our competition, the bracket stage of our competition, and already a team has been knocked out, and it is X-Rock who continue on and will play tomorrow in our semi-final matches. One
भाई
step
वो लोग
closer
अपनी लैंग्वेज
to
के अलावा
making
कुछ
their
बोलते ही
way
नहीं भाई।
to the grand final. It's time for us to continue on here with match number 2 of the day, and of course that means we brought back some new casters as well. We got Proper and Shift now to get us through match number 2. You excited to be up here? You ready for day 2?
Brits are out, Americans back on top. We're just happy to be here.
Feel good, feel great. I like that you said new casters because everyone calls me old all the time. So this feels very nice. I like that.
Let's see, Levin भाई, let's see.
I'm keeping you young and youthful.
कौन सा टीम जीतता है?
Yeah, I did it just for you, all right?
Feel sprightly.
Now you just got to hear from them in an interview. Obviously Q9.
कोड दे दो, दे रहे ब्रो, दे रहे, शेड्यूल्ड है सारे, थोड़ी देर में मिल जाएगा आपको।
So let's start talking about this squad.
Where do you even start the
सारे कोड्स एक बार में ले लो भाई, कुछ तो बचाओ।
Pinnacle not only of the region but for Call of Duty Mobile as a whole, kind of still chasing that proverbial dragon of trying to beat the champion after coming up.
Hello Lala, welcome to the stream bro. क्या हाल है भाई?
The same story kind of follows them all the way through CDSI. Look, they have what it takes to be a championship caliber team. I don't think that anybody else can doubt that, but they keep coming up short. You have tons of different players that were so impactful across their entire stage yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that's the other part about this Q9 team that
Got nothing. किस में नहीं मिला भाई Ace bro?
They're a more complete team. Last year it was search and destroy, and that was about it. I mean, yeah, they handled business against teams that were way underneath their caliber. But when we got to the playoff bracket, they really came up short when it came to the respawn overall. that seems to have been pretty darn polished. I think a lot of that is because, like Andy was saying, all 5 players have really taken some individual
Lala bro, Godlike eliminate ho gaya.
each other in search and destroy.
Which is even what we heard in the interview. They were saying exactly that they worked on things not only on an individual level, but together as a squad as well, as we get to kind of see some stats here.
Yeah, I mean, look, for the last few times, it's just one rivalry over and over again. How much can you take for Garena? For Stalwart, it has been pretty easy for Q9, but when they're going up against Garena's best in Elevate, still coming up short.
Well, you mentioned Stalwart. We get to see him for a second there on that graphic. They are the other team up here on the stage, so let's start talking about them as well here, Shiv.
Yeah, Stalwart is an interesting story because I think coming into this event, we really had a top 4, and it was the 3 Chinese teams and Elevate. And now all of a sudden, Stalwart's like, don't forget that we're just as competitive as anyone else out of the Garena region, let alone what they were able to do at CDSI, which was pretty formidable. They did come up a little bit short in terms of getting deeper into the bracket, but overall, they're looking just as complete of a squad as anybody else. In particular, their respawn has looked really, really good. Playing up against Galrus yesterday on the Arsenal control really surprised me. 3-0, perfect. Really understanding the map, not just doing it by squad.
कोड्स में क्या है वो आपको जब कोड आता है ना तभी आपको वहाँ पे दिख जाएगा तो उस कोड में क्या है Q9 will destroy SG. Let's see. By the way, I'm also with Q9 in this match. New code. No bro, मिलेगा. जल्दी मिलेगा.
Got some stats here for Skirt as well. Got to see some individual highlight moments for him. I mean, this is going to be a player that could potentially help Stalwart Esports get the win they're looking for.
Oh, big time. And just to kind of reflect on not just Skirt individually, but how he played in particular against Elevate, that's where it really stood out to me. It was a 200-250 loss. That's a coin toss in terms of COD Mobile Hardpoint, and then an 8-6 overtime loss in the Search and Destroy. So it's as close as it gets, and seeing Skirt play like this on LAN is good news for the Garena fans.
Yeah, and this is going to be a fun one to see up here on the main stage as well, because Q9, out of everyone we've seen so far, one of the only teams we haven't gotten to see on the main stage. So let's start talking about the maps, what they've chosen here for their picks this time around. Best of 5, obviously, for anyone who's just joining us. Starting off with the Apocalypse.
Q9 should win the match for sure. Let's see.
I was just going to quickly say that this is a rematch from CDSI where Q9 3-0'd STE. Now, the only thing that's different here is the fact that none of the maps are repeats. This is a very unique map set to what they had played last time around.
Yeah, and that's exactly the point that I was going to bring up. Obviously, scorelines are different when they were playing across the seas, but, you know, not seeing the Hacienda Hardpoint, which you inevitably lost for Stalwart, 250-124, probably very happy not to have that one in this specific pool. Yeah. Search and Destroy, respectable as far as scoreline is concerned, though we do know that for all Chinese teams, they are very good at Search and Destroy at one point or another. But ultimately, with all that said, I think that this is still going to be a square-up matchup for this map number 1. Apocalypse could be the start that you need for Stalwart.
Yeah, I think for Stalwart, you have to win map 1, 3, and 4 if you were to win this series, which is easy to say against a Chinese team because we expect Chinese teams to win the Search and Destroy. But I think in particular, neither of these two teams are great at Apocalypse, and Stalwart has been riding the Summit train all weekend long. So it feels like both hardpoints and the control have to be won by Stalwart if they want to win the series.
All right, then give me quick predictions here. Who do you think's going to be taking this one home?
Q9.
Same?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I at
3-2
least
though?
Yeah, I have it going 5 because, to Shiv's point, if Stalwart are going to win this, it has to end in 4. Q9 are flawless through Search and Destroy all throughout the entirety of the tournament so far. So yeah, don't go 5.
Yeah, I've just got Q9 losing the control.
ये बंदा भी Q9 के साथ है. किसी को उस पे भरोसा ही नहीं है.
Think's going to be taking this one home, and it looks like everybody is going to have same opinion. Same 3-2 and 3-1, so everybody matches up in some way.
We get along sometimes.
ST के साथ कोई नहीं है भाई. कोई तो support करो भाई.
See if everybody at home agrees with you well. If you're in chat, give us your
Anyone?
predictions on who you think will be taking.
कोई है क्या भाई support में? ST के?
On in the bracket, and who will be knocked out, whose run ends here right now, because that's exactly what is about to happen. Q9 versus Stalwart, getting ready to go. The game is loading.
ज़्यादा बस कुछ नहीं, अपना UID पेस्ट करो, कोड पेस्ट करो, रिडीम करो, इंस्टेंटली तुम्हारे इन गेम मेल पे रिवॉर्ड्स मिल जाएगी. तो उसमें कोई टाइम वाइम नहीं है भाई.
Stalwart looked to surprise, take down one of our top 3 squads coming in to this event overall. And I will say the improvements from CDSI to now have been good. Just comes down to, are they good enough against one of China's best?
For me, the word
Chalo,
consistency
let's
keeps
see.
coming to mind when it comes down to the Garena region. Do not bat an eyelash at what they've been able to accomplish since then and now. But how good are you today for both Stalwart Esports and Q9? Again, playing saying it yesterday for Q9, 250 to 160 versus 4MV. Take that as you will, but yeah, between these two teams, the only one to play it across the weekend is Q9.
Yeah, and that's the other point about it is like power ranking that result. It doesn't really make much of a difference. Yeah, it's small data overall. But like we kind of mentioned, both these two teams had played it quite a bit throughout their regions as well as in CDSI, and it really didn't feel like this map leans one direction or the other. So that's why we say Stalwart. This feels like a must-win, and so far so good. Finding some decent time here in the first hard point, plus good focus over towards rotation and new at the right side of the map.
So have some threats nearby. Got to be really worried about Mouchi. That is one of the players you always have to keep a close eye on where that AR is currently locked and loaded and ready for. 10 seconds still remains here on P1. Stalwart are actually breaking out from Ruins just to fight for the old 10 seconds of time. Whether they knew it or not, Q9 are spawning in Bufu, but you still have players...
Bro, ऐसा possible नहीं हो. UID गलत डाला होगा क्या? सक्सेसफुली रिडीम दिखाते टाइम वहाँ पे आपको आपका इन गेम नेम शो होता है. अगर वो शो हो रहा है मतलब वो तुम्हारा ही आईडी है. वो चेक करो.
But as soon as they break through it, it's right into the waiting arms of Q9. 3 straight eliminations. Only one more player to find in the back end. They will find it. Really good start.
ऐसा नहीं हो सकता ब्रो. कोई दुश्मनी तो है नहीं आपकी कॉल ऑफ ड्यूटी के साथ जो आपका रिडीम कोड मेल पे नहीं आएगा.
But if you attempt to try to go through the broken down ruins, you will just get gunned through a multitude of different head glitches. Some players are actually able to get all of the back of ruins, so a pinch is currently going on, but U9 do great enough to be able to isolate these players. They'll get back inside the
Yeah, Clove just a little too antsy right there. He tries to push down when he's got 2 teammates right behind him in just the middle of a reload. Maybe that could have led to more significant of a break, but Q9 quick to rebuttal, find their way back in. From the front though, 18 seconds scrap time to fight for it. Stalwart have broken their way through cave side. Couple of nice eliminations behind this. Smoke will work out. Really good contest here for Stalwart.
बाकी दोनों टीम अभी फिलहाल तो दोनों बराबर से कंटेस्ट कर रही है.
How quickly do you think they're going to be able to at least read this? What you should know now is you have a spawn inside of ruins, and you already at least have Clove turning back.
But at this point, we can't say who's gonna win. Let's see.
Magnificent and is able to do that as well. Spawns will not split, but this is very, very good for rotation.
Clove has just been the hero right now. He goes for a 4 spree by himself, front side of the trench, and now all of a sudden you've got Sparrow out, you've got Equalizers out. IG just not able to find more than just the first though, so the trades are decent for Q9 in the face of the operators, and now they have a chance to pop some of their own.
This is that time. Sweet spot. D3. We're going to start seeing a lot of investment. We know how good Q9 have been in the past.
भाई उस सिचुएशन में तो माइनस CP भी दे देगा.
It's Uling's war machine to be able to find 3. A lot of space to push on forward, albeit the Sparrow pulled. Did not find everything, but the break nonetheless.
Yeah, really good 50-50 split here. The tug of war.
No bro, एकदम bro. दोनों mods बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से सारे चीज मैनेज कर रहे हैं.
Purifier to try to change things up for Chad, and will at least allow Stalwart.
Thanks Manish bhai, thanks Sunny bhai.
Final 12
इतना करने के लिए.
seconds, though, not really much to consider in terms of the overall scrap, but the push from beyond the hard point is what we're really focused on, and as Stalwart continue to try to fight through old, they will also have a couple of players trying to contest new.
This P4 is going to be massive.
चलो कोई नहीं हनी भाई चलता है.
I mean, just look at the way that Q9 are still forced out on the backside of the useless building. And I love this heads-up play, at least from Stalwart Esports, but just because you have a superior positioning doesn't mean you automatically win the gunfight. /live will be dealt with, and should be easy pickings to set up on a couple head glitches here.
Q9 अभी
so far so good.
Lead लेते हुए दिख रहा है.
Operator available, and that would be on to FTX if he chooses to use it or not. 61 plays 83.
Lead लेते जा रहा है.
Numbers inside the hill. Trophy systems have been deleted. These
SE भाई, you have to stop them. एक बार लीड चली जाती है ना, बस उसको कवर करना बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है.
It's just so hard to break through, but with a little bit of help from a pinch coming out from IG, that's going to be enough for FTX to pop the Purifier and clear the hard point with still 25 seconds to fight.
Look at how much space he's currently taken away. Purifier was a great investment here. Can you still hold for this back 15 seconds? Can tie up the game if you're able to do so. Not be able to do it all yourself.
Nice.
For success, yeah. At least for the time being, until Curly walks
ST cover कर रहा है.
Finds 2, keeps it scrappy ahead of the second set.
Yeah, the big news here on that break attempt, though, is not only did Stalwart get this back to level footing, IG is able to find himself a Pred missile. That's going to be huge towards trying to win some key rotations, likely from 1 to 2. See if he decides to hold on to it or not, because he also has an operator to play with. And wow, the kills for Stalwart looking good on rotation back to the middle of the map. Just down to can they get the high ground with Q9 spawning on the left side of the map.
I mean, also just a heads-up play. You talk about the rotation over towards 1 to 2, and that's just all depending whether or not they actually lose it, as FDX is still finessing for his life. But previous to these gunfights that are currently unfolding from the previous spawn, Stalwart are doing a great job at just keeping Q9 at bay. That said, Q9 do fight back. They're back inside the time once more.
Ling feels like he's got to pop the war machine and turns into 2 immediately. More around the backside of the truck.
To redeem the code, you can find a link in the description. Just double tap on the link and you will be redirected to the redemption center. Just paste your UID and the redeem code and that's it. You will get the reward in your in-game mail. Yep.
To continue to break through Chicken Coop, but on top is Uling, and that's enough for Q9 to still retain the right side of the map.
Yeah, it's all from that moment. Midu Stalwart just couldn't just idly hang by and just watch all the time go over towards one, but Q9 punished it. You're able to win the gunfights and flip the spawns for such a heavy rotation. It's a dead even game, 110 to 110. Got to try to find some stuns and nades to get over towards his hop up, but Q9 are starting to shut down the space.
I love this idea, though, from Stalwart initially. Try to just take your full focus down to the bottom of the map, because you technically have a pred missile to clear out the hard point, but as they get pushed out, now they're just defaulting to playing through the cave, right into the waiting arms of Sun Sparrow. You also have the Purifier playing up, and this is not good. You do not want this if you're looking at it from Stalwart's perspective. IG just trying to desperately throw the pred missile in, but it's not going to really change the status of the hard point whatsoever. Q9 dominating on this setup around P2.
By the way guys, if you're enjoying this stream, don't forget to like this stream. Just simply double tap on this on your skin. That's it.
All of those operators get popped, and even the equalizer from Curly at the end finds 4. And it's just disastrous on P2 for Stalwart Esports.
Q9 with a 40 lead. और lead बढ़ते ही जा रहा है भाई.
Without trying to sound too critical, remember that moment, because that was lazy gameplay from Stalwart. They're spawning P4, and instead of taking the long route to try to put more pressure through Temple, they're just defaulting to funneling into a Purifier, an Equalizer, a Sparrow. And if you can't take by my candor, that is an episode of Will It Blend, and Stalwart absolutely will blend. So 167, 110, back over to P3.
बहुत ही limited weapons use हो रही हैं यहाँ पे. Odin, Type 19, Fennec, R9, KRM. और sniper में आपका Tundra. बस.
Goes 1 for 1 does LG, but still from all of those operators, they're still being popped. Look at how many more members for Q9 are currently around the objective, because Stalwart are just getting gunned. No one's anchoring the back spawns, and then you get flanked. Q9 back in the time.
At least for now, over towards trench side. Sun dealt with. Still more operators at the ready. Equalizer and the Purifier going to be spent. What does it find? It finds nothing? Absolutely nothing?
Oh, no.
And now Uling over the backside with the War Machine could clear up the hard point. Uh-oh. Not what you want. Uling is teeing off. All 5 fall to the War Machine of Uling. And that will be enough for Q9 to get close, if not above, the 200-point threshold.
It's just felt so silent from Uling just until the War Machine pops out. Feels like...
Hi Zeus, welcome to the stream bro. What's up? क्या हाल है?
Very explosive operator, and the snowball continues on from P2 onward to P3. But you even look at the rotation towards P4, you still have the grace period before it actually pops. But Stalwart are still trying to hit through the old time and trying to surround the upcoming hill.
Yeah, and the problem is that was such an expensive hard point in terms of operator usage. Now you're just dealing with just Clove.
Locus बहुत limited लोग use कर रहे हैं.
The rest of Q9 getting close to earning some of their own as they can win the game right here. And once more, here comes that same funnel, but just from the opposite side. If you're Stalwart, you have to get control of Chicken Coop. You cannot just keep defaulting.
अरे एस ब्रो क्या हो गया? redeem करने में क्या problem आ रहा है आपको?
This map's been at the pool for 2 years. We need to know this by now.
Gotta be frustrating just to be on that stage. They might honestly just be thinking about the search and destroy coming up. But
उसके भी अलग-अलग kill effects हैं, बस probably effects और color changes हैं. ऐसे कुछ kill effects में ऐसे major changes नहीं है. Noticeable नहीं है ज़्यादा, पर है.
But Q9 have operators, and they still have the ability to run through Chicken Coop. Just the multiple points of ingress.
हाँ, sometimes you have to use VPN to redeem the code. You can try by using VPN.
So now it's a 100-point game. Only 16 points needed for Q9, and they're going to rotate back over to P1 where they already have high ground control through maps. This is where it ends.
It is. I mean, Q9 now have a sweet pickings on how would you like to win? Well, might as well just call a game here. Look at the spacing being provided, just making sure they cut down players left, right, and center. But Skurd does have a Sparrow, is able to at least find 2. You also had to push manifesting all the way through maps, so Stalwart in possession of the time.
For now, 3 operators, though, when Q9 want them. And they may not even need them. Couple of eliminations coming through. Clove trying to pull the hero play over towards the backside of Coop. Does well. Catches a couple more. Stalwart now starting to zone a little bit further forward. But can they survive through this incoming utility? Just 11 seconds needed for Q9.
No doubt.
Have to be the remaining time here for Stalwart. Plus
Q9 will win this round.
Not impossible, just improbable. So now it's down to what
ST के लिए अभी comeback करना बहुत ही मुश्किल है. बहुत ही ज़्यादा मुश्किल है.
gets an opportunity for the rest of the teammates from the front to start
क्या
finding
मतलब कर लेंगे इन
success,
लोग?
and this break could very well be the end.
Still enough time to close it out here, so long as everybody stays around the time. You have to
क्या
convince
लगता
your
है
stalwart.
कर लेंगे?
You're going to be walking
Nah,
into a lot
no
of line of
chance.
sight currently being held. The contest comes through, so we will go new, but there's already a player trying to thread the rotation.
Yeah, 1v1 over the top of the jump wall is going to be everything.
I heard that Mythic
Forward is
Spectre is
closed.
coming back, but no confirmed date.
Still holding on to 3 operators. Hit from the front is where largely this is playing, but look at the play over through the jump wall. They're pinching it nicely. Nades and War Machines over the top. This is leading to now an opportunity for Q9 to get the kill. They need to move on forward. FTX still holding on. Skirt needs to be the hero, but can he survive through Curly's equalizer? Doesn't look likely as he rips apart the backline, and that will do it. Curly with the final moments, and Q9 take a very comfortable win.
It really does say something that even when they're staring down the barrel of having to break through P1 going in towards P2. They had those 3 operators at the end of the previous set of hard points, but then they just waited for the right moment, found some spacing, and then the moment they got inside P2 to call game, that's when you saw the operators being pulled by Q9. And it's those core fundamentals that do make them a very frightening team, because they always have a plan, and they always executed very, very well, comparatively to Stalwart that did obviously have a plan, but once all of your operators get shut down, only finding maybe at max 2 kills, and then Uling pops a War Machine and finds 6.
Yeah.
It's hard to justify how you can actually work your way back into winning.
80-90 MS में खेलना बड़ा मुश्किल है, especially with snipers and in MP. BR फिर भी चल जाता है भाई, MP पे ना हो पाए.
The highlight bonus one, I think Curly as well, the equalizers was unbelievable, but the thing about it is the macro of how you play the map.
Yes.
You cannot funnel through cave. You just can't. It's a 5v5 map on what was initially a 4v4 map when it was played in the traditional multiplayer. You have to send players on routes.
Q9 खाली Q9 नहीं bro. हनी भाई, इससे भी तगड़ी तगड़ी टीम है. इससे भी मतलब ऐसा नहीं कि ये बेकार है. ये सारी तगड़ी टीम है. कोई भी कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकता है.
You're forcing yourself into very inopportune gunfights and more inopportune opportunities that made Q9 just look so brilliant with their operator usage as well.
चाइना का माल इतना कैसे चलने लग गया? क्या पता भाई?
Of what we were just talking about, same for Uling, 45 and 25. But you look from top to bottom and just the assist column again coming through. A lot of good team shots were coming through from Stalwart, absolutely, but Q9 just always felt like
बीच में ऐड हुआ था कंट्रोल रैंक में, फिर शायद रिमूव कर दिया उन्होंने.
It's tough because if Stalwart were just to have tried to hit the outside routes through Temple, that map may look very different, but the largest stretch of points put together was between P2 and then again over to P4 where Q9 were just dominating the middle of the map. You just got to hit, you have to hit a route. I mean, the common phrase in the COD world that we say is route man gets paid. No one got paid today from Stalwart because no one was hitting routes. So tough scenes overall, but hey, that's the one thing we talked about, that this APOC map wasn't necessarily going to lean towards one team or another based on statistics. What we're looking forward to would be Stalwart trying to take the Summit hard point in map number 4. But first, before they could do that, they got to find a way to fight against this firing range search, which Q9 is great at, and then find a way to manipulate the seaside control.
I mean, it's just, how do you not spin this as an uphill battle? Q9 throughout the entirety of the weekend are 4-0. Yes, they've had some at least close escapes, but so their search and destroy, from what I was able to go back and watch last night, has been very, very good. And I think that this does play into their game mode, especially, or into their wheelhouse. Walking away with how dominant that win was on map 1. Uling's going to come in here with a sniper rifle and just have a heyday.
Yeah, it's definitely an uphill battle for whenever we're talking about X-Rock or Q9 playing up against them on Search and Destroy. But in particular, I mean, this Q9 team is the number 2 S&D team this weekend. Like you said, they're flawless so far. Their average margin of victory is 5.25. So
it's pretty good.
That's average 7-2 is how they're beating teams. Whereas on the other side, it hasn't been notoriously bad from the side of Stalwart, but it has
By the way,
been
guys,
one of their weakest.
who's your favorite team now? Let me know in the
The
chat.
improvements haven't necessarily been there, and the problem is you got to have a firing range and then a Tunisia if you do get to map 5 that you have to take down this Q9 squad, and those are the 2 most played maps in Chinese COD Mobile. So you don't feel great about their chances in terms of winning this through the through the search and destroys.
Yeah, I mean, no, definitely not. You go back to the predictions. That's why even I was the one that at least gave them the benefit of the doubt with taking 2 maps, because if it goes 5, yeah, it's tough to spin it. At Stalwart will be able to complete it. But I digress. Look, they were able to at least have a 7-5 win versus Luminosity, and that is super respectable as far as 2 of their wins in Search and Destroy yesterday compared with 2 of their losses.
Yeah.
They did get blown out of the water, albeit on a takeoff, 1-7 versus Gallerus, who of course are a very good Search and Destroy team, but kind of gives you a taste.
एक पोल डाला है भाई, बताओ कौन सा तुम्हारा फेवरेट टीम टीम है, X-Rock, Wolf या Q9. 50% with X-Rock, 23 with Wolves and Q9 27. देखते हैं कितनी उतार चढ़ाव आती है इस पे.
Regions playing up against Chinese teams, I think the rule of thumb is you have to win your search and destroy pick. That's what Elevate did when they won CDSI. They won their search and destroy picks and they dominated in the respawns. That has to be, I think, the key to victory for every team playing up against X-Rock, Q9, or Wolves when we eventually see them.
Yeah, I mean, the firing range is always kind of a toss-up because, I mean, it's one of those map mode combinations. To your exclaim about Apocalypse Hardpoint, we've had this around for quite some time, so you feel like that there could be some unknown variables potentially for it to come all the way through. Again, when these two teams last faced off against each other, which was not too long ago, they did play that Express Search and Destroy, and it ended 9-4. So
yeah, not bad.
I would say that the armor is not impenetrable, but you're definitely going to have to work real hard when it comes down to firing range. Really finesse your
वो तो है
aim.
bro.
You just want to see good utility being used to unearth some of these positions that you know that the sniper rifles in
पर सबको फेस करना पड़ता है नो ब्रो. हर फील्ड में आपको फेस करना, ऐसा नहीं है खाली इंडिया में, हर जगह यही होता है.
How often are these teams going to say, let's take the sniper 1v1? Like, let's actually voluntarily square up, see who wins that opening battle, as we're already into the action here in round number 1.
चाइनीज में गाली कैसे दे? गूगल कर लो भाई.
That's over towards the B side of the map, which Stalwart still seem to want to try to push through. The MG's already up and blazing.
चीचा चूं ऐसे ही कुछ होगा. हेलो अनुपम भाई, वेलकम बैक ब्रो, वेलकम बैक. क्या हाल है भाई? Come on Godlike. क्या भाई, कौन से नशे?
4v4, we will wrap all the way back over towards A, but the benefit of doing that tin push, you'll be right back to assist your team for this push.
3 players for Q9 have already committed to playing in the obstacles course, even getting a little bit further forward. Sun able to hit his first shot. Response on the way. Good for IG. Gets 2.
Okay, bye-bye.
Land for Chen as well. So we trade this out nicely if you're Stalwart. 2v1 situation, and Shot Up is on the long flank. Question is, do they have a tally on where Uling has moved towards? It doesn't look like it, but it may not matter because the bomb's being planted at B.
Gonna have to at least get through one before you can find the other. Uling.
Oh, timing.
That is actually criminally insane.
Oh, they saw him though. And Shot Up is deciding, do I want to play sandbags or want to play inside the site? He's going to opt to play sandbags. Time ticking away, starting to lean back towards B. Difficult 1v2 here for Uling. He's cleared out a lot of the backside of the site, but now here's the difficult part. How do you work your way
यहाँ का
into
redeem
the
code
actual
लेके वहाँ.
site itself? They being cooked. This would need to land. And, well, it's in a good spot. It does get a hit marker, in and out. Maybe an opportunity to get the isolation, but the time is running out here. And IG has backed himself into a corner where he's gotten the regen and an opportunity to crossfire.
अरे अनुपम भाई बिल्कुल, आप मेरे को इंस्टाग्राम में अपना इंस्टाग्राम में आप मेरे को मैसेज कर दो, मैं आपको कोड दे दूंगा.
But you know, it's one of those things you get naded. Typically, our first reaction is just to move. That's the exact way that Uling wanted, but not to be played into those hands. A nice little bounce back for Stalwart when they seemed that they were down.
Yeah, opening shot. Okay, Shot Up also able to find Sun. So an early 5v4. FDX getting.
वैसे guys, अनुपम भाई is one of our BP winner from yesterday's stream. तो अगर आपको भी अगर BP चाहिए फ्री में, तो chat में एक्टिव रहो बस.
A little bit of a crossfire setup inside of the trailer with Chen on an R9, so he's going to be stuck there for pretty much the rest of the round.
Not only Anupam, no bro, you are also a BP winner from yesterday's stream. आप लोग बस मुझे अपने DM में एक टेक्स्ट छोड़ दो, मैं आप दोनों को कोड सेंड कर दूंगा. आप बता देना आपको गूगल का कोड चाहिए रहेगा या फिर एप्पल आईडी का.
Uling, this trigger disappointed timing on the peak is brilliant, but the trades are still decent for the side of Stalwart. We go to a 3v2, the flank from IG decent, that's going to be a good freebie onto Chen, and now you just back up, rotate to A, which is wide open.
Hi Paul, welcome to the stream.
Curly trying to rotate back through 10.
BP50 ban है bro.
Timing is everything here. In a 1v3. Might not even get a.
No bro, okay, बस टेक्स्ट में मुझे बता देना कि आपको कौन सा चाहिए, गूगल का या एप्पल का.
Yeah, and the problem with Curly here is he doesn't know if anyone's playing rogue behind him through B still, so it's tough to get proactive.
Someone could get timing outside.
By the way, congratulations Shubham and Noah.
So Curly just has to kind of put the
Anupam and Noah, sorry.
First shots are perfect. IG will drop immediately. Now here's the time.
Sorry Anupam bhai.
Smoke out. he gets the first, almost a chance at the final, but shot up right there for the trade. Holds on and Stalwart taking early 2-0 edge.
क्या भाई क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे? एसएनडी में तो एसटी डोमिनेट कर रहा है अभी तक तो.
Another 20 HP? I don't know, maybe. My brain would definitely go there, but what a great opening for Stalwart Esports. Again, going against everything that we've said so far. Q9 kind of get mixed up with what Stalwart are throwing their way.
Different setup here for Q9. Same
Okay, Anupam, bro.
Trailer, but you're going to have number 2 in Mauchi playing top 10 with a passive sniper angle from Sun. Not going to give an offer to take that 1v1 sniper battle early is Q9. So different kind of more reserved identity in this round 3 defense than what we had seen previously.
Just waiting for the timing. Maybe someone could overextend. It's going to be so frustrating for Q9. They do not have the opportunity to try to dictate this pace. But you are on defense, you realistically don't have to move. Late stun going inside of 10 looked like it did connect.
वैसे और भी कुछ लोग हैं बीपी विनर्स पर फिलहाल आज के स्ट्रीम पे दिख नहीं रहे. जैसे ही आते हैं मैं उनको भी नाम अनाउंस कर दूंगा.
It's just real tough because I don't think you would normally check that angle. So the fact that he does finds the tag, it pushes Mauchi back into the deep side of 10, which now puts a little bit
नहीं randomly choose नहीं किया. The most active peoples in the chat will get the free BP, and I'll announce the winner in tomorrow's stream. So if you want to win a BP, just be active in the chat. That's it.
Want it from Mauchi, so he's the important one to kind of keep an eye on from the defensive standpoint. This is
8 seconds. You gotta go. They're just gonna flood inside of 10. The timing is good enough for Curly to find all 3. That is not exactly.
No idea, Abhishek, bro. Never tried it.
Wide for the 4th. Waited so long for the perfect moment to pounce.
Yep.
Turns out that pouncing was.
That's right. Tectonic ने पता नहीं Tectonic नहीं use किया, but one of them used a perk which was banned. तो उनके बीच में control का rematch हुआ था.
But instead of throwing anything into trailer, they just try to flood it, and that double setup on the crossfire is perfect. So maybe the first moment where you look at Stalwart and say, what went wrong there? Lots of nades and smokes being thrown over towards the middle of the map.
Dragon bro, you can win a VP. Just be active in the chat.
And what they want to do defensively. This time it's Chen inside of trailer, but with an MG. So he's got to play this a little bit more passively. There's not a lot of help for him unless Curly can find something on his cross.
How much late utility do you still have for the inevitable execute that has to come your way if you are Stalwart? Whatever information they saw previously and from the previous execute that did not go their way, they're wanting to almost play for a combined 4 Chow.
Yeah, and the problem about this is Uling is watching this corner, and Mauchi, who was playing mid last round, is here for support. Uling gets taken down. Great stun over the top, allows Clove to go from one to the other. Now the rotation in. You've got a player nearby for Q9, but this late offensive smoke will keep him out of the picture for just a while longer. Most importantly, though, you have another player just hanging in the form of, I think that's Chen, towards A. So this defense is all about, can you get a good one-for-one contact on this
Crick 6 कौन सा mythic या epic की बात कर रहे हो?
Because they don't have the information yet. Curly still playing on this one-off angle. They start shooting, and well, we'll lose their life because of it.
I think SKS, NA45, बहुत सारे weapons हैं भाई. Most banned weapons तो नहीं होता भाई. जो ban है मतलब ban है. वापस आते हुए दिखता नहीं मेरे को वो weapon. एक बार जो ban हो जाता है.
Killer of time at worst. Couple of tags slows down this play. Long flank now from Sun. This has to find success. Clears off top, useless. Nothing there. Now it's just down to, can he get the shot over towards Clove? Not going to see it, apparently. Chen is instead going to be at mid. Sun trying to work his way forward, not going to happen, and Chen's not any success through mid. Stalwart's offense looking really solid at this point.
It is, and that's why I posed the question. I was like, I didn't count with all these sprites going across the mini-map on what stuns could possibly be left, but it's that exact reasoning. They're learning from what happened to them previously on that execute, so the late stun allows them to get that much further forward from the damage found previously on Uling. Wonderfully done for Stalwart. Now they have a 2-round lead again.
Early nades on both sides towards B jungle. Trophy's denying a lot of it. That's every single frag has been thrown towards B closet, and Q9 doesn't care. They've got one defender in the form of Mauchi. He's holding deep. Everything else is all about focus in towards
all-time favorite gun कौन सा है? बहुत सारे हैं. As well, Crick, Codm, Fennec.
And things will once again just go back to the same kind of passive 5v5 that we've had every single round to this point.
Yeah. Again, it comes down to the timing of the execute, utility, everything.
मैं एक गन से ज़्यादा एक दो मैच खेलता हूँ, उससे ज़्यादा नहीं. बोर हो जाता हूँ भाई. चाहे वो गन हो या कैरेक्टर हो. एक दो मैच से ज़्यादा वो सेम गन सेम नहीं हो पाता मेरे से.
Clove just gets caught trying to get aggressive. Follow up now, and this hit through Closet is going to force Q9 to rotate back. One player will hold towards A, but this is fully a stalwart hit towards the B site, and they're finding kills everywhere except for on the rogue player at A. Now can they isolate? Sure can. Mauchi will drop. It all's going to come down to what can Chen find on this rotation. He still has a nade available. It's being cooked. Does this land? It's placed in a pretty decent spot. IG's down to a single point of health, but the health from Shut Up is better. Stalwart get 4.
Yeah, that's just a tough situation. You're really hoping for the nade to
Stalwart
get
भाई
damage, but
SND में कमाल दिखा रहा है. क्या लगता है SND का ये राउंड कौन जीतेगा? Q9 और STE?
Stayed alive for such a long time over by tires just was not good enough. Stalwart's offense have Q9 baffled.
वही लग तो ये देख के तो यही लग रहा है कि ST का SND बढ़िया है.
3-man setup over towards B initially. Tried for just a piece of timing to check outside a closet. Not going to work out for anything. Now the rotation back towards A, thinking, hey, we've shown Stalwart we've got members here at B. Let's rotate back, see if we can catch something on the other side towards A. But again, Stalwart
दोनों टीम में एक MG42 यूजर जरूर से रहता है भाई. एक तो पक्के से रहता है. वो स्पॉट कर लिया भाई. स्पॉटिंग बहुत बढ़िया रहता है इनका भाई. एक स्लाइड स्पॉट, वन शॉट किल, खत्म.
Trying to re-pick up all the way through mid. They're expecting you to come back over towards B, and why wouldn't you? Stalwart have been loving that site so far.
Yeah, this is interesting because
गन्स की गिव नहीं. कोड्स में आपको अलग-अलग चीज में गन स्किन्स है, कैरेक्टर स्किन्स है, शायद से स्प्रे है, कॉलिंग कार्ड है, चार्म है. गन स्किन एक ही है उसमें, वो भी शायद DRH है.
This is just AR gameplay for Q9's defense. Clove, first one in. MG42 responsible for middle. Hold on a second. The Odin coming to life here all of a sudden as Mauchi's able to turn for one. That actually stops the bomb from being planted with assistance through mid-map. And for the first time, Stalwart have been a little bit thrown back after this B hit.
Late nade from Uling, and then a great...
How to redeem the code? Just click on the link which is available in the description. You will be redirected to a Codm Redemption Center. Just paste your UID and the code, and you will get the gift in your mail, in-game mail.
Yeah, and I think for Q9, just to kind of give credit where credit is due in that last defense, they know that they've been stunned up a lot backside of that car on the backside of B towards tires. So they stay
crystal camo. हाँ, मैंने grind तो किया है पर ज़्यादा नहीं.
So we swap the sides. Q9 now on the offense. Initial efforts towards A. There's 3 stuns being tossed, and the hit behind the smoke will start to ensue. Clove has nowhere to go. Extra tags to FTX, and this is going to lead to a plan.
Even a late nade should confirm it. There's going to be a little 1v1 outside of wood.
अनुपम भाई, ये जो अभी आपका आया ही आप ही हो ना? कंफर्म करना. अभी जस्ट मुझे मैसेज आया है इंस्टाग्राम में. आप ही हो ना?
Yep. It seems to be somewhat transmitted to Stalwart, and they will take down Uling initially. Shot up. I believe he knows that Chen's in the corner. Smoke will come down. This is your retake smoke. Chen has been stunned as well. Here comes the play forward, but do they have an idea that Mauchi's playing behind them? Shot up needs a turn. He does find the kill.
2v2 situation. 2v1.
In the corner. Good for the first and the second. Beautiful read from Chen. Initially looked like he was going to be isolated, but not
Q9 come back कर लेगा लग रहा है.
Pretty stark comparisons as far as
What do you think, guys?
Is like the first 30 seconds to go in their fight.
ज़्यादा difference तो है नहीं अभी.
No hesitation. Able to push all the way across the test.
Hello Krisha bhai, welcome to the stream bhai. कैसे हो Krisha?
From there on out, it was truly Q9's round to lose. Now they only trail by 1.
Heavy stack in towards wood behind the smoke at the moment for Q9. Just waiting to see if they can maybe isolate over towards top 10 or at least clear it in some regard. And they will say, okay.
हाँ भाई बनीशा भाई, प्रैक्टिस तो करना पड़ेगा भाई. इन लोग को खेलते देख के ना बहुत चीजें सीखने मिलती है. पर ऐसा ना सिर्फ ये कॉम्पी वाले सीन में ही होता है भाई. नॉर्मल रैंक उसमें तो भाई उन लोग तो भाई एज ए हेडलेस चिकन दौड़ते रहते भाई इधर उधर. बाय द वे गाइस, तुम लोग को कैसे टीममेट्स मिलते हैं अगर आप खेल रहे हो हार्ड पॉइंट डोमिनेशन? रैंडम टीममेट्स कैसे मिलते हैं? अच्छे मिलते हैं? 10 आउट ऑफ 10 कितने बार अच्छे टीममेट्स मिलते हैं? 10 आउट ऑफ कितने बार खराब टीममेट्स मिलते हैं? लेट मी नो. ठीक है अनुपम भाई, मैं आपको जल्दी गूगल का रिडीम कोड भेज दूंगा.
Attack smoke is supposed to be the green light to go. Yeah. So Clove going 1 for 1 stops everything. IG is going to need to learn that as soon as they're
No bro, आप भी मेरे को मैसेज कर देना इंस्टाग्राम पे.
So he gets a little bit punished for that. And off that elimination, Q9 will still get a plant together. Flash over the top, not going to allow for too much for Stalwart, but they still pick up onto one. Shen holds, shakes off the status, while meanwhile there's a 1v1 on the other side of the map. Shot off versus Sun. This is an important one, and I love the help. It's just
It's not skin, bro. It's about the gun.
Skirt. Now last one left, 1v3, nowhere to go. Talk about trusting your teammates.
Well, it's even more like it's the visual representation that you get to see on always thinking about the future. Hey, I need help. I need to save.
मेरी आवाज में दर्द है. कौन सी दर्द? कैसा दर्द भाई?
Comes to keep his teammate alive. It's so important because that teammate over by showers is the clutch.
भाई 5K लॉबी ठीक है. मेरे में भी 5K लॉबी वाले प्लेयर्स आते हैं, पर मेरे वाले जो 5K वाले प्लेयर्स रहते हैं ना, वो तो मेरे को भाई लेजेंडरी डिजर्विंग नहीं लगते भाई. वो टॉप 5K कैसे पहुंच जाते हैं मैं ये नहीं समझ पाता हूँ. मुझे तो 10 आउट ऑफ 8 भाई 8 बार मिलेंगे एकदम कचड़ा टीममेट्स. हार्ड पॉइंट खेलते हैं, हार्ड पॉइंट नहीं जाना है. ये मेरे को समझ नहीं आता क्यों.
Always have to ask the question, do you see some utility for Q9? It's going to shroud this push. 2 players still left behind, worried about the push all the way over by Woods. You have a 3v2 over here.
Oh, then this is what I'm talking about.
Dragon Bro, in that condition, you have to use VPN.
Skirt in trouble, does back up to a little bit more safety.
VPN use करो, आपका redeem हो जाएगा.
At the same moment. Ooh, the push forward from Clove.
US से कनेक्ट हो जाओ और VPN यूज कर लो, हो जाएगा.
What the timing looks like, he finds himself in the enemy lines, has one lined up, but he can't finish the kill. Oh no, looks like
3v3 situation.
Wide open instead. Now Q9 can re-hit towards B.
Even the slightest little bit of trigger discipline probably could have let 3 pass before they checked that one little corner.
राजीव ब्रो 1 out of 10 क्या एक अच्छे टीममेट्स मिलते हैं या 9 बार बेकार मिलते हैं, 9 बार अच्छे मिलते हैं?
There's not going to be a second chance, not with Sun still alive. Smoke out. This should lead to a plan. I just love
रैंडम टीममेट्स वाला दर्द तो भाई बहुत खतरनाक है. हाय केन गेमर, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो. क्या हाल है?
Now has the Fennec in hand. Here comes the flood. They have not seen Curly yet. This will be a 1v3, but as they clear the site, they know he has to be playing in towards mid sandbags. Do they have the opportunity?
बेस्ट ऑपरेटर स्किल आप तो देख ही रहे हो. एनाइलेटर हो गया, वॉर मशीन हो गया.
It works, but you really did give Curly an opportunity to be able to clutch that play, isolating yourself just like that. But I do love the reciprocation.
लेजेंडरी बंडल आने वाला है. नो आइडिया ब्रो. आपको पता है तो आप बता दो.
They are decisively taking over the site once they realize that they do have an opportunity to do so. Stalwart on that retake, even in a 3v2, do not hesitate themselves. Just get back inside the closet, try to overwhelm them with their numbers.
भाई डोमिनेशन, भाई देखो सबसे पहली बात मैं डोमिनेशन खेलता क्यों नहीं हूँ. एक तो मैं जब मैं हार्ड पॉइंट खेलता हूँ वो लोग 1 पॉइंट पे नहीं जा पाते. डोमिनेशन पे भाई 3 पॉइंट्स रहते हैं, तब तो भूल ही जाओ भाई. जो पॉइंट पे हम स्पॉन होते हैं ना, उस पॉइंट से भी भाई भागे भागे आगे निकल जाते हैं. साला हमको करना ही नहीं है कैप्चर.
Have a chance to counter nade this execute if Q9 show their hand by way of those 3 flash executes.
Early nades, stuns, won't connect.
बंडल का कोई फिक्स नहीं रहता ब्रो. बंडल आपका प्राइस ऊपर नीचे रहता है, कभी फिक्स प्राइस नहीं है बंडल का. आज कितने बजे तक चलेगा देखते हैं. लेट्स सी. आज तो ज्यादा मैचेस नहीं है तो एंड तक रहेंगे आज.
That's all it is.
That's another good play.
Here we go. There's the smoke. There's the nades. This is all about trying to destroy the trophies. Next will be the stuns. And this is now where all of a sudden Stalwart has to be throwing counter nades. They should know that, yep, here comes...
ये दुख दर्द कब खत्म होगा भाई? इस सवाल का जवाब मैं भी ढूंढ रहा हूँ भाई. कब खत्म होगा ये दुख दर्द?
And they're playing 4D chess. Sun tries to do what he can, but that is a beautiful response for Stalwart.
Now you know where Mauchi has to be coming from mid, but actually elects to rewrap through the test dummies. But the timing is
redeem code is already mentioned in the chat. Just scroll up and down, you will get the code.
You have trailer control. Shout up just has to swing upon the confirmation.
हाँ पनीशा भाई बोलो.
Over by barrels, and it is just harmonious search and destroy being played on the main stage here on a Saturday. Fantastic.
ऐसी निकाल लेगा लगता है एसएनडी का राउंड. एसएनडी खेला करो. अरे भाई एसएनडी में क्या चाहिए तुमको? क्या एसएनडी तो मत ही बोलो भाई.
Who makes that call for Stalwart, but someone internal to the Stalwart organization, give that guy a freaking bonus. Unbelievable play call.
Yep. We will get a free legendary like M4. ये नहीं, हम लोग को जैसे DRH का जो free legendary मिला था ना, we will get in season 6, rank season 6.
It's looking like it's going to have to be a mid retake, at least through mid. You do have at least
Probably it's a LK24. Not sure about that.
Not expecting for this angle to be held, but win condition set here for Q9 to get 5.
Sun watching the long flank, misses the first set of shots. Still has a safe angle to play off of. Up close and personal, FDX gets the gloves up. Sun still.
भाई मेरे टीममेट्स तो किल के लिए भी नहीं खेलते ना ओबीजी के लिए खेलते हैं समझ नहीं आता खेलते कितने 10 से ऊपर किल नहीं रहता 8 पॉइंट में 10 सेकंड से ऊपर रहना नहीं है खेलते क्यों है भाई कुछ और खेलो भाई टीडीएम खेलो कुछ और खेलो हार्ड पॉइंट मत खेलो भाई अगर हार्ड पॉइंट नहीं जाना है तो
clearing everything over by showers, but you're still trying to quickly, with a blaze of glory, try to get inside a trailer. It's just missed timing, but definitely an opportunity for Stalwart to try to yoink that round away. But Q9 keep
एसएनडी में भाई तो तुमको नेक्स्ट लेवल कैंपर्स दिखेंगे भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल कैंपर्स नहीं बोलूंगा गाइस एसएनडी मैच ही ऐसा है ना कि होल्ड करके खेलना रहता है पर अकेले तुम कुछ नहीं कर सकते अगर तुम्हारा टीम का जैसे अभी देख लो यहाँ पे 4v2 सिचुएशन है अब इनका चांस कितना कम है वो ये क्या 2v2 पे ले आया था पर खत्म भाई अब डू और डाई सिचुएशन हो गया भाई अब ये राउंड जो जीतेगा जीतेगा लग रहा था एसटी ले जाएगा ये मैच पर Q9 बोलते नहीं भैया हमारे रहते नहीं
the offense now for Stalwart Esports, who do love to hold off for about a whole minute, but that might change things. Nice nade.
Yeah. Just a little bounce pass inside a trailer will work out. And if you're Stalwart right here, I would love
Valorant खेलो इंडिया में अभी नहीं आया ब्रो Valorant मोबाइल
don't have your smoke anymore so there's no chance to dive into trailer but can you put a little bit of pressure towards back
ब्रदर दुख है इसका अंत कभी नहीं होगा मैच मेकिंग सिस्टम इन लोग सुधार दिए तो हो जाएगा ब्रो आवाज में दर्द तो है क्या भाई कौन सा दर्द
behind
2v3
also has the read on the third and his citizens nearby.
That's a risky call from Stalwart. We'll talk more about that in a moment.
क्या लगता है who will win this round
so you know that if
I think Q9 ले लेगा Q9 निकाल लेगा
that's exactly what's happening. A couple of tags from Uling will confirm, but they will back off thinking that this is going to be, you know, if they were to play this, they're going to re-wrap back.
Q9 निकाल लेगा.
Search and destroy often leads towards it's going to be a 3v2. Let's play our numbers together.
Yeah. Just play the 3v2 retake. Might be a 2-1 split once they do get the mutual information, but here's the hesitation coming through, at least for IG and FDX. They've just been expecting somebody to egregiously overchow, and they've given up the entirety of the map. They're never going to expect this full flank to come through when it does.
Yeah, they have cleared tires though, so FDX.
भाई बहुत बढ़िया comeback किए Q9.
He's going to have an angle, but it's not going to work out. Q9. It's such a good call, and I love the fact that you call it. They're playing just for a reason.
Sorry. अनुपम भाई आज बस experiment कर रहा था कि आज vertical stream करते हैं.
What does that mean? It's going to take time. So they have a free wrap to come around from behind. It's just really good awareness from Q9.
But it's the lack of awareness for the execute for Stalwart. Again, the stuns and the nades.
नहीं vertical stream में आप इसको full screen तो कर नहीं सकते.
Very similar setup, but here comes back the offense now. Q9 up on that point.
And Q9 looking to take the smoke play in the trailer, and they will isolate. Oh. Well done. Curly now has a post plant setup. But the problem is, do they have anyone to clear out this backside barrel?
Q9 वाव से लीड में आ गया भाई.
Nade smoke still alive for Stalwart, who are hanging onto this back corner. The problem is they cannot contest this plant as the nade over the top does not land. So now they're going to
कल का तो हाँ कल तो क्वालिफाई कर गया था पर आज सैडली डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया गॉड लाइक. अरे Crusher bhai, thanks for becoming a member, bro. Really appreciate that, bro.
Browns needs to come through. It's FDX against the world. Has a nice little world star and the boxing gloves for the second. There's still time.
Yeah, it's just getting re-wrapped on. Shots from behind, though. Alert him.
Kuku9.
Player behind him, but it's just not going to be found. Q9
Khatam.
the search 8-6. And I will say again, Stalwart.
भाई मुझे लग रहा था कि ST ये SNT का राउंड निकाल लेगा पर Q9 बोलते हमारे रहते नहीं भैया.
To go to the playbook that Q9 brought to the table.
Q9 remain flawless on Search and Destroy here at Worlds 2024 at DreamHack.
Yep, sadly,
from a 2-4
India is out of the championship.
Winning 8-6. Both overtime rounds came through, and as you said, the 4D chest was just absolutely perfect for Q9. But credit where credit is due. I mean, Stalwart just threw those opening handful of rounds, and then also the return effort once they were losing offensive rounds over and over again were so good. But then Q9.
Hello Hansraj, welcome to the stream, bro. क्या हाल है?
It's as small as just the littlest of alterations over by their B defense that completely kept Stalwart off guard. Because why wouldn't you try to go back towards the B push? It's where you found most success on your offensive half. But when the Suns don't connect over top of the nades and Curly goes unnoticed and it's a free angle for three, very difficult to combat.
बहुत तगड़ा comeback था भाई Q9 का. Well done Q9.
Visit that first overtime round where Stalwart gets the opening nade pick onto trailer. It's a guessing game because Q9 have sometimes had Uling playing at B with a sniper rifle. Sometimes he's had an MG though.
Correct.
In that round, he's not sniping that back barrel. They think that the sniper is going to rotate to help A because you have to have somebody watching that corner through barrel, and they say, let's avoid the scope. Let's try to isolate over towards B on the boxes. The stuns don't fully land though, and wouldn't you know it, Curly's holding an MG over the top of it. There is no sniper rifle that time, and Curly walks away with 3 to give them that advantage.
Slightest alterations, but the one constant is in fact Curly. 17 and 11, that's a hell of a lot of engagements through the rounds of Search and Destroy that we saw. 13 and 9 out of Uling. Said to keep a close eye on what that cat is about to do going in towards Search and Destroy. And wouldn't you know it, was pretty darn good about it. The bounce back from the two usual suspects from that map number 1 for Q9 now lead them 2-0 over Stalwart. And Stalwart coming into this control, I mean, at least you know that it could be a more favorable game mode for you, but 0-2 back against the wall versus this Chinese team of Q9 that you have yet to beat before.
Yep.
That is a hard mental bounce back.
I will say, though, and again, I think the veto process worked out decently here for Stalwart. Control is the one map that, as I said, kind of in my prediction, I had a 3-1. I had Stalwart winning the Control. They also got Seaside, which they played a lot of at CDSI. Is also their best mode at CDSI. Have only had a chance to play it once so far on the weekend through the Swiss.
Yeah.
But I think that Stalwart will be very happy to have a chance to get themselves to a map 3 on a map that they like in Seaside, with a chance to then go to a
Best
summit hard
epic.
point where they've been great.
नहीं bro, what's the next epic weapon in Strongbox? एक character आने वाला है कुछ alien based theme पे. नाम तो याद नहीं मुझे. उस पे normal सा skin रहेगा, पर mainly वो Strongbox character based रहेगा, जो कि शायद 6 या 7 को आ रहा है.
I think that this could be a very good game mode that you could catch them lacking.
No doubt, funny copy. हाँ भाई.
Has never been, I guess, so favorable, but they have been playing it a whole lot longer going into this Worlds comparatively than where the Chinese region were going into last Worlds. But semantics aside, someone needs to consistently step up and slay out. I think that that could honestly be the biggest difference in between the scoreline being as respectable as it was for Apocalypse versus somebody that is playing as fundamentally and still fighting the slays comparatively like what we have from Curly going back to Apocalypse, a hard point for Q9's perspective. So for Stalwart,
Q9 का वोट बढ़ गया भाई. X-Rock का वोट सबसे टॉप में था. अभी X-Rock सेकंड में आ गया, Q9 फर्स्ट में आ गया. Q9 का परफॉर्मेंस देख के.
No matter the game mode, will punish you for the amount of mistakes.
Absolutely, that's been the case I think for a long time. It's just really interesting when we try to evaluate the Chinese region before CDSI, because in Control they largely only were playing Raid and they were only playing Crossroads. We obviously don't have Crossroads in this particular map pool, so them trying to jump onto a Seaside and an Arsenal that they didn't play a ton inside of their region, I think just had us kind of questioning, again, for the second straight year, how good was China going to be at Control? Now, going back to last year, we had those questions, and we got a lot of very resounding answers.
Guys, if you're new here or enjoying the stream, don't forget to hit the like button. Just double tap on your screen. That's it.
They don't play
Like कर दो यार.
the same because the map largely relies on can you spawn trap better than your opponent can. Do Q9 have that ability to give that understanding, know when the windows are to do that, and then successfully pull it off? Because even watching the last map with X-Rock, their executes were great, but sometimes they were getting punished trying to push across the map. So that's, I think, kind of where the question is can Q9 be better at that than X-Rock, where even though, of course, X-Rock won the map?
I think old codes have been already redeemed, but still you can try it. At the end, मैं सारे codes एक साथ post कर दूंगा, ताकि अगर कोई एक code redeem होने से बच गया, आप में से कोई एक redeem कर लेना.
You know, if you want to go back to make an immediate comparison in between the modes, you go back towards that break attempt on P2 for Apocalypse. That's where we were kind of exclaiming, both Shift and I here on the desk, of just somebody just needs to hit a route. That could have been a difference maker, and someone getting creative rather than just taking the immediate route to try to get to the objective. It's just the small things, and I think that's again where the conversation for X-Rock comes into play, where what makes them so good, fundamentally sound. It's the same thing we were praising Q9 for in that map one.
Yep. And it's just, oh man, it's so tough because I think the macro conversation that we haven't really touched on yet, but merits the talking point. How do you reverse sweep a Chinese team with a Tunisian?
क्या पनिश है भाई? किस चीज के बारे में पहले बोलना था?
Because if you're Q9, you're going into control. I mean, albeit a weaker game mode for them, like you're still happy because you have the Summit Hardpoint map 4, and even if you lose that, you're going to Search and Destroy, which again you should be confident on. You are flawless on it throughout the entire
no problem.
weekend. This one, the closest Search and Destroy they've had thus far.
पांचों कोड को एक साथ फिर से दे देना अगर हो तो, ताकि अगर उन कोड में से कोई रिडीम करने से बच गया होगा, कोई अपना लक ट्राई कर लेगा, बचा होगा तो उसको मिल जाएगा. अरे कोई नहीं, अब अगर कोई बच गया होगा ना फर्स्ट सेकंड थर्ड कोड्स में, ये भी बचा हो सकता है 50 के 50 कोड लोग रिडीम नहीं किए हो. अगर किसी का बचा होगा, किसी का नसीब में होगा तो मिल जाएगा.
You want to try to put them there. The fact that Q9 get a firing range and they get a Tunisia feels like a steal away. Plus, then you take the hardpoint conversation in the mix. The most played hardpoint map that China has played is Summit. So it's like between that and Hacienda, but mostly Summit has been kind of one of the linchpins for success for these three Chinese teams. So again, Q9 is going to feel great about how this map pool came to be in the first place.
It's just going to always be slim pickings when you're looking at a lot of these different teams trying to counter pick ban just against any of these Chinese teams because of how much consistency that they do have. And I think that the same conversation is right there for Stalwart, given the simple fact that you have to pick ban for comfort. You have to try to get your best map set, and more often than not, when you are facing against these top 4 teams that was playing them going into the weekend, those maps become your most comfortable, but are also their best maps.
To get a free BP, you have to be active in the chat. And I'll announce the winner in tomorrow's stream.
For Stalwart Esports, should they not win this here and try to force it into a map 4?
The other side of this, the whole thing is like, we're digging into like the whole chess game of how the vetoes work, how certain like minimal moments go throughout the maps, but we only get to have those conversations when we see 2 squads that are playing great COD. And right now, these 2 teams are playing some pretty great COD.
Agreed.
So that's why we dig into the nerdy side for all of you guys that are out there. Let's jump into the C side, though. Get into the action as Q9 will be on the opening offense with early eyes towards B. Stalwart's going to really invest their defense on the A side of the map through Winery and then try to re-wrap through middle. But as they lose shot up, Q9 are very aware that this next hit has to be coming through you all.
And just the stack immediately inside the zone, just trying to bait them. Timing for at least 2 is not favorable, but Sun's scope, because of course it is going to be able to find 2. So B zone still being worked on, second segment locked.
And Shot Up's going to just test his luck, and that's what happens when you test your luck. Okay, Sun just slides out, finds a quick scope, and now the B zone is gone. Entry towards A, still being worked on as Chen is just hanging out, waiting to see if he can punish someone trying to go for a spawn trap. Does not find the elimination, though. So good map control and response here for Stalwart, but they still have to defend for another 2 minutes.
Yeah, they sure do. And look what it means.
कौन dominate कर रहा है भाई?
Convincing kill.
Q9, obviously.
They're only trailing by 1 line. You send 2 players to maybe try to get a couple of exits from the spawn of Q9. That's exactly what you have to do when it comes down to the circle and chess game that is being played at Seaside Control.
And Chen can get to work with the KRM, clearing out top bar and over towards Secret. Focus from Ouchie on the flank is great from Church side. And now all of a sudden the defense is scattered, trying to retreat back to safety as FDX. Has a Type 19 to work with, but the hipfire's not going to land, and now Q9 are working on their re-entry back in towards Winery. Good stuff so far from Sun as he gets the second, well predicted. The opportunity for a pitch to come through, but Sun right there for the trade, and now he's got the Tundra out. Sun's doing it all with whatever's on the ground. Doesn't make a difference, give this guy a butter knife. He'll find a way to make it work as Sun's on 5. Sparrow at the ready, and he says no reason to wait. Let me just keep the kill streak going, and that may be enough to blow Stalwart out of this first round, although the response is good from FDX and IG to get back in.
Some people just want to watch the world burn, Mr. Wayne, and that is just how Sun
भाई Sun क्या bleed लिया भाई?
For 3, 9 eliminations, gets the Sparrow, rips it immediately. Still has a Predator missile going towards the second round. It is so done Curly also got a Predator missile at the end of it as well. And it just goes back to the consistency of you have Curly, Uling, Mauchi, Chen, any one of these guys, including what you just saw from Sun, can pop off just like that. Insanity.
Unreal stuff. Stalwart now have to put together some sort of formidable response, and it's in the face of operators and kill streaks after ready. Curly has already shown dominance with the equalizer.
Be active in the chat.
Does he want to pull those out? Well, Mauchi is still
मिल जाएगा
the
guys.
left-right combo.
Whether it's CP or
Bombs aren't
BP.
gonna connect,
Be in the chat.
Stalwart
Active in the
will
chat.
have some early entry in towards the point, but immediately get pushed back out. Mid-map focus with maybe a chance for Clove to work on a bit of a spawn trap, but he's got an R9, so he's just gonna be playing this over towards Bakery.
Just trying to get in their face. Yeah. Tough sometimes.
Not the gun you want.
Nope, 1v1, but the War Machine down in the winery and the barrels. Might just have to keep them at bay a little bit longer. You got double progress currently working, splitting defenders up, but
Nice.
IG is just able to find value after value with each grenade. Clove will be there for at least one more from the equalizer.
And the 1v1 over towards B does work out. Curly calling in the cruise, only able to find one with it. And that's enough for a double stack to start to ensue over towards B. This is a chalk and rotate moment here for Q9, trying to get aggressive, but getting punished. Good response here from Shot Up, still holding over towards this tight corner. Needs help though, and help is on the way as it starts to rotate in through church side. IG able to connect, Odin in hand for him. They're still trying to find Chen in this back corner, who's done well to kind of avoid a lot of this incoming utility, and he's gonna come up from behind with a purifier. Oh, the timing on that pullout is absolutely beautiful, but at the same breath, Skurd makes a bit of a mess over towards the opposite side. Q9
Yellow round क्या
outside of the
लगता
point.
है? Q9 or ST?
And just for under 10 minutes, you also have to take a look at the lives. 17 v10. Skurd went AWOL over by that A control zone, and that's the lead that you currently see right now. You can relentlessly assault this. Skurd now with the claw just slides on in for 2.
Trying to get number 3, will be able to find it. 15 plays up against 5. That Annihilator we had out for FDX, really trying to pack a bit of a punch. But this round will likely go the way of Stalwart. The offense absolutely perfect for both sides. All 3 ticks captured. And that's enough to get us tied up going into the third round.
Yep, even Stevens going in towards the third, back towards Q9's offense. And what have you learned from Stalwart to be able to combat it against this coming in towards this one? No, you do have a Pred missile in the back pocket of Sun. You do have Curly and Mauchi's operators should they decide to pull that out. Nothing in response for Stalwart Esports that's going to pull some explosivity on what Q9 is currently playing with. So they're going to take it through mid, try to get over towards A first.
Trophy systems are down. IG kicks us off for the first. Curly equalizers out, gets kind of baited into pushing into the Stalwart defense, and that's only going to lead to a single elimination. So not the most efficiency there. Nice moment from Mauchi to hold on, make sure that this Stalwart defense can't push too far forward, but there is at least one player lurking. That is Skurd around the back, waiting for his time to hit. SQ9 get to work once again, opening up barrels. Here comes Skurd on the pinch, shut down off the spawn from Uling, and that's going to be enough now for the stack to be in at A.
Slow capture though, and that's because Chen here with the Q9 decided to push all the way up into the fencing. He's gonna get caught on the cross. There is assistance now though, so Q9 might have thought that they had numbers, but Clove just flies on in for 2. Uling feels like he has to pull the War Machine.
Yeah.
He was crazy with this combination back in map number 1.
And Stalwart just have to stay back, wait for it to expire. They do so perfectly. Absolutely well done.
Okay, Noah bro, I have received your message. Is that really you?
Friends. Absolutely beautifully done. FDX turns that into 3, waiting for that War Machine to expire. And now IG's got one of his own as he tries to take the attention up towards the top statue. And IG's going to connect for now 3 in this life.
I'll send you the Google code.
He moves in towards checkers and he finds Chen. Really well done as Stalwart's defense now has the map. They've got the time and they've got the lives.
25 seconds remain. Sun saw all the value that was being pulled for Stalwart Esports and their operators and thought the Predator missile should be helpful. Nobody was in a position to try to gain value from that after your team was still in the spawn. So now you're desperately trying to get across the map. 20 seconds remains, 15 plays up against 9.
Q9 ये round आ रहेगा.
Shot up. Who's got the R9 ready to
Time
go?
नहीं है. 14
Split
seconds.
focus here for Q9, just trying to get into one of the zones. Doesn't really make a difference which one at this point. Just something to stop the clock. 14 plays 7. Opportunity to open things up at B. The defense still putting a lot of value onto the A side of the map. 6 seconds on the clock. If you get all 3 ticks, you'll add an extra minute, which would be huge for Q9's attempts. And Stalwart, they look like they want to set up to try to re-break this, but they don't have the numbers to do so. And this could get dangerous. If they commit to this and lose lives, it's going to be even in the life count, and they will get picked apart. Second tip done, third on the way, and Q9 have made this manageable 5v9.
This is where you cannot afford to scam if you are Q9. You do have a
situation
here. You do have two operators in the back pocket for
5v9
members. Should you want to use it, the only thing in response would be shout out.
Q9 back.
It would be so
Comeback करने में experts हैं भाई.
One of these operators out for Stalwart, but their son with a sniper first blood.
And the problem is Skirt only sees one.
क्या ही comeback था भाई, क्या ही comeback था.
And there's time for Q9 to set up a bit of a spawn trap here. They could farm a kill a
5v8
couple times over and turn this into essentially a 5v5.
4v8.
Clove comes back to the play. Only gets one. Now the hit from the back starting to look good. Stalwart are split. This is winnable. Super
okay,
winnable,
no, bro. No problem.
Stopped at 36 seconds. Stalwart trying to give us around. Chen shut down from one side. Sun trying to respond with a Sparrow. Looking decent for now. Here comes the pitch, though. Only gets one with it. FDX got the Annihilator out. You gotta find the concept.
2v2.
Q9 still winning in the gunfight. 2v1 situation. Currently with the equalizers.
Q9 भाई.
He's trying to make his way back through. He needs a touch. He needs a contest. He's not going to be able to.
Bro.
And Q9 pull off a 5v9.
भाई क्या comeback था भाई Q9 का भाई. एक मोमेंट में लगा था कि गया भाई ये मैच, पर Q9 क्या ही कमबैक किया भाई.
Yeah, he only gets that one bit of information, but I mean, it's just the overextension immediately gets punished. They're all playing from within the zone, and it's just
Q9 fans be like, बोला था ना भाई,
once they are in possession,
Q9 ही जीतेगा.
That is going to be punishing, especially with the Annihilator being pulled there in desperation at the end. So you just have the Sparrows.
भाई क्या ही comeback था भाई, क्या ही. Unexpected था भाई. मुझे तो लगा गया भाई. मुश्किल से 15 सेकंड बचा था भाई. वो उस 15 सेकंड में भाई वक्त बदल दिया, जज्बात बदल दिया. न्यू बीआर मैप आ रहा है. हाँ ब्रो, न्यू बीआर मैप आ रहा है सीजन 10 में.
Not going to be needed though, as Q9 will pick it up, and now they've got him completely pinned up over towards the top side of the spawn.
X-Rock's gonna win WC. Let's see.
And this is pain. So when you look up in the COD Mobile dictionary of losing,
भाई ऐसी भाई लास्ट मैच के सदमे में लगता है भाई. इस मैच में परफॉर्म ही नहीं कर पा रहे भाई. निकलो, लास्ट मैच के सदमे से निकलो, इस मैच पे फोकस करो. गया भाई, गया, खत्म भाई, खत्म.
Just too difficult of a position to push him out of. That's a
25.7.
Oh, Stalwart. This again, another map that you're going to
भाई उम्मीद छोड़ दो भाई तुम लोग. ST भाई उम्मीद छोड़ दो. इस राउंड के लिए तो उम्मीद छोड़ ही दो. क्या मतलब कमबैक कर लेंगे.
Sun will drop, the clock will stop, but at the 22v4, Q9 have done everything they need to walk away with a 3-0.
Yeah, it's looking likely. Miracles might happen.
कोई मिरेकल नहीं होने वाला भाई. No miracle will happen, especially in this round. खत्म.
23 for Sun. The majority of those all come by way of the sniper rifle. It's a 3-0. But Stalwart gave them a good shaking. Q9. We'll move on.
That's just, man, I'm telling you, Stalwart's going to look back on the series and they're going to see 3
खत्म भाई.
specific moments.
एक टाइम पे लगा कि कुछ करेगा, पर ये तो ये
they put themselves in a spot to win all 3 of those maps potentially. It's hard to say. That's not like you made this mistake, you lost map, but it was a big factor of why. You know, not having the rotation discipline to take the long route on Apocalypse. The search and destroy and fire range maybe took them a little bit too long to read what Q9 were doing. Also, just the mistake of getting that first pick at trailer and then going B instead, thinking they're avoiding the sniper rifles. And of course here, you get the information, but it's too late on what Q9 are doing in that.
हाँ पनीचा ब्रो, Q9 ही बोले थे. मैं भी तो Q9 बोला था भाई. मैं कौन सा ST बोला था.
This is the most competitive a 3-0 could possibly have been. There were ample opportunities for Stalwart to be able to win maps, to be able to.
कोड खत्म भाई. 5 कोड हो गए भाई. Codm ने इतना ही कोड प्रोवाइड करा था.
Who should have walked into this series understanding fully, hey, we just 3-0'd these guys not too long ago. This should be a cakewalk. No, Stalwart came to play this entire weekend, and just as for the Green region as a whole, should feel very, very proud about how far
Guys,
they made it.
पोल में बताओ तुमको क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम जीतने वाली है WC? X-Rocks, Wolves या Q9? फिलहाल तो X-Rocks 37% पे है, Wolves 26 and Q9 38. Who's gonna win the WC? Let me know on the poll.
Stalwart did make mistakes, and Q9 did punish them for it. That's what makes this Chinese region so difficult to beat.
Yeah, I definitely would be keeping my eyes on Q9 for the
Nova
rest of the
bro,
squad.
शुरू
Now,
से
the
Q9 after Godel. Okay, let's see. तो आपको लगता है Q9 ये World Championship जीत जाएगा?
moving forward now into the semi-finals after closing out that control.
हाँ ये मैच एकदम जल्दी खत्म नहीं करते कृष्ण भाई. अरे लाइक अबे खत्म करो इसको यार, खत्म करो, बहुत जेल लिया इन लोग को.
These are going to be some tough semi-final matches before we even make it to our grand finals.
It's just the shark-infested waters and the I guess the nature that is a single elimination bracket.
Next match is between Galleries and the LG.
You're starting to see a lot of it manifest coming away from that main stage. Some really good slayers. Not only the consistency in between yesterday coming in towards today, but just how bad.
अब क्या बोलते हो? Who's gonna win? Galleries or LG? I'm with the Galleries.
In the last couple of months between Q9
पनीशा भाई, हनी भाई, तुमको क्या लगता है?
3-4 tally overall in favor of X-Rock, but the last 3 matches have also gone towards X-Rock. So Q9 are going to be looked at as the underdog for the first time this tournament when they play against X-Rock tomorrow.
Definitely a little bit of something to prove.
वो कैसे करें हनी भाई? उसका कोड ऐसी थोड़ी डाल सकते हैं. वो तो डलते साथ ही गायब हो जाएगा भाई. डलते साथ ही गायब.
Insane.
They have to do what Wolves couldn't do back when they faced X-Rock up on the main stage. X-Rock made them look silly. Q9 is next up in line here over in Atlanta to potentially see if they can take down the powerhouse that is X-Rock.
Now, of course, that means we're halfway through our matches here on the main stage. If you're just joining us, like I was saying, we have had 2 quick 3-0s so far.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button.
And the one that
Come
we
on.
just finished up here going the way of Q9. That means we still have 2 more quarterfinal matches that we will be getting
क्यों नहीं होगा भाई गायब?
we do our post-match wrap-up here. But so far, everyone who's made it through to the bracket stage is
एक ही बंदा redeem कर पाएगा ना वो.
very strong. But we're talking about that
Multiple लोग थोड़ी कर पाएंगे.
yet again on the stage for another one of our interviews.
That's us. It's me and Brian and Oling. This time around from
Okay, लोगों मैं बात करके देखता हूँ, होगा तो मैं Google Redeem कोड डालने की कोशिश करता हूँ.
You guys popped off.
For
You guys
80
were
CPs.
screaming. You guys were loud. Why was this win so exciting for you?
所以你们赢的时候为什么那么大声？为什么兴奋那么开心？可以跟我讲一下，是分享一下吗？
因为今年是我们第2次来到亚特兰大，然后去年的话我们比较遗憾的倒在了就是半决赛，然后今年我们在刚才如果我们打赢了 STE， 我们又一次闯入了半决赛，所以我觉得这是一个很
left वाला translator
值得记住的一个时刻吧。然后我觉得如果是明天，我一定要更往前再进一步。对。
Yes, for them it's really touches them hearts that they're here again for the second time, and they're just really excited to be here. And then for tomorrow,
ये लोग भी इनको म्यूट कर दिए क्या?
on winning it all.
कौन सुनेगा इनका?
To them, it's just different from getting so far compared to last year. It's a like eye opener.
It's real now. They're here, and it's making it happen. So that was a little lofty. I want to get into the weeds here. Stalwart, backstage, Stalwart has been one of the teams that the squads have been talking about the most. They play really fast, and a lot of these teams have been scared of them, saying that they're one of the better teams. How did you guys take them down so emphatically well?
所以大家都在讲 Stalwart 哦，好厉害，我们好害怕，他们打得好快，但是你们怎么打败他们？那么容易的打败他们？
主要我们跟 ST 也是老对手了嘛，然后可能会比较熟悉他们，我觉得。然后其實今天我們的過程並不順利，就是我們在 SND 的時候遇到了一些問題。
मिलेगा ब्रो, चैट पे एक्टिव रहो, जरूर से मिलेगा. एक्टिव रहोगे तो कल के स्ट्रीम पे मैं सारे विनर्स का नाम अनाउंस कर दूंगा.
的時候我們也是比較困難的，所以我想說的是，今天雖然贏了，但是我覺得還是很困難的，對。
So to them, it's not actually that easy. So one of the factors is
be active in the chat, guys. You may win BP or CP, whatever you want.
And for them, I believe they mentioned the third round, the control map. That one was particularly difficult for them. So it might have looked like, you know, obviously on the board there, it's a 3-0, but to them it didn't feel like a sweep.
Well, they certainly looked out there and performed pretty well. So again, congratulations, Oling.
Noah, luck to रहा है.
Keep standing by to chat to the other side.
Thank you so much, F. Again, I am with Incendio.
Bro, मैं आपको Google का redeem code दूंगा. आप उससे CP लो, BP लो, वो आपकी मर्जी.
But how does it feel like coaching for a team this time around?
It's easy to coach them actually because they're really pretty good players. You don't have to tell them much. You just have to tell them their mistakes, and they do the job.
And speaking of, we did hear from Oling that it was not a sweep. It was very close, especially in that S&D. What happened in the matchup? It was very close.
Guys, we are very close to 200 likes. Come on.
But you were not able to
You can do it.
capitalize on them.
Hit the like button right now.
I feel like the team played really, really well. China is a very, very good S&D team. We managed to outplay them. Even the casters were impressed that the team managed to pull off a lot of pop flashes, picks off, and have a very, very good game. So I think we just fumbled a little bit. Could have been better.
And I know that Stalwart has been a team that almost lost 2 players before even getting here to Atlanta, but I just wanted to get your feelings, right? I know that right now a big game has just finished, but how does it feel like to be here in Atlanta, especially with 2 new players, FDX and AG, finally being here in the first time here in the World Championship?
I think they're adapting pretty well, despite they just landed like 2 days ago. So I think they have a blast here. Just that, too bad, we were eliminated.
Man, you looked pretty good, but at the same time, competition is really stiff. But I do want to ask you, moving forward, how is next year going to look like for Stalwart Esports and for you as a coach?
I'm not sure what would go on for next year World Champs because there's a lot of issue going on right now. It kills morale to play this game, honestly.
Lots of fixes, but it's okay. There's still another year to definitely look forward to. Thank you so much, Incendio, for being so down for this interview. Again, Garino represent. Thank you so much. All right, y'all, there's still a lot more games moving forward, of course. And that's not just that. We still have other teams happening today, and we have Brotherhood right here. Definitely no stranger in this competition. And I love that camaraderie. Stalwart, Garina. Good job, Oling. More action for everyone here at home. We'll see you in a little bit.
嗨，大家好，我们是来自中国的琴酒俱乐部，然后这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤世界锦标赛，然后这一次我们的目标就是比去年做得更好，并且争取夺到最后的总冠军。琴酒，加油！
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon
Redeem
Elite
code already
Gaming,
दे चुका हूँ bro.
Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year double O, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for.
Next match is between LG and Glorious. Who's gonna win, guys? Galleries or LG? हर बार गलत बोल देते हैं यार. अजीब सा नाम रख लेते हैं यार ये लोग भी.
Since the year double O, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for. Are you ready or not? Are you ready or not? We on a path to greatness. We're shooting the shot to make it. So moving the target is aimless. 'Cause we got the power to shape shift. We'll catch the energy waving. We go till our bones are aching. 'Cause the top spots for the taking. And we on a
Guys, let me know in the poll who's gonna win this round. LG or Galleries? I'm with the Galleries. Till now, most of them are with Galleries. Okay, Panisha, bye. See you soon. Anshu, I'm good. What about you? तुम कैसे हो बताओ? पनीशा भाई बनाओगे? क्यों? खाना बना के खाना पड़ता है? अकेले रहते हो क्या? अरे प्राइम भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. क्या हाल है? लास्ट कोड ऑलरेडी ड्रॉप्ड. That's great, Anshu. Only 10 more likes for 200 likes. Come on, guys, we can do it. Just 10 more likes.
It's amazing to meet you.
Thus began the adventure of Cargo.
What's happening, DreamHack? What's good so far? All right. You like to hear a little bit of that. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves, though, because I'm going to ask you to get loud.
Godlike overconfidence नहीं bro, उन्होंने अपना बेस्ट दिया.
I guess we're saying goodbye to friends. My bad. But we're still making
ऐसा कुछ लगा ही नहीं ओवरकॉन्फिडेंस. हाँ, एसएनडी में ऐसा लगा कि उन लोग कुछ ज्यादा ही एग्रेसिव खेल रहे थे. बाकी ऐसा नहीं लगा कि उन लोग कुछ ज्यादा ही ओवरकॉन्फिडेंट थे.
Really cool to bring out their big man, Cargo. Everybody say what up to my dude, Cargo. He's got a whole story and some free
मोहित ब्रो मिलेगा चैट में. मॉड्स एक बार कोड्स को फिर से रिपोस्ट कर दीजिए.
Cargo's out here shaking hands and being all polite, the way a good influencer does.
प्राइम भाई गॉडल डिस्क्वालीफाई हो चुका है.
You guys to be the influencer. Basically,
Better luck next year.
We have all this free stuff. We got a box as per usual. It's DHL, so
Bumblebee कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
things up and ship them out. And we've got stuff inside it. Things you can wear, things you can throw, things you can play with, and things you can take home forever. But how do you make that happen? You just make a lot of stupid noise. So let's go. You gotta keep going, and Cargo picks the loudest person in the room, so make it explode!
मुझको तो लग रहा है वुल्स या एक्सरॉक्स, दोनों में से कोई एक.
Alright, we cruising! We gotta pick somebody right over here. That's our boy.
बम्बल भी, हाँ भाई बम्बल भी है भाई.
my man. What's your name?
Tony.
Where you coming from?
Rocky Mount, North Carolina.
Welcome to Atlanta, my man.
पनिश भाई आपको क्या लगता है कौन लेगा ट्रॉफी? क्या दिया भाई इसको?
And there it is. He got a water bottle. He got some hats. He got a bag. There's a whole box here. DHL has been partnered with the Snapdragon Pro Series for a minute. It's been really, really cool. They really power us to make all this happen. Cargo is the one putting on the stream, believe it or not. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do we got here? I don't know. Let's find out.
क्या है भाई बक्से में? What's inside?
Oh, yes, sir.
Backpack.
Oh, yes, sir. Come on now. Oh, we got the hat.
Cap.
Talk to me nice. You feel me? Race car. Come on now, sponsor me.
You get the stuff, but not the microphone. Give it up for my man coming all the way from a little bit up north. Good looks. We're going to keep the party going. Thanks so much for hanging out. Thanks to Cargo. Back to Glitter and the homies.
Well, people don't realize this is actually proper inside of that suit now. He managed to become Cargo because that's how much of a big fan he was yesterday. Did you see how excited he was for Cargo?
You caught me wildly off guard. I actually think that FCOM might be out of a job with the guy that just won the prizes as well.
Right.
I mean, look, they're doing it all here. My goodness me, Cargo, what a guy.
Love Cargo. I thought you were going to say that it's proper in the box for a second. I was like, I thought that was where you were going.
Told him that he could become Cargo for them. That's what he's got going on.
That makes a lot more sense.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody, to DreamHack Atlanta, our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We are live. It's still day 2. We're halfway through the day already because we have 2 quick 3-0s so far for our first 2 matches. 2 of our teams have made their way through to our semifinals, and we're looking to find the last 2. That's what we're going to start doing here today. Match number 3, right around the corner. This time it's going to be between Luminosity and Galaris, the last 2 remaining teams from the western side of things. So let's start talking about them a little bit. We'll start things off with LG.
Well, I mean, look, at least we're going to have a Western team there tomorrow, I suppose. Look, for these 2 teams, though, it is a big opportunity for both of them. But
come on, guys, 2 more likes.
For them, they get through the way that they did. Some big upsets coming through from them. They did so well yesterday, very resolute though, having to go through the long way about it, but they absolutely got the job done to get themselves here to Saturday.
Yeah, and it is a weird story, I think, for LG this year, right? Of course, these are players that, for the most part, were not on the Seminole roster from last year, the LG roster, I should say, from last year, that will go all the way towards top 4. These guys have been kind of trailing behind that, and during Season 5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, they changed that up, right? I mean, they became the #1 team in North America through a new composition of players, and now they quite literally have the entirety of the region on their backs. They are the last North American team in the competition, and they have stiff competition on the other side as well. Look, LG, I think on day number 1, they did kind of breeze through some of the lower level teams. They got through exclusive relatively easily. They had to go to game 3 against Animus and Wolves. Luminosity, I think here, just they're still fighting. They're still fighting to kind of stay alive.
We've got some stats here too, and we actually got to do an interview with AORAF as well yesterday. And we heard some really good thoughts from him after their win.
Bro, मैं छत्तीसगढ़
He
से हूँ.
said that last time around they came in over a little bit too confident, a little overly confident, and they kind of had to settle themselves down this year so that they can take every single game as it came and take everybody as a tough competitor.
मुझे तो लग रहा है कि बहुत easy निकालेगा.
I mean, you have to do that in Swiss, right? You have to take everybody seriously. We see
Calories के लिए match easy रहेगा. Let's see.
Through thinking of Vitality, who, okay, maybe they didn't take anybody not seriously, but at the same time, you know, they let games slip. You can't do that when you're in Swiss. LG did a good job coming through 3-1.
Yeah, and I think it is a bit of a different position again for LG comparatively to last year, right? I mean, you are in a totally different position. Last year, going into the tournament, we were like, hey, NA is on top of things. This year, your entire viewpoint of the tournament is different.
कैसा चल रहा है सुबह राजस्थान में सब बढ़िया?
Absolutely, and then they will be facing off against another potential underdog in Galaris, a team that we've seen throughout the Swiss succeed under pressure situations, but now we're down to that single elimination time of the competition, it's going to be difficult for them.
Yeah, definitely. Gallerus, I don't think are an underdog anymore. A lot of people were underestimating coming into the tournament. I think after yesterday, that's absolutely not the case. Now, it's important to note that yesterday was not a flawless day by any means. They did still take a couple of losses, notably to both Wolves and Stalwart, but at the end of the day, those are two pretty good teams. I think the most impressive thing, though, about Gallerus is very clearly you can see the improvements they've made from SBS Season 5 into Champs. During Season 5 of SBS, they were a flawless control team, but the hardpoint and Search and Destroy could be a little bit shaky, and at the very least, well, one of those things has been worked on. Their Search and Destroy was phenomenal yesterday. I don't know if it was just the map. They played like 3 takeoffs against top teams, but certainly their Search and Destroy, the way in which they're playing, the different looks they're throwing at their opposition, their strategies is insane. I really like the look of Gallerus right now in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they look very well drilled when it does come down to Search, and just being able to have those options throughout the entirety of the map is always something nice to have. But they really do need to have improved on hardpoint after yesterday, where they really weren't at the races on that one, and that's what you look out for them. And okay, maybe the statistics aren't there, but in this series, it is vitally important that you are able to find that, especially if you're Luminosity. But you need to back those good Search and Destroy stats up with something else as well. You can't just be an SD team.
And that's something we were talking about in the green room as well. Now that we're at this stage of the competition and just this year's level of competition overall, you can't afford to specialize in only one of these game modes. You need to really make sure that you're nailing down multiple avenues of potential success.
Yeah, it is just right. It's the modes, it's the maps. You can't really be bad at anything at this stage of the competition. It kind of almost loops into the veto conversation a little bit, right? Where it's just like, you know, if you're bad at something, you almost kind of have to hard veto it. That's a conversation I think coming in the tournament we had about Seaside Control. It's a conversation that does apply to Gallerus, right? Because Seaside Control was a map that they were struggling on yesterday. So yeah, you cannot afford to have a shallow map pool whatsoever. So we have the vetoes here going into this one, and there was a couple of questionable decisions, a couple of things that we kind of expected to see. First and foremost, I expected to see Takeoff, Search and Destroy banned, given how good Gallerus were yesterday in that map mode combination. It did get banned by LG, so good job, LG, on that one. I expected to see Seaside Control gone by Gallerus. That's both the case. What we're left with, though, is kind of a situation here where LG didn't, they banned Summit Hardpoint versus Gallerus. I was kind of confused by that decision because Gallerus are not that great at Summit Hardpoint. I think we'd have preferred that. And that decision has led the first map in this best of 5 to be a stand-up hardpoint, which is Gallerus's best hardpoint map. So in a way, I think that's kind of a mess up. But on the flip side of that conversation, Gallerus very strong S&D map here for LG.
All right, well, we've got the match just a few moments away, so let's start talking predictions, okay? We've got all the information. Now tell me what your thoughts were and who you think's going to be taking this one home.
I think, you know, when we looked at it from the outset this morning, I absolutely believed in Gallerus, and I still do as well. I think it's very easy because we've seen them so much yesterday to get that sort of influential gameplay on our screens. I went 3-0. I think they step it up here again today. I think they bring the S&D, and I think they can go on and do well here. I feel as if they are the ones who thrive under pressure, especially with what we've seen from them at Mobile Masters. Okay, their hardpoint wasn't necessarily great yesterday. I think they turn around today, and I think their S&D looks just as strong.
Just for clarity here, I did not say 3-2. I said 3-0. Okay, I'm just saying. I did not say this would be a game 5. I'm pretty sure I said this would be a 3-0. And the reason I said that was because I think Gallerus's hardpoint, albeit it was kind of not that great yesterday, I have faith that they can take it. I now feel even more confident this is going to be a 3-0 simply because of the way the vetoes have gone down. The fact that they're managing to get a stand-up hardpoint at the very first map of this best of 5, I feel very good now. This will be a 3-0.
अंशु ब्रो जरूर से खेलेंगे. फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट सेंड कर दो. जब भी टाइम मिलेगा मैं आप सब लोग के साथ
in favor of Gallerus at the end of it all. Will it go the full 5, or will we get another 3-0 to add to our matches here on the day so far? Should be interesting to see how all of that plays out. If you did, I'll double check, just so everybody, I'll double check, make sure everybody did put 3-0. If you did, would you still be 100%?
No, because I messed up the last series. Okay, listen, okay. The last series, I was hoping, oh, not the last series, the series before. I actually don't know what I predicted for the last series to be. I think I said Q9 3-1. I think I was expecting Stalwart to maybe take the search, no, not search, so the hard point, and they didn't. So.
I entirely forgot what I predicted for this game, to be honest with you. It came up on the screen, I was like, oh, that's must what I said, but to be honest, it might have been 3-2 as well. Who knows, Brody?
Okay, bro. Friend request send कर दियो तो मैं
Well, we'll have to see.
Add कर लूँगा आज
मैं. Now we'll have to see who is correct with match number 3, because it should be about ready to load in. Those flyovers will be here in just a second. Everybody at home, let us know your thoughts here as well. Who's winning match number 3? Who's the third team to qualify through to our semifinals? It is one step closer to the end of it all. Let's dive into it.
Well, here we go. Standoff hardpoint to kick off our third game of the day, our third quarterfinal. It is a Western matchup between Luminosity and Gallerus. Should be an interesting game. Teams on the stage just getting something sorted out, so I don't believe we'll be jumping directly in. I can see the referees in there, so we'll maybe just talk about this one a little bit longer. With this standoff, we're leaning towards Gallerus. We did see their struggles in hardpoint yesterday, but for you, what were the main issues with what they were doing? Were they just playing against stronger teams, or was it an inherent issue that they seemed to have?
I think it was just slow starts, to be honest. I think we saw that versus Godlike, right, in that Hacienda hardpoint, where they went down by about 100 points and they almost made the comeback. In the second half of these hardpoints, Gallerus are more than competitive. It's just the first half. They're coming out a little bit slow, maybe even just the start of these series. They're just not as warm as they would like, and then as they get further in, they get a little bit more comfortable. They're much happier, especially after the search and destroy. Certainly, I think if they can kind of come out firing on all cylinders at the start of these hard points, they will be much better off.
चाहे तुम किसी भी मैप में कितना भी प्रैक्टिस कर लो भाई,
can change things up because
SND में कभी भी कुछ भी हो सकता है.
Everyone got a good look at their search yesterday and how well it was actually going for them. Is that going to help today for Luminosity? I'm not 100% sure. Gallerus seems to just have an answer to every single question. The only time we ever really seen them behind in the search and destroy was in their very first game up against Wolves. It was one of those situations where things weren't going well. Peg was just running riot across the map, but then they started slowing things down and started adapting. They seem to be more than happy to be able to do that if they need to.
Yeah, and the one thing I will say here is coming into this one, I know that Gallerus will be feeling confident about search and destroy, even though the map has changed to an express. That being said, LG cannot be underestimated in search and destroy. They're one of the best teams, if not the best team in search and destroy in North America during Season 5. They were flawless on it. They didn't lose a single map. And so for that reason, even though I think we're both pretty confident this is probably going to be a 3-0 to Gallerus, again, we don't know for a fact. I know all the Luminosity fans out there will be hating us for saying it, but still, I feel like LG could well take the search and destroy, despite how good Gallerus looked yesterday, especially considering the battleground is different.
I mean, realistically speaking, we're at a stage where you are in a tournament up against the best of the best. These are the final 8 teams in the tournament. Everybody is going to have something about them. You cannot underestimate any of these squads. The second you start playing it, maybe 80% of your game, you are going to lose maps. It's as simple as that. So for Gallerus, okay, they are coming in here as the favorites for this game specifically after, I mean, realistically, we're basing a lot of our trust in Gallerus is what we've seen so far and what we've seen from them at Mobile Masters.
You know, I think one of the things that I do want to touch on while we've got a little bit of time here, guys, just stick with us. We're getting our players reset back into the lobby here, is the fact that both of these teams are who's currently in this match. They were both teams that played up against Stalwart yesterday. When they played Stalwart, they both lost against Stalwart, who we just watched lose against Q9. What does that mean for their potential opportunities, regardless of who wins on either side of this, heading then into semifinals?
Honestly, I think there is, I don't want to say a skill gap. I don't know if skill gap is the right word, but I've always felt like, you know, you have those teams from China, right, and then you have kind of the Garena teams. And I think coming into Champs, I did kind of feel like they are a step above everybody else. And then kind of, because we hadn't seen teams from North America, Europe, and Latin America face off against anybody else in the international community since, what, April back in Brazil, it's kind of a question mark of how are those teams going to stack up. I think from what I've seen so far, it feels like that gap is still there, and I don't know, dude, if they go further in a tournament, I think these guys really have to step a notch, because their next opponent is going to be maybe Elevate, maybe Wolves. Like, it's going to be so difficult if it's Elevate.
Yeah, we've already seen Gallerus go up against Wolves this week, and that was a tough one, especially with that moment of 3. But what's the best out of 3? Things do change to the best out of 5.
Sure.
We've seen already Gallerus in the only other truly international tournament this year pick up a 2nd place, one that they could have arguably won up against Q9 as well. So they have the pedigree to be there with these top teams. We haven't necessarily seen the best from them this weekend when it comes down to Respawn. Their search and destroys look fantastic. If they can go back to the VOD and see what happened yesterday, see what was going wrong with their hard point, and get that fixed, they are a huge threat today.
All right, well, looks like we've got everything set, locked and loaded this time around. Now it's time for match number 3 to kick off.
We go again. Here we are. Hopefully, 2nd time's the charm.
चलो मैच स्टार्ट होने वाला है, देखते हैं क्या होने वाला है.
This should be an absolute bang. I'm really confused to
Gallerus versus
Did I call along with you and say 3-0?
Who's gonna win?
3-2 potentially.
I think you said 3-0, I'll be honest. I'll let you have this one.
At this stage,
you got to be right at some point, so I'll give you this.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it does definitely feel that way, right? Gallerus, again, they'll be feeling comfortable in this one. We did see this map yesterday between them and Stalwart, though, and they did end up losing it. And a big reason for that was that Lucasin had a slow start. There's a common theme here about slow starts for Gallerus in hardpoint. So they can come out firing on all cylinders. This will be a big map.
3 kills straight off the rip, though. And that from Lucasin is a scary prospect for the side of Luminosity. Who's going to be the guy that comes from Luminosity to try and deal with the slaying ability of Lucian?
भाई दोनों के दोनों melee में switch हो गए थे भाई.
These AR players on the side of Gallerus are something that a lot of teams are struggling to deal with on occasion.
Yeah, the thing is though, right, on this map especially, I think the standoff lends itself so much to close quarter combat more often than not, right? You're actually looking towards the SMGs of Gallerus. I don't think Mihawk gets anywhere near enough love. I mean, so much of the conversation around Gallerus is always around Lucasin. Mihawk is a guy that, especially on this map, I think can be so deadly, especially shout out to Toke as well, with the R9. He's been doing some serious damage. Right now though, relatively slow start, just 2 kills to his name. Gallerus now in control of the scrap time, so they'll be able to take this last 10 seconds away, but as we look towards the rotation, it's LG in control.
And they make this first decent rotation count for themselves here. We've seen some hellish games on standoff yesterday. I wonder if we'll get that same treat today. Big kills coming in from LG. Nice hold so far.
अरे
Hill is just about
क्या बात है क्या चल रही है मेरे बारे में?
Set themselves up and go again. You can already see one player coming in from the pinch side. That's going to be Foki. Keep an eye on that as everybody else starting to find their way through past the gas station. It's going to be important.
Redeem code already डल चुका है bro.
Mihawk through the front door.
Check कर लो.
It's looking like a nice brace. Great. Going to come in here for Gallerus.
Yeah, just overwhelming Gallerus there. Nicely done. Luminosity though, still getting those close spawns through, so they'll be able to hit this over and over again. You can basically contest it from the top side, but Esford doesn't want to do that. He wants to go straight in for the kills, and he will do so with that one. Ram's the only player though really to help. Kings is also there for a little bit of contribution, but ultimately Luminosity's
Galleries in the lead.
Enough, and Foke will also win that R9 battle versus Raf. So Gallerus just at the moment winning all these crucial engagements.
And is trying to enter the enter कर गया.
Comes out for 15 seconds of
R9 की
is
वजह
that
से.
Gallerus have actually got control of the rotation towards
दोनों टीम अभी hard point पे contest करे. कोई hard point ले नहीं पा रहे completely. नहीं. Galleries ने ले लिया hard point.
Just looking yellow. If you're a Brazilian Koji mobile
LG is still on 26 points. LG lead लेते जा रही है, लेते जा रही है, लेते जा रही है.
Shinelli finds 3. You've got the rotation. You've got yourself a 40-point lead. You take those starts all day long. We said the slow starts from Gallerus were hurting them in half point. They may have fixed that issue.
Now here comes the operators from Gallerus. Again, you said slow starts were the problem for Gallerus. This has definitely not been that. And they know they want to continue that momentum.
I know India में Codm इतना popular नहीं हो रहा just because of the सबसे important चीज तो भाई इसका storage. Approx 32 GB भाई 32 GB का तो game ही है. After that आपको एक high end device चाहिए रहेगा. एक average device handle नहीं कर पाता भाई Codm. अच्छा खासा device चाहिए आपको Codm खेलने के लिए. That's the main reason.
Stuck inside now with the Sparrow, and now is the setup going to be
storage is the second reason.
Over this, they're sending 3 towards the old hard point, but sending 2 towards new as well. Getting themselves set up, happy to give that one over. Nice break from Luminosity, who have finally arrived here onto standoff. Transitional kill, starting to go Gallerus' way.
Change भाई cricket match की तरह तुम commentary करो. अरे हमको नहीं आता भाई ये सब.
P3 not necessarily great, but take point lead heading into the fourth hill.
Cricket match की कर तो रहे हैं ये लोग. ये लोग तो कर रहे हैं cricket match की तरह commentary.
You can hold this one as well. You've got all the players in the right positions. Mihawk far removed from this hill. Pabdera keeping an eye on that tractor side. Good shots from him. Mihawk still hasn't activated. Finally, though, he's going to get shut down. Spawn still good for Lucas in here. So Gallerus still in control of this hard point. Luminosity haven't really had a look just yet, but as those 3 kills come through, this should be it.
Spawn out here for Gallerus as well.
Gallerus ने अच्छी खासी lead ले रखी है फिलहाल तो. Approx 50 points के lead में है. LG ने भी इस बार hard point ले लिया.
Couple more as well, forces them away. That's the first really solid break. That's going to come quite early here for Luminosity as well. Gallerus managed to pick up about 10-15 seconds there though, so not the end of the world for them. If Luminosity get the remaining time, they will have a lead heading into the next rotation. That's more like it from Luminosity over the last 2 hills.
Yeah, I think Luminosity are actually the ones for a relatively slow start here, as you said. I mean, they picked things up over the last couple of hard points, and I want to say a big reason why. You never want to count out an individual player, right? You single them out for having a bad performance, but it's more of a positive than anything. Cartel's currently only on 7 kills, and he is a player that in these playoff situations, he always steps up. He's done it before. Of course, he did it for Seminole, actually all the way back at Mobile Masters.
वो समझ नहीं आ रहा. क्या समझाना है बताओ प्राइम में क्या समझाना है? देखो, Galleries अभी lead कर रहे हैं. Luminosity भी मैचअप करने का ट्राई कर रहा है. ऑलमोस्ट मैचअप कर ही लिया. 93 और इनका है 117.
Cartels will be dealt with, and all of a sudden P1 belongs to Gallerus. 35 seconds to go. He will find a couple of kills here. Thinking about the rotation over towards P2. Kings ain't thinking about that. War Machine is in. finds one with it. Pabzera finds 4 of his own, but answering back a Luminosity into the hill. 20 seconds to
नहीं
go.
भाई मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर ही ठीक हूँ मुझे ये चैंपियनशिप वगैरह खेलना पसंद नहीं है भाई मतलब टेंशन लेके नहीं हो पाएगा मेरे
sticky, so you can kind of afford to do so, but still, don't overinvest. And this is exactly why spawn outs now start coming through for Gallerus here. So Luminosity, if they don't try to push through P1, there is an opportunity to break those spawns in towards Ol, but they have chosen to do so. P1 is the choice for Luminosity. They are hungry for that back 10 seconds, and they will get it. So now just 22 points, the difference between these two teams. Gallerus now going to bring out the operators to hold on towards this next hill.
Gallerus is still in the lead.
Holding quite early here, especially from Lukashin, but Henry Cat will get the job done yet with this Sparrow. Luminosity find themselves behind here. Gallerus in control of the point. Luminosity, the communication has to be on point. Let's go for a listening. Well, LG.
I'm about to use my equals now. No, Seeker.
Kenny Barrow is weak. Kenny Barrow weak. One main.
Panali. Seeker, one machine. Main push through. He's going close up gas. Yeah, dead. I smoked good cross.
I'm needing
I need trophies main.
Market box.
Go gas.
One market box. One gas on. Market box. They're already rotating also, guys.
We're gonna
Gallery नया नाम
One shot.
No. We go new. It's all good. Block in, we got
Yo, there's a guy new already. There's a guy new. He's somewhere new. He rotated early.
Galleries ने अच्छी खासी ले ली है लीड ले ली है भाई
Lucas on the right. Lucas.
और ये हार्ड पॉइंट भी ले लिए तो खत्म भाई ये चीखें किसकी थी भाई चीखें निकल गई भाई इसकी तो
Continue their reign of terror over towards P2, but Luminosity, they were slow on the rotation last time around. They need to be good again, but Rap needs to find a way through to the rest of his team to get themselves there. Pub0 will find 2, making it 4 in total in this life. Gallerus trying to find a breakthrough.
Purified Cartels, not enough value out of that whatsoever. Only 1 kill to his name. Close spawns for LG is going to keep themselves in the conversation for this hard point. Jez now, investment of the claw. You're just going to have to pre-fire this thing down range to make sure all these players get taken down. And it works out. A couple of kills here for Jez. LG, now a moment to breathe. Gallerus now going to have to individually hit this one. Jez is getting all of these gunfights, but Pabzera able to climb through the window for free. Finds a double. Fokke, can he get another kill? No, as Kings will double up by himself. LG fighting tooth and nail for this time.
Now Gallerus get a bit scrappy over towards that hill. Mihawk's still trying to have a little bit of a look here, but Luminosity will be the beneficiary of P3. Pick up a decent chunk of time, but Gallerus limited them to a little less than
LG ने बहुत अच्छी की तरीके से ये हार्ड पॉइंट अपने कंट्रोल में लिया गाइस
every single one of those. Now the setup for Gallerus. They can dig themselves deep. The trenches are very much dug. And now for LG, which is the way that you've got to try and find a way through. Miho can shut down one on the backside. Amzera is here, ready and waiting. But Esto has actually managed to slip the net here. He's going to be able to push on through.
कौन सा आईडी शो नहीं हो रहा ब्रो
taken down. All this
Hey Alex, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
Enough to get themselves inside the hill.
Yeah, actually, Estok did stay alive for long enough to influence the spawn. So LG now close spawns, but Gallerus going to bring their operators out. It's Henry Cat for a couple of kills now. Kings on the other side needs to get something with this war machine for an early break. You can't afford to give Gallerus this time. Henry Cat's on the hunt. Raph will take him down. And ultimately, Gallerus are still through, and they've still got 3 operators ready to go. And on the other side, LG have absolutely nothing.
LG's opportunity may well have just passed by. They find the kills, Gallerus, that they need to. They just about hold on. Gallerus now in the ascendancy. 15 seconds to go on this hill. They are only around 20 seconds away. Investing here from Fokke. If you're going to find the equalizers, you don't find much from it. Cartels has got to come through and got to find the kills, and he finds 3. It doesn't get them a
I'm
whole
currently
lot,
on
at the
streamer
same
mode.
time, it keeps Gallerus that little bit further away than they were likely going to be heading into this 3rd rotation. Gallerus find themselves around 15 seconds away. Luminosity far behind right now.
Yeah, and that was a bit of an intriguing investment coming through from Gallerus. I know it said that they
Let's
had 3 operators.
see.
I didn't say they had to use them because they couldn't win regardless.
मतलब आपको लग रहा है कि LG एक राउंड जीतेगा क्या लगता है कौन सा राउंड जीतेगा SND या कंट्रोल
Still, now you've only got 1, so you have to fight for this last 16 seconds inside the time. Luminosity trying to get it done. 3 kills now coming through in that one operator.
यार यही राउंड जीतेगा लगा ये राउंड तो नहीं जीतेगा नो चांस at all
Leading the lobby for the majority of this game. 36 kills.
भाई मुंह पे मार दिए भाई उसके
incoming. Pabzera just ain't missing with anything right now. Gallerus in control of the point. Luminosity offered up a fight, and they still are. continuing to be in this game. Gallerus still 3 points over. Cartels and Koa just about holding on by the hair on their chin. But here comes the rest of Gallerus. Are they going to be able to break it on through? Hardpoint was the problem yesterday. They still haven't secured it.
Yeah, just one more second is all Gallerus needs. Double Nate doesn't secure it. Luminosity don't really have a path.
भाई LG hardpoint ले लिया. अब क्या होगा भाई? अब कुछ नहीं हो सकता. जो करना था पहले करना था.
Fast and furious hit for the rotation. I don't know if they can get it done.
भाई कैसे स्पोर्ट किया?
Perfection over this next 5 seconds. Foggy inside the point, but that will do it just right there. Look at him, lines them all up to kill the game off. Hardpoint doubts be damned.
GG's Gallery.
It's the side of Gallerus, and they are 1-0 up in this series. Disastrous start for Luminosity.
And we said it. We said, what does Gallerus need to change their hardpoint woes coming into today, coming into the most important match of the tournament thus far? It was those slow starts, and trust me, Gallerus did not have a slow start there. And I'll tell you what, to be fair, despite that brilliant
नहीं भाई, जब तुम बोल रहे हो 2-1 रहेगा, तो 1 किस में रहेगा? इतना तो होना चाहिए ना, जब इतना कर रहे हो तो इतना भी बता दो.
They just could never quite catch up. Gallerus playing incredibly well, and again, I think we're going to see it in the stat lines, but the key difference maker again.
Hey Levis bro, welcome back bro.
Key players weren't really in the conversation until later on in the game. Throughout the entirety of the game, everybody stepped up to the plate for Gallerus.
Okay bro, good night, bye bye.
As well, the communication was fast and furious, but they just couldn't find kills. It really did feel like that kill feed was dominant by Gallerus throughout the majority of that game, and really helped them on their way. Luminosity, I want to say that they had like spurts, didn't they? They seemed to just have a few moments here and there where they find 5 kills, they'd get a hold of their hill, and they'd get some good time from it, but they were few and far between. Gallerus just finding everything they possibly could have needed to throughout the majority of that one. Tried to sort of kitchen sink at it towards the end for Luminosity, but the game had been done for a little while. And that's what it means to Gallerus. Their hardpoint has been a huge struggle for them so far at this tournament. They find it in map number 1, and that will make them supremely confident throughout the rest of this series.
Yeah, and just nobody from LG was able to keep up with Gallerus. I mean, there's literally, normally in these situations, right, you kind of have one standout, right, that's doing well, and everybody else is kind of dragging their heels a little bit. No, this time around, everybody from Luminosity is struggling. I mean, they're all doing their bits in the hill for the most part, right? I mean, the only player who gets less than 59 seconds, we'll say, inside the hardpoint is Raph with 30 at the bottom of the leaderboard. But still, I mean, LG, they're just not slaying out versus Gallerus.
I'd say by 45.
Quick maps, mate. Love that.
I might not look clever, but
it's the accent, I think, mate.
Well, okay, right now you're just coming for everybody from Newcastle, so you know. But 45 outslay is a big difference, you know. And again, I do always like to reiterate that it's not always about the kills, but when you've been outslayed that heavily, it makes your life extremely difficult. Tough start for the side of LG. What can they do here going into this search and destroy? I think we're not seeing that it would be necessarily a nightmare scenario for losing map number 1, but you would see that as the weakness of Gallerus. You haven't been able to capitalize on it. Their S&D has been so strong, and we're going to have a look at why some of the reasons are for that. They looked sensational yesterday, Brody, in Search and Destroy. I wonder if they can continue that on here today.
Yeah, here's a look at the stats then to show you guys exactly what the differences are right now.
मूवी के फ्यूचर देखने वाला ट्विटर है कौन भाई?
Everything besides the objective, weirdly enough, gives head-to-head to show you guys that clear record. Excuse me, for Search and Destroy for Gallerus, 5-0. But again, a reminder that 3 of those wins came on Takeoff, Search and Destroy. That map was banned by Luminosity. They knew they couldn't really afford to play Gallerus on that map mode combination. They've gone to something they are very clearly more comfortable on in Express, Search and Destroy. They have been gifted that somewhat by Gallerus.
ये स्ट्रीम एंड होते ही मैं अपना स्ट्रीमर मोड बंद कर दूंगा. आप सब लोग को जिनको रिक्वेस्ट भेजना भेज देना, मैं ऐड कर लूंगा आप सबको.
Well, it has to be something that they take.
हाँ ब्रो, कल भी कोड्स मिलेंगे, कल भी कोड्स मिलेंगे.
Of Gallerus has been, they at least get one of their picks. We're going to see Kurahana for map number 5 if we do get
redeem code left, okay. Mods, एक बार redeem code दे दो.
That's going to be the issue right now, but they can possibly do something here. When it comes down to Express, I don't think I've even personally casted an Express at all so far over yesterday. I mean,
okay, I was going to say, you've casted an Express at some point.
Yeah, well, yes, I have.
I thought that was where you're going.
Many times for many years, thank you very much. But at the same time, we haven't seen it too much yet from either one of these two teams. I presume Luminosity maybe probably played over towards their side. Let's have a reminder of the maps that are coming up over the rest of this series. Search and Destroy Express, what we're talking about, is coming up in just a second. We will see Arsenal Control, and if we need to, that's the end of hard point. Search and Destroy, Kurahana Metropolis to finish things off. It's just I think that opening map for me gives an indication to what seriousness Gallerus are bringing to you today. It wasn't just a win on a hard point, it was a convincing one as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is the thing, right? Gallerus, again, we kind of said that their keys to victory going into the series would be winning the hard point, and then I guess, you know, it's a bit presumptuous to say they are going to win the search and destroy and the control, but, you know, that's just off knowledge of the fact that, you know, their control in Latin America during Season 5 was phenomenal. It was quite literally flawless. And then search and destroy yesterday, I mean, again, but they just look so well composed.
Give it a try.
Clearly, you can tell they put the work in their search and destroy. So, for me, it kind of feels like now Gallerus are on the path to that 3-0. The only question marks are, is Express Search and Destroy going to make all the difference for LG? You know, this is very clearly a map mode combination they are comfortable on. And, you know, if we do get to that...
कल जो भी मिलेंगे सारे नए कैरेक्टर्स रहेंगे, गन स्किन्स रहेंगे. अब एक्चुअली मुझे याद नहीं है, नहीं तो मैं बता देता. Let me check, बताता हूँ मैं.
This is a do or die moment for LG. Remind folks, this is a single elimination tournament. You get one shot at redemption. If you lose it, you're done.
Is Express going to be the way back into this game for LG? Well, we'll find out when we get back in. But for me, I think it's crucial. Look, I mean, the control has been good over this week. They will look at it as a potential way back into this one as well, but you can't let yourself go down.
कल आपको एक अवतार मिलेगा, वेपन कैमो मिलेगा, स्प्रे, चार्म, और एक वेपन कैमो और एक ऑपरेटर स्किन.
The stronger teams are making it count.
प्राइस फाइटर का वेपन कैमो रहेगा, फेनिक का वेपन कैमो रहेगा, और ऑपरेटर में मिस्टिक का रहेगा.
Yep. And at the start of the search and destroy, I'm looking for a aggression out of LG. You've got to get Raph in those positions where his R9 can be pivotal for site control. Express is built for those close quarter engagements. Here we go, right off the rip. Gallerus, they know it. They need to win these up close and personal gunfights.
Anybody sent over towards A. Utility indicative of exactly what's going on for both teams. Just trying to find a pick. I think that's one of the massive strengths though for Gallerus is their sniper play.
आपके पास M4 का फ्री लेजेंडरी या फिर DRH का लेजेंडरी तो होना चाहिए. ये दो तो होना ही चाहिए. ये तो दोनों फ्री थे.
Yep, now you've got a flanking player to deal with, and Henry Cat as well. So, for Luminosity, they're starting to feel the vice blows in now. Mihawk continuing to be effective in this round. Cartels for a 1v4. I said he's a player that steps up in these situations. So already brought it down to a 1 versus 3. If you can get the skill against Henry Cat and then get the hell out of
Who's going to win the ascendary round?
Galleries,
all the LG.
He's going right back for the reach up.
From the position
M4 का है, DRH का नहीं है क्या?
This would be one of the best 1v3s you're ever likely to see if it was to happen. And it doesn't. Gallerus with a really good start. It comes from Foki finding those R9 kills to kick off the round.
That was quick.
Such an advantageous position. One to the good.
Brilliant start from Gallerus. Again, you know, they've probably started the VOD right. They know
M4 वाला तो एक DRH वाला है, but M4 वाला नहीं. क्यों? M4 वाला तो ज़्यादा tough नहीं था, शायद कुछ दिन के लिए login वगैरह ही करना था.
Foke coming out with 3 kills at the start of the round. He's doing what R9 for Raph needs to be doing. Already.
पहली दूसरी आईडी क्यों रखते हो? मैं तो एक आईडी नहीं संभाल पाता, तो मैं इतने आईडी का से रख देते.
Without numbers, Lucas in whipping that snipe is going to make things more difficult. But Kings gets aggressive there with the R9, doesn't find the first. All of a sudden, it's Lucas in left up 1 versus 3. It all goes awry.
दो आईडी खेल कैसे लेते हो तुम लोग?
I think that completely turns around though, because then you would have the numbers that don't have to back him up, don't have to give their position up, so you're then not getting rushed. Luminosity do a really good job. Big shout out towards Kings, who finds 2 inside the train, and then the gun getting the job done. We're over towards A again.
अच्छा. Punisher by with LG for SND.
From Luminosity Gaming.
Let's see.
They're heading over towards this side. Pab Zero has to give a shout to his teammates.
हाँ 10 MB matches ही तो थे. फिर कैसे miss कर गए M4?
Swarming over towards B, and Luminosity have complete control here.
Yep, I really love that play call from Luminosity. Send a couple of utility bits over towards A to give the impression that it is going to be an A kit. Players that were on B were not ready for it. Straight out of the playbook for Luminosity. And all members are alive here when this bomb goes down. So for Gallerus, how do you approach this one? You've got a plethora of places you need to check.
Well, you need to win an unfavorable gunfight is essentially what they need to do here. Luminosity are going to be posted up. Now, bomb is, of course, down. 40 seconds or so remaining on this one. This is a gunfight you could do with winning if you're Foki.
बे फ्री वाले भी नहीं लेते हो क्या?
Now is this the second one on the chopping block? Not quite. Kings will find that one. Pub Zero will find one on Jez though. So it is ultimately
I invested a lot of money.
That one's going to be turned around now. A 3
That's
versus 3.
Good.
Chaos on the site. There's Lukashin will find one of the Kings, making it now a 3 versus 2 in favor of Gallerus. Traded again. Mihawk finds another. So S-Dug's left all on his own in a 1v2. It's a brilliant retake from Gallerus.
And it is Mihawk through the middle of the map that makes the difference there. That flank, I think Luminosity had all their angles covered, but that one. And when Mihawk comes through for the disruption, picking up 3 kills there, it is Gallerus who are able to make the retake, and that's disheartening for Luminosity. They brought it out of the playbook. It is a play that worked out initially, but Gallerus' retake is just better. Just hits Diffy. This time around, Luminosity wasting no time. It is a straight.
Okay, Noah, bro. Bye-bye.
Just going through the middle of the map. There to answer the question if they wish to push through Ticket, but they haven't quite executed yet. Right, find himself in a good position here, though. He can start to advance forward, start to cut off some lanes that Gallerus potentially could use. They ain't, and the bomb is yet to be put down. Mazera trying to put some pressure on, and then there's Hen. Let's try and push through here with the Odin. They get Sug off the bomb. Difficult position now for Luminosity. Gallerus know exactly where they are. They know where the bomb is, and they have the advantage in numbers.
Yeah, Luminosity, I mean, they've got the bomb, yeah, but they do not have an opportunity to get this bomb down. Trying to hit the audio cue to draw the player inside Ticket out. Henry Cat, I mean, he's getting drawn out, but he gets away with a kill there. King's dead to rights. Surely not another one. Jez has given a lot of himself away to Henry Cat there, barely gets away. And Hen is still in this position. Now, Foke trading things out. Raph finds one, as does Cartels. Mihawk going to trade out once again, and they know where Jess is for this 1v3. He is done and dusted. Mihawk once again, the one to put the final nail on the round.
Punisher bhai, Gallerus to yahan bhi dominate kar rahi hai.
Some of the potential routes on the flank are not going to be covered. He just wraps all the way around from behind, can kick into game whenever he wants. He's not the one that initiates it. His teammates starting to put some shots down. He walks through. It's 2 free kills to kill the round off. Team's heading over towards the A side now. This was working for Luminosity. They went to change it up. Hasn't worked since. Foki will be the first one to find a kill. Raph shut down as he tries to push through. It's a big grenade. It's a set grenade. And Foki's just going to get aggressive as well. He's going to be able to find anything. No, he isn't, because Mihawk is there to do it for him. And Foki is then following up. Here comes the cavalry. And with an R9 in hand, a dangerous prospect. Kings does answer back 4 versus 3. Make it a 4 versus 2.
This is very aggressive from Gallerus. They're getting deep into it. Jez knows it as well. He just held that angle and got something off the over-aggression. Cartels really would have wanted that fight. You know where Jez is, so just trying to hit this one at the same time. Yep, there it is. 2 versus 1 works out perfectly. And now Cartels left alive, 1 versus 3. Might have just seen Mihawk. What? No! Mihawk gets first shots in, but Cartels will turn on him.
Bro.
Keeps this 1 versus 3 alive.
Redeem codes are for the first 50 people who redeemed it.
Giving Luminosity a little bit of hope here. They've got a good eye on where he is. Papsira has been frying in this game. Put up some serious numbers at map number 1, and that's as crispy as you could possibly want. Big shot from him. Kills the round off. Gallerus still in prime position here now, Brody.
It's just Gallerus outplaying Luminosity in so many of these different positions, right? That play call from them was perfect. Now the double blind is a rush straight towards B. Who's going to win out? The R9 of Foke has been a problem, as has the Fennec of Mihawk, and it continues to be so. The Slipes of Lucastin and Pabzera also in the mix. And Cartels left alive once again. Sorry,
that was quick.
Get a chance to get into that
Bhai,
round.
1 minute ke andar khatam ho gaya match, aisa laga mere ko.
And these are the counter rounds
that was really quick.
If you're Luminosity, when those first couple of rounds we had some close ones over towards A, where they were taking their time. Utility was going through. They were trying to put the pressure on that side. As soon as we went over towards B, I don't think
LG bhai khatam hai tumhara scene.
Gallerus onto the attacking side. They can now dictate where they really want to go, and they're going to continue going over towards B, because hell, why not? It's been working out so well. It's happened again. Luminosity just getting slightly left center.
What a match, bro. What a match. Bhai, itna jaldi kaise khatam kar rahe hain ye log?
I just don't understand how Luminosity didn't see them run past.
Bhai, shuru hote hi khatam kar de rahe hain yaar ye log.
No idea whatsoever. I mean, maybe Gallerus just got there first. I'm not really sure, but either way, LG taken by surprise from behind. Now Gallerus on map point. Once again, double blind straight towards B.
Just finds first blood. Foki will find one back, but usually the result of anything over towards B.
Bhai, abhi bhi 3
There's
khatam.
only one thing and one thing only.
Ek
and that's a
bacha.
Gallerus round win. One more player remaining. Gallerus have just made absolutely
what a match, guys. What a match.
Express. Yeah, hold your best S&D and take the L. 2 to the good. Gallerus running away with this one.
That's an LG map. That is an LG map. You get that, you get gifted that by the Vetoes. You take that. And yet the same kind of play style that we know LG are capable of from SBS Season 5,
like,
they just were never able to enact it. What gives them success on that map mode combination back during the challenge season?
Kya chal raha hai dekh rahe ho Crusher bhai?
Where he can be a nuisance.
Bhai, S&D to aise khatam ho raha hai jaise 1v1 hai bhai.
With a sniper at long range. you just could never activate any of that. Because Gallerus were
शुरू होते
constantly
खत्म
up
भाई
in your
within a
face. They were
minute.
winning the R9 battles with Fokke, and I gotta give some love to Mihawk, man, because he was constantly running routes around Luminosity. He was running rings around Luminosity, to be honest with you. They had no idea where he was.
परिश भाई क्या है गंदा भाई गंदा आ रहा है एकदम
were a little slower. It was working out quite well for LG. It was a decent start from them. You know, they were unfortunate not to be 2-0 up. But after that, they were like, okay, let's try BL. Let's throw some different things at Gallerus. Gallerus like, oh, you want to go into 5v5 gunfights towards one side? Yeah, bet. No problem. 12-6.
देख लो guys कौन है Gallerus
7-1 lead in the search and destroy.
भाई बहुत गंदा खेले बहुत गंदा
2-0 lead in the series. I'm sure I did say 3-0, I think.
You want to say 3-0 now? You know, and it goes back to
नहीं मुझे लगा था कि LG हारेगा SND पर इतना गंदा हारेगा ये नहीं लगा था भाई
It's hard not to be because he is just that good of a player.
Control भी हारेगा भाई
LG. Is he the best player in the world? I think certainly we were having those conversations around Mobile Masters, but you really do have to give some love to the rest of the Gallerus side because all of them are capable of keeping up with him. I think in this series in particular, they've actually outpaced him. Lucas, I think, has taken a step back somewhat while the rest of the team are the ones slaying out, and that's not the worst thing in the world because it doesn't matter who's slaying out as long as they're winning.
I think that's one thing we have talked about, though, with the side of Gallerus, when it has come down to their general gameplay. It has sometimes felt like as if Lukashin's not having a good game, then they sometimes can struggle up against some of the better teams. He hasn't had to have a good game. The rest of the team are absolutely frying. Perhaps Zera in map number 1 was utterly dominant. Every single time we've seen him on our screens or seen the kill feed, it was him lighting LG up. And LG have to do almost the impossible here against Gallerus. It would have to be a reverse sweep if they want to come back into this series and stay alive here. Call of Duty Mobile World Champs.
ये मैच में अगर LG कुछ नहीं कर पाया तो खत्म है कहानी.
If you are LG, this is their strongest control map by far. I mean, as a matter of fact, they got 4 wins during the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 5 in North America on control, and all 4 of them came from Arsenal. So you basically won the jackpot as far as the vetoes were concerned for control. But still, I mean, does it really matter at this point? Because on the flip side of that conversation, you've got Gallerus, who albeit have, I think, relatively struggled.
It's already mentioned in the chat, guys.
You know, you go back to their Season 5, their domestic challenge season, and they were flawless on control. They were the best control team in that region. So I think it is so difficult at this point, not just to ask LG to win this map, but to ask them to reverse sweep. They are fighting a very, very steep uphill battle.
That's the thing for LG here as well, because that's Gallerus now 6-0 on Search and Destroy. Gallerus will now be thinking to themselves, right, okay, well, even if we lose these next 2 maps, we have another Search and Destroy. We haven't lost one all week. That's going to be confidence inspiring for them. They will know themselves, even if the reverse sweep's potentially on the cards, okay, there will definitely be some nerves there, absolutely. But if that goes to a map 5, they will still feel supremely confident they can walk away with this series, and that will also be in the back of their minds now to think, right, we've got 2 maps to finish this one off. We might not need them because we have that map number 5 in the Search and Destroy in the back pocket securely at this stage because it's been absolutely superb. But Arsenal Control going to be coming up next. I think, you know, for LG to have that flawless record on this map is going to give them confidence heading into this. Gallerus are a different beast, man.
But like the thing is, right, I mean, you'd probably be thinking the same thing going in the Search and Destroy. You'd probably be like, well, hey, Express Search and Destroy is our map, right? So we're going to do well. And that just happened. I don't know if you saw it, but that was a pretty good Search and Destroy for Gallerus. So, you know, again, it's kind of like maybe expectations are out the window. There's always the asterisk as well with these kind of conversation points. I mean, really, the stats from the domestic regions are just, these are the preferential maps for these teams. These are the maps where these guys have had success. But how much does that really matter when you come into an international event like this? Like, really, you're looking at performances like those on Mobile Masters, like those at CDSI, to see, all right, you can be good at these maps domestically, but when you go up against the best teams in other regions, does that same kind of thing pan out? And, you know, I'm getting the vibe at the moment that given the fact that, you know, LG just lost that Express Search and Destroy, I mean, maybe it's not working against international teams.
And for everybody at home, just to remind you of how these teams actually managed to get away through. Gallerus had to go to their very final game to get there. It took them 5 before they were able to get it done. It was a 3-2 out of Swiss. So they're coming in as the lowest seed here. Luminosity got through within 4. It took the 5 for Gallerus to get.
चलो कंट्रोल का मैच चालू हो गया. Let's see
single elimination.
क्या LG ये मैच निकाल पाएगा?
One of these 2 teams if you do go in with the L, which right now is looking like LG's option in this series because Gallerus are giving them none other. How's this one going to go, though? Is it potentially Arsenal control to bring it back into this game if you are LG, or do Caloris continue the theme of 3-0s today? It's been one-sided in nearly every single affair. It has been the case here in this series in particular as well, but can Luminosity potentially turn it around here on Arsenal control?
I would love a competitive series. I would love to even get a sniff of a Game 5, but we're very far away from it right now. Galeris, do they come out all guns blazing like they have the last couple of maps already? It looks like that might be the case. First couple of kills going their way. Luminosity trying to fight a war on two fronts, but you're not going to get a war one when you're facing Lucas in on the other side of the battlefield.
Oh, and you worried for him when that sniper play did come through to get up close and personal. It does not matter what this man is using, and this is just not the start you would have wanted if you're Luminosity. 5-0 finding one down the outside. It's only Estok who can really answer back to what has been a flurry of kills for Galeris to kick things off, and with it, plenty of map control.
LG will have to slow things up considerably here. Raf trying to play sneaky for a route, perhaps towards B. Maybe towards A. You got to make a decision, I think, pretty fast here. Focky getting the read, doesn't matter. Raf's going to gun him, so that's a good start. The problem is, though, you might well have that one kill. The rest of your teammates haven't actually gotten kills anywhere else. Maybe not. Maybe Raf is just good enough to pick up all these gunfights, create some space for the rest of LG, because nobody is now contesting him in the middle of the map.
And they had to rotate around for the pressure that was coming in. There is actually a spawn kill potentially on the go as well here. Raf doing actually crazy things here with the KRM. And he is really one of the big reasons this is why they've actually managed to find themselves this far up the map. 29 seconds on the clock. That has now been stopped with the pressure that they've been able to put on.
Nobody's using crick. Who use करेगा भाई? मेटा गन के सामने ये सब गन टिक नहीं पाता bro. Casually खेलने के लिए यूज कर लेते हैं. जहाँ पे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की बारी यहाँ सब जगह में ये सब कोई यूज नहीं करने वाला. कल मैंने देखा था किसी को शायद से ना कोई दूसरा सा गन यूज कर रहा था.
He is gone. LG now on the way. Nobody from Galeris to deal with here, but those ones coming off the spawn. Henry Cat trying to be on the point though. Rap now looking to be a nuisance with the KRM. Going to immediately bring.
हाँ, कल मैंने किसी को मैडॉक्स यूज करते हुए देखा था. भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल भाई. किसी को नहीं देखा मैंने इस सीजन मैडॉक्स यूज करते हुए. नॉर्मल रैंक मैच में नहीं देखा. वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में तो भूल जाओ.
Henry Cat can find two though. Here comes the pressure from the side of Galeris, who just wiped them off the face of the planet. 9-9 on lives, but the thing is now for LG, they haven't necessarily been pushed back here. What a huge name from Cartel straight off the spawn.
Crick ban nahi hai bro. It's not that good
yeah, we've been taken here by Raf, though.
to compete against the meta weapons.
Creates some space for the rest of his team while the rest of Luminosity make their way to the front of the point. Cartel also invest in the war machine. He's found one, but you don't quite account for Meekop with 3. Cartel's still alive though.
Cartel's trying to get something going here. Galeris only have 4 lives remaining, but they just need to hold on tight. One player on the flank is going to not be dealt with. That's
ये round ले सकता है. Yep. 3v5. 2v5. 2v4.
But Pab0 has also brought out the war machine. He needs to find some value with it. Luminosity backing up because they have the time. 2v3. Can find another. Surely doesn't find that gunfight. He does not.
3v1.
1 versus 3 for Lucas Jin is what is needed.
मुश्किल है.
So difficult for him to do in this
ये round ले गया.
position.
LG ले गया ये round.
Should be the round to LG and is. Through thick or thin, they get the job done.
उनको अपना बेस्ट देना पड़ेगा. कंट्रोल इनको नहीं जाने देना चाहिए. कंट्रोल गया तो खत्म.
Yeah, and it's the exact same strategy twice there for Luminosity consecutively, right? They get Raf through the middle of the map, they get in a position where he is cutting off LG, forcing them to all go up the steps. They can't get through Raf, not when he's got the KRM at that short range. Not even Focky can beat him in those gunfights. So for Galeris, just getting outplayed by that. LG with the strats, win them that
now
round.
58% people are with LG.
Solid defense in
How?
round number 2. The
How is it possible? You guys are with LG. Even after seeing their performance.
Not finding any value just yet because Galeris made their way towards B.
Galeris have freely walked down the B street. Stuck well placed to Pab0, and now all of a sudden LG can start to think about trying to get a little bit more control over towards this side because Galeris just walked straight up. They will find those kills, they will push out those lanes. Keep an eye on Mihawk. They know where he is, though. He's taking some damage, so they've got a decent idea, but he's got a claw in his hands. Now he's on the spawn spree. Yeah, this is going to be dangerous, but they deal with him almost immediately. No players really spawning in for him to deal with. Everybody from Galeris wasn't really finding the kills that he needed them to find.
And I think more to the point here, Galeris haven't actually done anything off the back of that, right? A was totally clear. Now they're preoccupied with the Luminosity players that are trying to retake the point. No progress made whatsoever. Now Raf coming in from behind, having the help of Kings with him. Also, Jez on the other side. Jez at the very least will be dealt with, but now the spawn trap coming through from LG. Galaris, I think at this point, the 4 players that are alive, you've just got to kind of stick to this point.
Oh, they've lost a couple of kills as well, and that's going to create a little bit of chaos. Are they going to have enough help to actually get out of this spawn trap? No, they are not.
Hello Ashwini bhai, welcome back to this. Welcome back bro. क्या हाल है भाई? बड़े दिनों बाद दिखे.
Towards Luminosity ever so slightly. They'll deal with the players who were there on that spawn trap who are now starting to find the way around.
Team change कर लिया फिर भी गॉडल से हार के गया. कोई मतलब नहीं हुआ.
Over towards the B side. Whereas Luminosity really focused on the spawn trap.
Yes, team change पर result वही है.
A little too much resources to that spawn trap. I think there are 2 or 3 players.
Result change नहीं हुआ भाई एक के लिए.
Just keeping an eye on the middle of the map. Fortunately enough, Raph is there though. S-Thug, I think, forced to invest the Predator missile here to clear things up a little bit against Galaris. And Galaris will be sent back to square
LG
one.
can well control.
Well,
Yes,
a lot of time here. They've
no
already got
doubt.
1 tick down
They can.
on B.
But
And Luminosity, their entire backline is reliant on S-Thug getting
see.
these kills, and I think that's the route that Galaris are taking here. Will it work? I think Raph with the jump up might have just made the call to the teammates. That's what's happening.
If Raph can find something else here, that would be huge for him and his team. He knows this player's there. He does actually manage to find Mihawk before going down to Lucas Jin.
Hello Ashwini bhai, क्या हाल है आपके?
Galaris are starting to work on some sort of flank if they can. Mihawk and Code trying to get something done. S-Thug is the one watching it though. He can find one before he gets taken down by Foki, but here come the rest of the team. But now they're going to be distracted by the fact that Foki is here. He's pulled out the equalizer, but he's going to have so many players in and around him. But is that going to open up the door for the rest of Galaris? Or can Foki just deal with them? He can only find one. But is that going to give them the room on the other side of the map?
But it's the exact same thing that we saw earlier on where Galaris, you're getting a player in that position, but you're not doing anything with it. You can't just follow that out with another flank. And that's the attempt here. Cartel's in behind, able to get the team shots. There's the finisher. Pabzera down for the count. That's a bad decision from Galaris. If you're going to get a player with the claw into the spawn trap, you need to have players ready to capitalize on it.
To be working out for Galaris still in the search and destroy with these 5v5 fights, and that's what they're going to have to force here to try and find themselves around. They're down 4, now 5.
5v10, no chance.
Total. Can they manage to find a way through? Lucas Jin will find one, 5-0 will find another. They've got to try and be flawless. They cannot. Cartels find something, and it should be the round for Luminosity unless 2 players from Galaris can do
Who used
the impossible.
SKS?
Not gonna happen.
No one is using
Luminosity
SKS right here.
giving some life here in this series. 2 to the good now. But Galaris, it feels like maybe we're overconfident in some of their play, especially around number 1. Round number 2 was
वो बंदा टॉक्सिक है भाई.
It's just uncharacteristically individual.
भाई ठीक है तुम अच्छा खेलते हो.
They try it twice
पर
in the same round.
भाई इतना भी टॉक्सिक नहीं होना चाहिए भाई कि तुम अपने आप को एकदम सुपीरियर समझो और बाकी सब साले हैवी हैं.
Regardless, Luminosity have everything going for them now, and there's this round.
I think Codm hates me so much. Why, bro? Why? What do you think so?
Putting a missile down to keep Galaris inside while the path has opened up over towards B. I mean, they've got so many options to start this round out.
Punisher bhai. Abhi bacha hai.
Down range. We'll find one, but LG are still in the conversation for a B cap.
Prediction कहाँ जाता है?
A little bit of control. Kings does but the shots are fantastic with the Odin. Posted up with that. It's a dangerous prospect for the side of Galaris. We'll find something over towards Lab, so Mihawk could potentially cause some issue, but Luminosity, as soon as they got a hold of it, they haven't let it go, and Raph now just trying to press the issue if he can as well.
ये वाला
They want to
LG
secure B, they
जीतेगा.
want to secure
Let's see.
this map. It's looking more and more likely as time is going on. B is lost. You got A locked down here with Raph as well. This game may well be done before it's even started.
Yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? LG are investing everything to get this one done and dusted. A in control for them. Cartels now looking to keep these guys away. I don't even know if Galaris can touch this point in time. Henry Cat really does feel like the only coat in behind enemy lines. He's going to get cut down. Galaris no choice but to go through the smallest of choke points to keep this game alive. Facing down the Kings and all the
LG बोला भाई do or die situation है. ये मैच नहीं आना है भाई. अपना बेस्ट दो और दिया. उन्होंने अपना बेस्ट दिया भाई.
Arsenal control is theirs.
Oof, बच गए भाई.
Flawless in their regular season.
Punisher भाई, what a prediction, bro. What a prediction.
Gets them a lifeline in this series. That's something to talk about for the Galaris.
What's wrong with the codes? I think you are late, that's why. All the codes are already redeemed.
They found 5 or 6 kills straight from that, but that was the only note.
But don't worry, bro. Better luck next time.
Entirety of the map.
कल नए codes मिलेंगे. You can try tomorrow.
It just got down to business. Got the job done. a series is something we now have on our hands, Brody, because it wasn't feeling like that after the first few maps.
Yeah, it is a lot better.
No problem, you can try it again, bro.
I've got to imagine for them, I think they were kind of feeling a lot better just even seeing this in the veto process, seeing this in the map set once that process was done. That being said, you know, look, I'm giving Gallerus a little bit of stick here for messing up the spawn trap, because of course that's one of the ways in which, you know, you
Hello
can
Harsh, welcome to the stream. What's up, bro?
around the spawn mechanics on this map mode combination. I got to give LG a bit of props actually, because even though Gallerus did mess it up and kind of open the door for LG to capitalize, in those situations, LG were very quick to deal with it. They were like, all right, look, someone is trying to flank us here. They might have an operator. Let's get them out before they can cause some problems. And they did that without taking the players from the key positions out of those positions, right? Raph consistently stayed in that cut, making sure nobody made their way through the middle of the map. I think that's really impressive team play coming out from LG, right decision making, and I think it's the thing that ends up winning them the map.
And it felt like the catalyst for that was Raph, right? Over the entirety with the shotgun. And we see it from the first player through Vent. We've seen one player push towards him. All right, okay, he's been dealt with a shotgun. And then another just sprinting in there with fists up, expecting to be able to do something. And I want to say it was arguably cockiness from the side of Gallerus to a certain degree at the start of that. But, I mean, who can blame them after the first two maps, I suppose? But you get caught lacking just a little bit if you're Gallerus, and Luminosity throw themselves back into the conversation of this series. Map number 4 is going to be coming up in just a second. And we're going to be going over, I believe at least, to a Luminosity hardpoint here. They've got to be feeling good heading into map number 4. And then that would force, obviously, a map number 5, which would be Gallerus' search and destroy pick in Kurahana. But again,
no,
for all that,
Vitality is disqualified
confident in this series,
yesterday.
Happens, even if they have to go to a last map, they know they have it within them to dominate that search and destroy. It's all very well saying that, but how you would feel on the main stage is something different entirely.
Yeah, I mean, it's very different up there, ultimately, right? But still, I mean, for these guys, they're going to be feeling so happy on the main stage, right? I mean, LG, they're finally in the series now. They've got some momentum in their favor. They didn't just win that map, but they did so convincingly. And I think they can kind of now be feeling a lot more relaxed. As you said, you know.
Hello, Dev bhai. Welcome to the stream. Kya haal hai, bro?
Hacienda Hardpoint is a strong map for Luminosity. He is their best.
कैसे हो देव भाई?
Season 5 of the Snapdragon Pro series.
आप तो अभी तक का सो जाते हो? आज कैसे जगे हुए हो?
Actually looking out, obviously, you know, given the fact that Luminosity have just won their
पूरा Phoenix चल रहा है लगता है Alcatraz में.
A situation where we might go to a game 5. Our first game 5 of the day here in the quarterfinals.
नहीं, Gordel भी disqualify हो चुका है.
But for LG again, this is a
भाई,
totally
आप भी
different
यहीं
beast
हो?
here in Gallerus.
Well, let's see if Gallerus can.
हाँ देव भाई, हार गए.
What was a dominant
Better luck
for
next
LG
time.
in map number 3. We have a quick break coming up before map number 4. We'll see on the other side.
All right, Beef Mommy here with Luminosity Gaming, North America's #1 team going into the World Championship. Again, how are you guys feeling going into Atlanta? Let's start with you, Cartels.
I'm excited to play, you know, especially Elevate and X-Rock that made it here.
You already name dropped a lot of teams there.
I didn't get to play them yet like that, so, you know, I'm excited to play those teams.
That's good. How about you, Kings?
I'm neutral. No, just going in it, confident.
Simple. Jez.
Wolves और Elevate का मैच अभी भी बचा हुआ है.
Oh, yeah.
Up next, इसके बाद इनके मैच होगा.
You getting ready for your redemption arc for this year?
Yeah, you can say something like that. Yeah. Stop laughing.
I'm feeling great. You know, we're really excited. We've been grinding. We're the #1 team in NA for a reason. So we're going in guns blazing. We're going to go. It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
That's Doug.
I'm pretty excited to play all the teams overall, and it gives it like a
to
show yourself.
Of course. What do you think sets LG apart from the other NA teams?
You got me thinking now.
Oh, yeah?
I got it.
Oh, okay.
Simple.
You got it.
It's simple as this. You know, stage 4 MVP from last year, this guy is a prodigy, I'll be honest. In my honest opinion, the best AR in North America right here. Jez, 2022 World Champion for a reason. And we got my boy S-Thug, probably the most talented, best player of all time.
भाई, होना तो
I know it's a
चाहिए.
big take, but I genuinely think he is like one of the best of all time. And you got me, AO Raf, the best shotgun player in North America. I can definitely claim that. I think something that really makes us great is that, jokes aside, all 5 of these players, myself included, have something to prove. You know what I mean? Going into champs.
हाँ, सही बोले देव
What pushes
भाई.
you forward, like as a team or as an individual?
My mom before.
भाई हंस रहे थे
did
भाई
not
ये
want
लोग.
me to play at all, wanted me to go to school and stuff.
ये होता है
And
भाई,
then,
होता है.
like,
जब
Sylvia,
4-5
like,
दोस्त यार
teammate
लोग
and
बैठते हैं ना
talked
साथ
to my
में.
mom to let me play and
होता है भाई,
stuff,
तुम लोग के
so
साथ भी हुआ
she
होगा.
kinda helped
पक्का
out,
से
and
हुआ
now
होगा.
my mom like supports it, so I don't know, I just want to make my mom proud and stuff.
Pretty much the same thing, you know.
On their own words. हाँ भाई.
You know, win a ring, supporters.
Side
too
वाला
as well,
friend
so,
अभी क्या बोल रही है?
You know, Got something big to live up to.
Last year I didn't play stage 5, so, and being that 2022 I got a ring, I want to be the first to get 2.
Proof as a team that we can be the first team to win again.
Individually, I've been doubted a lot as a player, but so that's one thing that motivates me. But even sometimes when I'm down, I look at these guys. Every single player here, myself included, is really hungry. So we're coming in with flames. This will be the best COD Mobile Championship we've ever had.
Hi Kenshi, welcome to the stream, bro.
Make sure you tune in.
Well, Raf said it himself, they have something to prove. They have themselves now a series that they could potentially come back in here in Atlanta. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024. Hell of a game on our hands. Here between Luminosity and
I got Mythic Phoenix few minutes ago. That's great, that's great.
And especially to DHL. Chance to win €5,000. Follow that link, esl.gg/EFFI. Hey, I've got my phone with me.
Mythic Phoenix is the only SMG which is used in the World Championship. I've never seen any player using any other SMG except the Phoenix.
This is going so far over the Americans' heads, I'm not going to lie. But back to the conversation at hand. LG back into this game. But do we believe that this map number 4 could go their way? Based on maps 1 and 2, what we've seen from Gallerus was very, very strong. But that confidence now for LG is going to be there. They know they'll have a chance in this series.
Yeah, I think, you know, the difference maker for me now is that we are going into a map that LG would want to play in Hacienda, right? So they will be very comfortable here. This is where your ARs are going to
No problem, bro. You have one more day and one more chance.
Two of the best
So get ready for tomorrow.
America, right? Raf has got a lot of confidence in his team. Of course, Cartel's also, I mean, he showed up in that last game as top fragger for the roster. He always shows up in these situations, in these clutch-up situations. So I feel like, genuinely, I know we said 3-0 to begin with, but now, of course, you know, we have the map set in front of us. We have an LG that feels fired up here. I feel like this might well go all the distance to a game 5.
In the pit of my stomach, I'm with you on that, actually, because it just feels like it's such a flip. It's so many times, I mean, over just Call of Duty esports, full stop. That third map in game mode, wherever it is, over the years, domination comes to the flag, control, whatever. It always feels like it can be a bit of a swing if a team dominates in the way that Gallerus did.
Bolo Anupam bhai, tumi kothay thako?
All of a sudden happens, you lose that one. Yep. The doubt creeps in. Are Gallerus mentally strong enough to be able to deal with
godlike hota to maza aata. हाँ भाई, godlike hota तो चाहिए था. चाहता तो मैं भी यही था.
Yes, okay, they have a very tough map number 5 coming.
Hello Anshu, welcome back, bro.
But the confidence will be on one side of the stage, and well, for me, it's the left-hand side. I'm not sure which way you guys are seeing it at home, but that's where it will feel. Luminosity.
Gallery जीतेगा हाँ नहीं भाई मुझे भी यही लग रहा है.
But yeah, Luminosity will definitely.
Who won? Match is still going on, guys.
Side. Let's take a look then at map number 1 highlights. A reminder of what happened.
Don't worry, bro. You have one more day, one more chance. No, one more chance. You have 5 more chances. So be ready for tomorrow.
And then later on during the games, that's when they kind of kick things off.
हाँ पुनिशा भाई बोलो.
Not the case. Right from frame 1.
Strange भाई Bengali. हाँ भाई मैं भी Bengali हूँ.
Fantastic performance from them. If they can bring this kind of level to map number 4, all of a sudden the confidence will be dealt with. But I mean, it was a really convincing hardpoint, and that had been the issue for Gallerus all day yesterday throughout the Swiss. Hardpoint was severely lacking. I tell you what wasn't. Their search and destroy, still flawless after map number 2 between these two teams. That just went so one-sided in Gallerus' direction so quickly.
Yeah, I think that the key differentiating factor here is, again, you know, Luminosity on this map mode combination. When we saw them during the Season 5 of the Snapdragon Pro Series, I mean, they were so aggressive. They were constantly successful at getting Raf in those positions where they could unsettle the other team. Gallerus never let that happen on the situation. You had players like Mihawk being so annoying, Fokke being so annoying, just constantly getting under their skin and finding routes that would frustrate them. So Gallerus here taking that search and destroy.
It was fantastic performance from Gallerus on that map in particular, but they're going to have to bring something else.
बोलते ही नहीं हैं भी हैं यार.
Number 4, because map 3 was not great. Luminosity will be trying to eat into that confidence.
हाँ tribe के लिए तो भाई वही हो गया. Tribe को तो लगा भाई ये same पिछले साल भी हुआ था भाई. क्या हो गया बोल रहे होंगे? क्यों भाई क्यों?
Bang out one way or another. We should be jumping in momentarily, but I think for Hacienda, talk to me about both these two teams and how we feel about this map specifically. I know you mentioned already LG, you feel probably confident on it. That's why they picked it.
Right.
But how do you feel about Gallerus' chances on this map in particular?
You know, I'm so glad you asked.
नहीं एचपी भाई, ये सब टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह बहुत टेंशन वाला सीन है और मुझे मेरे लाइफ में टेंशन नहीं पसंद. रिलैक्स रहो भाई, रिलैक्स, चिल. ना टेंशन ना ले सकता मैं.
Point disadvantage or something ridiculous like that. Like Godlike started so strong. Actually, towards the end of the game, they almost brought it back. It came down to a 14-point game in the end. Godlike, I believe, were able to finish things off.
भाई क्यों भाई हनी भाई, स्ट्रीम से सबको भगाना चाहते हो क्या? साजिश से कौन पैसा खिला रहा है?
Number one, LG might not like the Gallerus that they see, but I mean, again, it's just a question of are we going to get that Gallerus that we saw yesterday, or are we going to get Gallerus we saw in map 1?
कोई मजा नहीं आता.
Both these two teams still alive in this bracket. Stalwart and Godlike have been dealt with. Hearts out. We did have to just remind everyone by getting that little scratch through that there. Thank you to
किस चीज के बारे में बोल रहे हो पनिशा भाई?
Kind of doing his job. He's too nice of a guy. I would have been staring him in the eyes whilst I crossed his name out on the bracket.
I feel like if Q9 get all the way towards the grand finals and they're our eventual champions, there's just going to be a ton of hearts on the board. It's kind of like Alice in Wonderland or something on our bracket. You'll know that Uling's been there, that's for sure. But yeah, he's a really nice guy, of course. It's actually funny you say that, right? Because do you remember Mobile
आ जाओ भाई पनिशा भाई, फिर खिला देते हैं.
Q9, they beat Gallerus. I think it was like something 4-0, 4-1 in the grand finals, right? And you know, part of his victory speech, he literally spent saying how good of a player Lucasin is. I mean, honestly, obviously a lot of the conversation was about Lucasin and Uling, who are the best players, but just the fact that Uling spent time of his victory speech to say, Lucasin's an amazing player, I've got so much respect, I learned so much from him. I mean, it goes to show, A, how wonderful a player Uling is, it's a rare breed for sure, and then B, how brilliant of a player Lucasin is.
I think we need more.
no, not these days. नवरात्रि के बाद आना है पनिशा भाई.
To me, actually, if anything, you know.
To you?
To me, mate. Yeah, no,
wow.
you deserve everything you get. Let's not get it twisted.
That's fair.
We need more nice
yep.
people.
Ashwini bhai, Gordel is disqualified.
There are plenty of you nice people at home. Hey, get yourself involved and see who. If you can have a bit of a nice off with Uling, but I mean, you're not winning this level of. No, you're not winning. You're not winning at all.
Panish meant to say match.
Who's going to be joining Uling and Q9 in tomorrow's festivities? In the map before we go, we may
okay,
not decide that.
No problem, Anshu bhai. Good night, bro. Bye bye.
If Luminosity can force a map number 5, but Gallerus, can you close it out? It was a good performance from them.
Vegetarian or Panisha bhai?
When you've struggled all week long to do so. I'm not too sure. Luminosity will have the bit between their teeth here, buddy.
Yeah, Luminosity have to start strong. Kieran has
भाई तब भी नहीं जाएगा भाई. उज्जवल भाई, वो उसका तब भी नहीं जाएगा.
Now we're feeling confident for the moment though. Not in control over this time. P1 is always a mixy one, and I think both of these two teams, they're going to have that kind of rotation.
नहीं भाई मैं नहीं.
That's why you're seeing Luminosity back up.
Stream से भगाना नहीं है लोगों को.
From Gallerus has kind of gone through.
All about the rotation, no. That's going to be coming in pretty shortly.
हाँ, World Championship से out है.
See how some of these opening gunfights are going to go. Very even across the board from both these two teams. It's one of those that if Luminosity came out the gate screaming, you worry for Gallerus, but they're picking up some good free time here. Rotation over towards P2s, kind of 50-50 as well. Luminosity with a nice stop.
Yeah.
Has he lost or disqualified? क्या मतलब दोनों तो एक ही हुआ क्या?
But they're doing well to take them out. Raph goes through the smoke. Shot's not good. Lucasin will survive that.
Machir झोल एकदम सही अनूप भाई. अनुपम भाई.
Couple of players now. Jez and Estog looking to push through. Mihawk able to double up. Jez will get the car bomb onto one player, but the rest of those gunfights going in Gallerus' favor. Now they've got the back spawns as well, but Luminosity they're trying
That's the spirit, Anush bhai.
As long as he can. Those get taken down by Jez, so that may well give Luminosity just a little bit of a toehold.
अरे अनुपम भाई फॉर्म में आ रहे हो तुम तो पूरे. हेलो लविज भाई, वेलकम बैक. क्या कर रहे हो?
Raph has done so well to find something there though. Estog is the only one who can kind of combine with him, but into the point they go. Estog just does it all on his own. Him and Raph getting the job done. Break comes through from Luminosity off the back. Some crazy play from Estog.
Yeah, and you're already forcing out the utility from Gallerus here. You know, Mihawk earned a Predator missile early on. He knows how important this time is, so he's going to bring that one down to keep Luminosity out of the hard point. Even that is not enough. Still a couple of players hanging around here. Fokke over the top will get shut down, not able to connect with the R9. So LG will get that scrap time. And actually, to be fair, they might have a good look at the rotation as well. Estog has snuck through. He's getting some shots in towards Mihawk. Mihawk trying to play his life. That's not going to happen. And if Estog can find even more here, this is going to do more than just
Ashwini bhai,
some problems for
हर try तो उन लोग अपना best करते हैं. पिछले साल सेकंड पोजीशन तक पहुंचे थे. This year उतना अच्छा नहीं हो पाया, but still they did their best.
This rotation that was looking good for Gallerus is no longer. Luminosity have come through the front door. Estog has come back with his own Sparrow and said, yeah, okay, I can do this too. And here come the rest of the operators now. Cartel starting to ring out the War Machine over towards the fence's side. Kills over towards the back though, coming in from Lukashin. A potential breach being set up here by
पूरा note down चल रहा है.
Gallerus still trying it, but they just can't get past the ARs. You talked about it, right? The ARs being this massive.
भालो खूब भालो means बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया.
With the War Machine though, wants to get some serious value with it. Not a lot connecting, but Raf's R9 or Raf's equalizer, excuse me, will. Habzera now fighting back with a War Machine of his own, still alive in the situation. Had a killer drone going out for a one. Gallerus know how important.
Scheme बता दे रहे हो पूरा लेविट का.
Even if it's just a contest.
गलत है भाई पनीशे भाई. गद्दारी कर बे.
Now looking for it. They will have a clean look at this next rotation.
Cartels has done so well. This final 5 seconds, he's contested every single one of them. And that's forced the rest of Luminosity. Well, okay, they've had the time, they've had the momentum to be able to push over towards this next hill, whereas the rest of Gallerus are just trying to deal with one player. Luminosity get themselves set up here over towards the rock hill, and they will manage to pick up the first few kills, the first few points, 10 seconds their way, but Lukashin is here, and he's got a big old gun. Annihilator is out from him. He's trying to do it all for his team. Pokey is there to follow up. Lukashin with a third. Breaks it wide open pretty much all on his own.
ये वाले मैच में तो LG अभी लीड ले रहा है भाई. क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
Kings now wants to do exactly what Lukashin just did to him.
Gallery full cover up करने को ट्राई कर रही है. कवर ऑलमोस्ट कवर कर ही लिया है. 10 पॉइंट का डिफरेंस है. आई थिंक कवर कर लेगा. कवर कर लेगा प्लस नहीं 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 कर पाया कवर. कर लिया भाई.
I felt like Kings was waiting for something to fall into his lap, whereas Lukashin was the one being proactive with that Annihilator. Finds 3 out of absolutely nothing, and then the kill feed is looking in one direction and one direction only. Brilliant hold from Gallerus, but it only gives them an ever so slight lead heading into the second rotation. But that could be influential. Luminosity were looking good for the setup.
LG ये मैच भी जीतेगा. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Hard point thus far. We promised you guys a banger here.
सबके पास मिथिक क्यों है भाई? ये कैसे सवाल हुआ भाई?
Once again, P1 mixy as ever. Habzera trying to garner some kind of control of this top side. The ARs for Gallerus are going to want to step it up a notch if they do want the map control around here. LG, look, they're going to be in here for the moment. Still trying to fight for this time. Estug again, just looking for that top side control. It gives you just so much control over the middle of the hard point, but Luxin able to find his way through for at least one. Being so frustrating, and all of these kills here for Gallerus means they flip the map in their favor.
We've seen over towards P2. It's pretty mixy between the squads. It was
अरे अभी दे दो.
Luminosity to actually find themselves back in
अभी बता दो. पनीशा भाई अभी बता दो. क्या लगता है ये मैच कौन जीतेगा?
Because that's what it feels like. It feels like
Galleries और LG.
Throughout this game. Gallerus found one of their own and found nearly a full 60. Now the rotation over towards P2. That hill's going to be popping in about 6 seconds time. Gallerus have the opportunity to set themselves up. They can lay down the land. They know exactly where LG are coming from. That kill tells you that exactly. Cartels can find one with his War Machine. Isn't going to find a whole lot else. Kings finds a couple though. Luminosity threatening.
Yeah, you need to find something here. Cartel's actually looking for a flanking player here. That's created some space for the rest of the team to find their way through. Gallerus now forced in towards using their stuff. Habzera fights for. Hello, welcome to the fight, Habzera. Gallerus now full investment here to take this time away.
Finally, Gallerus taking the lead.
Around the back line, looking to try and take it away from Gallerus. Fokke recognizes the urgency to push out of the hard point. Will only be able to find one, but Gallerus still in for the moment.
Right play coming in from Fokke there. I mean, he has to push out.
भाई बोल दो भाई बोल दो.
Becomes very, very difficult when you're dealing with players coming in from a couple of different angles. Lukashin can only find one with his Annihilator. It felt like you only had that about 2 seconds ago, but Gallerus will be the ones who pick up the majority of the time here. Trying to actually solidify something over towards.
क्या मैंने अभी मिथिक टाइप 19 में रेड डॉट देखा? ये शायद मैंने नहीं देखा भाई. मैं मिस कर नहीं. रेड डॉट तो कोई यूज नहीं करेगा यार.
Majority of that time, that
नहीं कोई यूज नहीं कर रहा शायद.
A 30-point swing potentially to the deterrent of Luminosity, but because Raph finds those moments, he finds that equalizer kill. It shuts that down. Now they have the rotation as well over towards fences. They had a lot of luck here last time. Let's see if they can do it again.
Yeah, this is the key one, right? This is the one where fences is always messy. To get a lot of time off this hill would be miraculous, and Luminosity know it. Still going to invest in for it regardless. Jez will only actually find one there with the claw, but fortunately enough, the rest of the team here are still in the hard point to contest. Gallerus players in behind though. Keep an eye on Fokke, looking to cause some carnage. He's going to get cut short. Now for Gallerus, this is a one-dimensional attack from the front.
Let's see if they can find a way through. Lukashin is the tip of the spear, and Mihawk is behind you as well with a knife in the back. Kings will be the only one who's able to find anything back, so Gallerus will get some control for around 20 more seconds potentially. A lot being invested by a couple of the players here. Operators across the board. Foki will find another one. Lukashin behind him. Foki looking for the third. Raph, though, will find two of his own. Finding tooth and nail for this one over towards fences. If you are Luminosity Gaming, can you manage to find a way through? Yes, you can. Where's the contest? But last time around we've seen it. They did get the rotation over towards P4. They didn't do anything with it. This time around they have got bodies over there. They have to hold this down.
Fennec is OP, bro. Best SMG right now.
Last time around from Lucasin was the problem. This time around he doesn't have one just yet. But an missile will be down, so now they know where these players are located. Kings, Annihilator, inside the hard point this time around. How much can you actually find? Gallerus are coming all from this one direction here. They're facing down both the Annihilator and the War Machine from Cartels. And Cartels reads Mihawk perfectly and will find Lucasin as well. Luminosity off back of great utilization of the operators will hold the early time.
LG वापस से अपना लीड ले लिया.
Very shortly though, you would like to think perfect usage. You are absolutely right. So efficient from Cartels and Co. Gallerus are going to be in a position where they can do the same themselves. They're currently inside the hard point, 24 seconds to go. S-Dog, though, he's got a Sparrow of his own, finds a couple more. It just seems as if every single operator has been brought out here by Luminosity has been great, but Foki trying to do the same with the Equalizer. Can only find two. Back and forth, nobody really gaining any sort of control.
Foki would have found that fourth kill there.
Hi SD, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
Equalizers, but still, was not good enough. Luminosity still holding on for this one. Miko, can he get anything done with the Purifiers? No, Raph on the other side. Miko's still alive, by the way, with that Purifier. He's looking for the players to go through the middle of the map. He's not able to find anything whatsoever. So as we go into the second set, or the first set, excuse me, here, Luminosity just a few points in the lead over Gallerus. Henry Cap picking up 3 kills, though. That's going to give them a lot of breathing room.
Oh, they're going to have so much time to now set themselves up over towards P1. And we do see teams pick up decent chunks of time.
Galleries lead लेने का full try कर रही है, पर still ज़्यादा difference नहीं है.
Setting themselves up, still continue to find the kills.
और ALG ने lead ले लिया.
And it feels like Gallerus are probably going to have a lot of operators available here. You can see already Henry Cat has the Sparrow.
भाई कोई ज़्यादा देर किसी को lead में रहने नहीं दे रहा.
Raph does have something available for probably the rotation over towards P2 in just a second. But it feels like both these two teams, they're trading back and forth when the operators are available. Right now, it's Gallerus' turn.
I don't know if Gallerus will want to utilize them here with 10 seconds left, right? I think you want to try and keep those ones for this next rotation. You currently don't have control of it. Big kill from Miko on towards one player. Rogue Spawn coming through there from Cartels. It's going to give them an opportunity here to get inside the hard point. Jez will win the crucial one-on-one as well. And with those spawns now going Luminosity's way here, they've got an opportunity to hold. They're 9 points down at this point in time. Here come the operators.
The operators are out, but they have a pinch being potentially set up here. If you're Gallerus, Jez can find two with the claw. Here comes Raph as a little bit of backup. We press from two different sides here, water and of course from the car park.
पोल में तो अब सब LG बोल रहे हैं, LG जीतेगा. Let's see.
The smoke and see where you can hit, and absolutely everything is the answer.
Sorry guys.
And not much left available here from the side of Luminosity. Lukashin now bringing out the Annihilator as well. 200 points is beckoning for Gallerus.
Yeah, and you can find this one from the front as well. Fortunately though, Luminosity do manage to get one player through. That has to be the savior here, while Gallerus just firing all of this downrange. Predator missile now coming down from Henry Cat as well. Cartel looking to just fire those pellets through the smoke as well. If they can do it, why can't I? Big plays from Cartels as he gets through for the back 15 seconds. LG wanted this time.
Gallerus walking away with their tail between their legs. It felt as if they were holding that one down so well, but it's going to be Luminosity with an ever so slight lead by the time we get over towards the fences. Both teams to take a breath, take a moment. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of this map, and both these teams so evenly matched.
Season 9 कब आएगा bro? Season 9 आ चुका है.
The first one's there, but Luminosity trying to find a way through from the other side. Can only find one in the back of Cartels. Lukashin found one of his own. Operator's going to start coming in as well. You can already see it's the Sparrow from S-Dog. Finds one, but Foki shuts that one down, and now he comes out with the equalizers as well. Foki now holding it down entirely on his own. They got one player on the flank, but everybody coming this way.
Yeah, and as long as they have a player back towards Fence's side, you can read these spawns perfectly. You know where Luminosity are going to be coming from, and Foki's just going to sit in a corner, and they're going to run right into him. Foki picking up all of these kills. Gallerus soaking up all of this time. This is normally a mixy hardpoint ton.
Finally, LG is
so certain of it.
in a lead.
Happy with the time they're getting.
The operator usage has been
क्या लगता है ये इस पॉइंट पे इस मैच को खत्म कर पाएंगे?
5 seconds away, but Raph finds two out of absolutely nothing. He's pulled that from thin air, and Foki answers back with 3. Now
Galleries हार्ड पॉइंट छोड़ ही नहीं रहे. इनको ये पूरा पॉइंट इनको चाहिए.
be another nail in the coffin of Luminosity game.
नहीं छोड़ नहीं रहे, एकदम नहीं छोड़ रहे.
Not finishing things here regardless of what happens, but they put a serious dent in Luminosity's hopes and dreams. Rotational battles are paramount here, and Luminosity have put so much into the scrap time. Fortunately enough, though, they are going to win the gunfight over by Noob.
दूसरे next hardpoint के लिए move हो चुकी है.
Gallerus, they're on their way.
That breather that everybody needs, that the team needs to happen now for
No,
Luminosity.
sorry, not that LG. Gallery's
They need to lock this one down because Gallerus are finding themselves 16 seconds away from sending themselves to a Sunday. Lukashin is there with Pavzira. These two players have been the catalyst for this side of Gallerus time and time again. Mihawk is the only one who can find something, but he's got a flamethrower.
I can see Gallerus are winning this round.
They are going to get in, and Luminosity looking to try and find a break. They've got one more player to deal with. They do that just about in time. Gallerus have found a way back though. They're not far away, but Luminosity in control and finding the kills.
Yeah, Cartel's going to bring out the war machine as well. Through the smoke, doesn't matter. Just going to fire those pellets down just for safety. LG can't finish things here regardless, but you want to keep this time out of Gallerus's glass. Here we go. Raph on the other side. Look at the kills with the R9. How many LG players can you take down, Raph? Goodness me. A couple more. Pabs are on the other side, though, looking to get it done. Gallerus now still looking for this time, but neither team can finish it here.
Oh my goodness me. We are going to be coming into this final potential hill with
भाई
the
LG lead ले लिया भाई.
absolutely nothing. Stokes brought out the Sparrow, and that's going to give the onus
Let's
over
see
towards
जो होना है next
Luminosity.
hardpoint पे. ये hardpoint का कहानी खत्म.
The only 13. In terms of operators, not a whole lot available. But let's go over towards Fountain, see how things go down.
Smoke's going down here. Both teams trying
Come
to
on,
use it
come
to
on,
get
come
towards
on.
the hard
Galleries,
point
come
here.
on.
You can get it done. Who's got the top side
You
cover?
guys still have to win, bro.
It's LG in the kill feed. They want to finish
Yeah.
it.
Let's see if Gallerus can find a way
Yeah,
back
क्या?
through, because Luminosity have suddenly found the
नहीं
break.
नहीं नहीं LG ले गया ये
From
round.
sending us to a map number 5. 2 seconds now for Luminosity. Gallerus trying to get themselves back in. Lukashin can find 2, but can he find any more? Luminosity still in control, but
भाई
Lukashin
भाई
has found a way through.
एक और point चाहिए LG को बस. एक और point.
Gallerus trying to hold on for their lives. Fuck with the kill. LG still looking for the 250th point.
Can he hold it down? Mihawk's all alone inside of the smoke, just trying to go back and forth
भाई
between
भाई
these two
भाई
teams.
क्या होने वाला है
Mihawk's
क्या होने वाला है क्या होने वाला है. एक point चाहिए LG को बस.
so broken. Luminosity get wiped out.
भाई एक point चाहिए बस. LG इस point पे मत हारना इस map को.
LG, you've got to get in for the contestant. You've got to think about rotation as well.
इस point पे नहीं हारना bro.
To get the 250th point.
Shit bro. भाई LG बुरा हुआ भाई. बुरा हुआ भाई.
The championship Sunday.
भाई 249 में हार गया भाई. 249 खत्म है भाई.
It's a 1-point game win.
खत्म है LG.
Luminosity.
देख रहे हो लोग भाई क्या चल रहा है ये. क्या ही था ये.
What an end to this series. And one has been the best series of the day so
खत्म है भाई.
My goodness me.
What a win. Yep, what a win guys. What a
It was
win.
just utter chaos throughout that final hill.
LG को हर साल कुछ न कुछ याद रहने के लिए मिलता है. पिछले साल एसएनडी का मैच याद रहेगा. इस साल ये हार्ड पॉइंट का मैच रहेगा. भाई 249 में गए भाई. 249 भाई. खत्म है यार. पनिशर भाई एक प्रेडिक्शन किंग हो भाई. प्रेडिक्शन किंग. नेक्स्ट मैच का प्रेडिक्शन बताना भाई. सबसे पहले बताना कौन जीतेगा. उसके बाद बताना कौन कितना राउंड जीतेगा. Yep, Panish bro, you was correct.
Hard point at some point. I didn't think it was going to be now between LG
ये भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई. 249 में कौन हारता है भाई. वो भी इस लेवल पे.
And then also have that comeback. That was incredibly disciplined play.
I mean, like,
भाई
there's so much
खत्म कहानी था ये.
Let's have a look because Luminosity got themselves to that point from P1.
भाई ऐसा भी नहीं ना. गैलरीज को बहुत ज़्यादा ही पॉइंट डिफरेंस है. अप्रॉक्स 12 to 13 पॉइंट्स का डिफरेंस था. भाई उस पॉइंट को इतना लेवल पे मेकअप करना बहुत मुश्किल है. भाई बहुत सही तरीके से हैंडल किया गैलरीज ने इसको.
How often did we talk about throughout the game the operator usage being the real big difference? And then the difference was made there towards the end. Those two from Henry Cat, you can
भाई
find
खुशी देखो भाई खुशी.
and what it means to those Gallerus players.
Come on, we did it type भाई. तबाही.
over this tournament so
20
far.
पॉइंट डिफरेंस था हाँ ब्रो वो नोटिस नहीं किया ब्रो बस मैं ये देख रहा था भाई उनका हो चुका था 249 भाई 249 से भाई नेक्स्ट राउंड चले जाते तो उनके पास एक चांस था एक और चांस रहता अगर ये हार्ड पॉइंट ये कैप्चर कर लेते ये मैच अगर वो निकाल लेते तो चलो देव भाई मिलते हैं गुड नाइट बाय बाय गुड नाइट देव भाई
on behalf of the entire team right there at the end when they were able to clutch that up. You can tell just how much this means for the team, not only to get the win, but continue on in the competition.
तगड़ी मेमोरीज मिल रही है भाई एलजी को तगड़ी मेमोरीज हर साल ओके देव भाई मिलते हैं ब्रो बाय बाय देव भाई हाथ तो आया पर मुंह न लगा हाँ भाई एकदम ये लाइन इन्हीं लोग के लिए
every single time, push themselves further into the conversation.
Yeah, honestly, I know we've been talking a lot about China as like the region to be feared, right? And I still think that's the case, right? Obviously, we've got Elevate versus Wolves. The winner of that matchup will be facing Gallerist tomorrow in the semi-final. Honestly, I would not be sure that either of those teams would take it versus Gallerist.
All right, well, I want to hear from the players, especially after a match like that. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we have Beef Mommy standing by with Lucas and Mihawk ready to chat.
I'm here with Galoris, Mihawk, and also Lucasin. Let's start with you first, though, Lucasin. #1 player right now, especially for this tournament. You've been at the line of 50s this entire time when it comes to the kill count. How does it feel to finally be here and move on to the grand finals?
Como é que você se sente estando aqui finalmente, ganhando tudo que você fez? Como que você se sentiu durante todo esse jogo? Olha, esse jogo foi sensacional. Pô, o que a gente foi
भाई ट्रांसलेटर को भी एक माइक दे दो भाई वो माइक बेचारा वो मांगा उसको दे दी
palavras até agora não entendi muito bem o que aconteceu, só que graças a Deus conseguimos sair com a vitória.
इतना भी कम बजट नहीं होगा भाई
Depois de tanto tempo representar o Brasil desse jeito com essa seleção.
Next match is Elevate versus Wolves.
This was a great game. I'm still speechless. I didn't know what happened yet, but we're very proud of what happened, and we're very proud about all our team.
For sure, a really good representative for the Western side. But let me talk to a teammate that has been so integral in this hardpoint matchup. 1 point to send LG home. Mihawk, you stood there in Fountain, inside of the smoke, by the way, littered with LG squads, with operators up and running. How did you pull that off? 1 point.
O último lance ali da partida, você ficou por 1 ponto somente, ficou ali dentro da fonte, ali durante da smoke. Foi incrível. Conta pra gente como é que foi esse último round.
Cara, sinceramente, nem eu tô entendendo o que aconteceu, só esbombuquei meu pé e fiquei comprando tempo pro time. Acho que uma qualidade nossa do nosso time é que a gente...
हाँ भाई एक ही मैच घुमा रहे भाई
Então na hora a gente já tava se organizando, onde que eles iam vir, então eu consegui me organizar muito bem ali com a equipe.
हाँ पिछले साल की विनर्स वुल्व्स थी
Esse é o que aconteceu, só Deus estava do nosso lado e foi isso.
I still don't know what happened.
I think तीनों की तीनों जो टीम अभी बची हैं भाई बहुत ही तगड़ी टीम है No idea bro कोई भी जीत सकता है They all of them are best
Beautiful stuff. I'm pretty sure both of you guys are still hot from the matchup, pretty much on autopilot at this point. But you know what? Last question. What do you say to your supporters here going on to the grand finals?
O que vocês querem dizer para os fãs de vocês que vocês estão agora nas finais? Olha, espero que vocês continuem apoiando a gente. A gente consegue sentir toda essa energia. Pô, é sensacional estar aqui representando mais uma vez o Brasil e continue apoiando que, se Deus quiser, coisas melhores vão vir e vai ser totalmente diferente igual foi os últimos anos. We want to keep feeling the energy of you. We thank you very much for the support, and we will give our best.
And I don't think we need a translator for this one. Boys, you deserve it. Here we go. Galleries, the only Western representing going into the grand finals, but we have one more matchup coming up next. The East, you're in the magnifying glass. Next up, we have Elevate versus Wolves. You wouldn't want to miss this.
Pô, rapaziada, vamos amassar os caras, Henrique. Fala
vamos amassar, meu amigo.
Vamos amassar. É isso, mano. Amassa os caras, bora. Fechou. É isso. Bora, fechou? Fechou. É isso, mano. Amassa os caras. Fechou? Amassa os caras. É isso, chefe. Bora. Vamos, rapaziada. Amassa os caras. Que é galo, rapaz.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Bro, what a match. भाई एलजी भाई खराब हुआ भाई. ट्राई किया, उन्होंने अपना बेस्ट दिया. Now let's see Elevate versus Wolves. दोनों के दोनों बेस्ट टीम्स हैं. BP15 probably 1-2 सीजन बाद, अभी तो नहीं होने वाला है. क्या बात है, ऐसा है क्या? बताओ भाई कितना लेवल निकालोगे? Okay guys, the match is about to start. What do you think? Who's gonna win? Wolves or Elevate? Let me know in the poll.
Welcome back everybody to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. CFDOT getting a nice little selfie there after Galaris's incredible hardpoint clutch to keep their hopes alive in the competition, moving forward into semifinals. And now we have only one more match left on the day to determine the last team through to the next stage of the competition. The fourth team that will be the top 4 in the world in Call of Duty Mobile. This is going to be a great match to close everything out because it's going to be between Elevate and Wolves. Elevate being
This
one of our
time I'm with the
undefeated
Elevate.
teams, like we were talking about at the top of show.
And what about
through
you
that
guys?
Swiss bracket. So this is a big match for both these squads. Wolves obviously being the defending champs.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're slated to have a banger to close out the day, it might as well be Elevate versus Wolves, two teams that did face off each other not too long ago. This is a reprise of Grand Finals of CDSI as well, and, well, it just wasn't really that close.
No, it wasn't. It was a 4-0 sweep, and I think I have to eat my shoe on this one because I went out on Twitter and said that there's no way Elevate beats Wolves if they don't properly veto, and they blew them out of the water, so I get my get back. I'm not going to eat my actual shoe, though. That's a
Those are nice shoes, man. I didn't see that happen.
I think I could eat them if I had to, though.
We have a whole other day. You're going to need to be able to walk around and talk about Elevate, though. Okay, let's start deep diving these teams. Tell me a little bit about the squad.
Yeah, look, again, like you already said,
I'm with the
they
Elevate.
go through the Swiss bracket undefeated, 3-0. Search and Destroy was
Elevate
probably
इस
their weakest.
season
They did
इसे
finish
बहुत
1-2,
बढ़िया खेली भाई,
but they did
बहुत
win both
बढ़िया खेली.
controls, naturally speaking. Hardpoint
Not
has
only
been
in
the
World
strong
Champ,
suit, to say the least,
they
about
also
Elevate.
played very well
Karina
in
on the
CDSI,
map,
and
going
they are the
towards this
winners of
entire
CDSI.
event, and everybody had a massive target.
That's
Looking
why I
at
have a
Elevate
strong
as a
feeling
whole,
in them.
You could pick any one of these 5 players that could pop off at any point in time. Everybody wants to take down Elevate and make sure they know that they are truly number 1.
And that's the thing is, like, this Elevate team wasn't just impressive from a month ago, not even when they were at CDSI, but they also had the most difficult Swiss stage. They had to go through Godlike, Q9, and Stalwart. So all 3 of their games were versus teams that made it to the top 8, and they only dropped
Guys,
Search and
let me know in the
Destroys.
poll who's gonna win this
it wasn't
round.
just that they dropped a couple of
And
searches,
who are you
they
rooting
actually
for?
looked really good across all of the respawns, winning with some convincing margins in Hardpoint and a couple of really solid wins in 2 controls that they had played. So they're really knocking, I think, on every single door they need to go back-to-back in terms of championships.
And then, of course, on the flip side,
Thank you so much, Lavit Bhai, for 20 rupees super chat. Really appreciate that, bro.
But maybe not as strong as we saw them last year, just based off of the level of competition we've seen across the board.
Yeah, I mean, this is a shell of the former name that was your 2023 world champion, of course, but they obviously do have their strengths. That's why they still find themselves here. And to be quite frank with you all at home, they did have a fair shake when it comes down to their matchups, having to go through Galaris, having to beat Luminosity, lost that one 1-2, and then beating Vitality as the final match that we had on the main stage.
Let's see who's gonna win this round.
They went the distance, but nonetheless, they can definitely find a lot of improvements between then and now.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about this Wolves team, you know,
Guys,
kind of looking
support
at
your
China last
favorite
year,
team
we
in the
had
poll.
3
Let's see who's
squads,
gonna
2
win
of
this
which we
round.
really looked at as being like, ooh, could be either of these 2 teams, that being Wolves and Q9. But this year in China, the Wolves squad has been by and far away the worst of the 3. They've only won a single matchup versus their other Chinese counterparts. Then, of course, them getting swept in CDSI had us all looking at the reigning champ saying, are these guys even remotely for real? We saw moments. It just comes down to, can they put the puzzle together here today versus strong Elevate team?
Absolutely, and of all the times to try and get it all figured out, this would be it, because a reminder for everyone at home, if they lose, they are out. Okay, we're in that single elimination bracket stage of the competition, so this will be the last match and the last hope for either one of these teams to continue on and continue competing for the $1 million prize pool, $400,000, the title and the trophy, to whichever team can claim it in our best of 7 grand finals. All right, now we gotta start talking about it. Next piece of the puzzle, we have to talk about this map pool. Who do we think it's gonna benefit? Who do you think could potentially maybe start off a little bit stronger? I'll start with you, Shift.
I think the mind games from CDSI tilt a lot of natural advantage to Elevate because they were able to defeat Wolves on Summit, which was their most played map. That was one that I looked at and said, if you're Elevate, you got to get rid of Summit. I know it's one of your best,
Search and
but you
Destroy
can't
के लिए
allow Wolves
ये
to
भाई
have their
बहुत
most
गंदा
played
मैप है भाई.
map. It's actually Wolves
Gordel
this
का
time
बहुत
who
बुरा
veered
हाल हुआ
out
था इस
Summit
मैप
in the
में.
process. So
Let's see
we get
इन
Hacienda
लोगों का
and
क्या हाल होता है.
Apocalypse. Both hardpoint maps are great for Elevate, but then we also have the Kurohana in
Ascendi
map
का
number
ये
2,
मैप
which is
बहुत
also
बेकार है
like a more beneficial for Elevate. So just basing off of what we have for picks and bans, I think Elevate have a major advantage in this best of 5.
Especially because Hacienda was played in that CDSI Grand Finals. It finished 250 to 189, and albeit a respectable scoreline, you're going to need every bit that makes you a very good team in Wolves to take down Elevate. Whether that's giving them the first
Ancient
hard
Gaming
point loss,
already
whether that is
disqualified.
taking advantage of their weaker search and destroy that we have seen across the weekend, something has to give. You're going to need to find themselves in championship form early. This has a Grand Finals match written all over it, and we have it here. One team is about to go home.
And we've seen some pretty dominant series so far, right? We start off with 2 3-0s. We just finished up a 3-1. So talk to me about how you think this could potentially be playing out for everybody. Because are we going to see another dominant performance, or will this be a little bit more even?
I think this is going to be pretty dominant. I think based on the recent results, which was very convincing in favor of Elevate, plus it just doesn't really feel like Wolves are playing at the same caliber as they had last year. I don't know if it's because of the meta swap-ups with the Odin in play. I don't know if it's because their search and destroy just hasn't been as polished as it was last year. Regardless of it, maybe a combination of everything, it does feel like Elevate holds a major edge, which feels so counteractive to what I was trying to say about a week ago or so when they were playing at CDSI.
Let's not forget, especially for Elevate, Benefat.
चलो पनीशा भाई आप बता दो अपना prediction क्या लगता है कौन जीतने वाला है?
And they were gone. To go back and immediately learn from what they had been faltering on all day yesterday is in their search and destroy. So it's going to be a completely different team that we're going to be getting in this series today. I'm alongside with Shift. I think this one's going to be rather dominant.
All right, well, we'll have to see if the other casters agree with you in just a few minutes as well, and we'll ask everybody at home the same question. And we're going to give you some time to think about that because I have a little bit of an update that I'm being told from production. We're going to run back a clip of what I'm talking about. We have a slight delay, okay? Because when Gallerus won, the desk was punched, and it was punched so hard that it literally broke. We have to replace the desk in order for the competition to continue.
Bhai.
So that just
Desk ही तोड़
shows
दिया.
how much passion, how hyped Gallerus were when they won.
That is one powerful
भाई ये next level था भाई. अरे टेबल कुर्सी तोड़ने लग गए भाई ये लोग जीतने के बाद.
That's different. I've never
सामने अगर LG वाले लोग बैठे रहते तो पीटने लग जाते भाई ये लोग तो.
An actual desk break. Not in the challengers pits, not in Con Mobile pits. This is the first.
I feel like had Beef Mommy known about that, she would have asked about that in the interview.
ये क्या था भाई?
I wonder when they found out. Like it surely had to have been when like the second team was finally getting on stage, sitting down. It's like, hey, there seems to be a massive dent in the desk. I don't think that's a feature of this one.
Dent?
Honestly, I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Hopefully they can bring that level of energy tomorrow when they have to play in the semifinals.
Hopefully the hand is okay, most importantly.
Yeah, for
also
real.
Important. Also true. All right, well, while we're letting our team get that desk swapped out, making sure that everything's good to go for the next match, we're going to send it to a quick interview. Elevate, obviously, being one of the teams that's playing right now, we got a chance to catch up with them before the event and chat to them about their expectations and who they think is their best competition.
All right, Beef Mommy here.
Table
and I'm
tod
with the
performance.
team that
हाँ भाई.
elevated everyone's
Performance के भाई table तोड़
expectations
भाई.
in the World Championship. I'm with Elevate today, Garena's #1 team heading into the World Championship. But before we start into the nitty-gritty, I wanted to say that every single one of you, except for one player, is actually your first time here in the World Championship.
Codm be like, ये खर्चा तुम भरोगे.
Even though everyone
ये
expected
खर्चा
you
इनके bill पे
to come
जोड़ो.
in as a Garena representative, you didn't make it. So
losing last year was very devastating for me. It really affected me in general. So, but in time, I realized it wasn't for us. So I accepted it, and I realized.
Hello, bro,
that
and welcome
the
to
only
the
way
stream.
go up is
What's
to go
up?
down. So right now we're back on the world stage. So we're coming back for everything.
love that.
Hello, Jax. Welcome back, bro.
Last year, when we lost the game against Stalwart currently, I actually went outside and cried my eyes out. Then when I went back in, Yopi was taking a shower. I heard him crying like really loud, and I was just really, really sad back then. It was really sad.
Is that true? Were you really crying inside the shower?
Yeah, to be honest, yeah. I was crying that night. And, you know, it's very unfortunate experience for us that we have to learn from our mistakes. And you see, now we're here representing the Garena.
What do you think makes Garena different from all of the regions in terms of playstyle?
One word, hard point. Hard point.
Okay, well, actually, you know, can you expound as to why Hardpoint is the game mode for Garena?
We don't have the patience. We just go running around the place and use our gyroscope.
I mean, that's true. Actually, Garena was one of the first regions to use and utilize the gyroscope.
What separates us from other teams, like particularly us in Garena,
भाई मॉड बनने के लिए आपको चैट में एक्टिव रहना पड़ेगा प्लस थोड़ा चैट को भी संभालना पड़ेगा कर लो आपको भी बना देंगे no problem at all.
They cannot do the original. Everyone knows that.
Yeah, there you go. Confident in the respawn gameplay. And speaking of, search and destroy is something that is always brought up, especially up against like Chinese teams. How are you able to kind of, I guess, clean up your S&D gameplay? Because you are very confident in your respawn.
Yeah, like Klaus said, we have no patience. And I think in S&D, we have to wait for the IGL calls.
Checks, I have to check.
Thank you so much, Elevate.
अगर आप भी रहे होंगे तो आपको भी मिलेगा, no problem at all.
That was Elevate Garena's #1 team. Let's see if they're going to clinch the top spot
Let
in the
me
World
check, guys.
Championship.
Of course, Beef Mommy doing a fantastic job sitting down and hanging out with the Elevate boys. It's always nice to hear from our players before these events get to kind of pick their brains just a bit on how they think they're doing.
Let me check, bro. Let me check.
At home, though, we are currently waiting for a broken desk to be swapped out so that we can continue on to our 4th match, our last match here on the day. But if you're just hanging out and you're waiting with us here locally in Atlanta for DreamHack, while you're waiting for this swap, make sure you're checking out the floor. There's so much cool stuff to do here at DreamHack outside of just esports or gaming related things. And if I'm not mistaken, Proper, you and FDOT had a chance to actually walk around the whole venue and check everything out. So let's see what they did.
What's good and welcome to DreamHack. Call of Duty Mobile World Championship is going on right now. Last year we were here, this year, well, we're back. So it's gonna be a good, this guy's back too, come here. Come here real quick. What's up? I know you're hungry for competition. How's everything going? You ready for this weekend?
I'm definitely ready. We're definitely confident. Oh, what's up? My bad, I didn't mean to be angry. But yeah, we're definitely ready. We're definitely confident. He called me at the wrong time. We're definitely ready for stage 5 and hopefully it's a good one.
I love how interview ready he was. I wasn't even like going.
ये वीडियो पहले का है भाई.
So that's the vibes here at DreamHack. Always a good time. We'll catch up with you later, man. See you. We got a couple of other teams going on here. Those are your boys' galleries, right? Yep. Yeah, let's go say hi. Lead the way. You're the man.
Let's go, Lucas. Again, how you doing,
man? Nice to meet you. I'm Amped. I've been watching for a while.
Oh, thanks so much. How stoked are you to be here for Atlanta, to be able to compete on the world stage again?
Yeah, it's really excited because the last year was probably the most difficult years for me. So this year is going to be so much exciting because they are my family now. So it's be insane to play this again.
It feels a little different from last year this year. Like, check me on this. Maybe I'm wrong. Last year, there feels like there's more energy. It feels like you guys are more familiar with each other. Like everybody's just vibing and having a good time. Is it more familiar this time?
Yeah, bro. Because the chemistry we came together, so it's really different because that makes us more strong and make more powerful, you know. So that's too much better.
And with the international squads, you like hanging out with like Tribe and everybody else, or is it more just your team?
Yeah, we can do the both things because we are so much together, but we can talk with anyone. So it's good. That's good.
That's the cool stuff, man. Seems like there's a nice little community happening down here.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't been back in as far as like the players' lounge is concerned. Is there a ping pong table back there? Are you gonna like smoke all of Q9 and like ping pong back there? Any table games that you're gonna take a lot of money in, or what's up?
Yeah, I really want to try it because I like to play.
There's a ping pong table over there?
I don't know. I haven't been back there. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Where's that food at though? Because that well, here's the rest of that chicken nugget I took. What the fuck? Gotta have the pocket chicken.
Oh my god.
But here's the real food. What up, friends? What's goody? Oh shit, it's the homies. How's it going? Good to see you.
Take what you can. They're not refilling, so what is
They're
here
not
is here.
Oh, okay.
No, it ended 30 minutes ago, so there's still a good spread.
Char grilled flat iron steak, caramelized shallots, sun-dried cherries, and port wine jus. We also have nothing. And there's plenty of vegetables left. Welcome to Call of Duty Caper. Eat your vegetables. What the What you making over there?
A little bit of mid-medley for the voice.
Why are you so the way you are?
I don't know.
I'm classy though.
I'm in an Arnold Palmer like a real man. We have 3 days of competition, plus the 4th of Media Day. We're doing a bunch of interviews. It looks like we're just hanging out because honestly, we sort of are, but like the way the sausage is made, just hanging out with the players and being around, like that actually gives us a lot of insight to take onto the desk.
Yeah, I mean, it's every single bit of narrative that we possibly need. Again, like as small as the little bit of jab for trash talk, as much as it is just watching everybody get along together until they actually face each other on the stage. It's everything you could possibly ask for a day one on media.
आज के बीपी विनर्स कल के स्ट्रीम पे अनाउंस होंगे
And like we know they're an all French team.
और जो कल के विनर्स रहेंगे वो स्ट्रीम के एंड में मैं अनाउंस कर दूंगा.
Is the charismatic dude up front. Who's doing it for, well, Guiterres is just talking the majority of the time. He's kind of helping his squad with the translation. He's the guy in the server that's also doing that. You're not going to find that on Wikipedia, but you'll find that by hanging out. And I read a book once about commentary, and they said the most important thing about baseball commentary is showing up for batting practice, just so you can be around the guys, right?
You got to understand their characters. I mean, they're more than just a bunch of competitive, professional Call of Duty mobile players. Like, there's a personality back behind the phone, past the thimbles that they wear on their fingers. Like, there's a whole lot of personality back behind there, and we're going to be seeing a lot of that as the weekend continues to unfold.
Yeah, last
भाई
year,
एक डेस्क बदलने में इतना टाइम क्यों लग रहा है भाई? बनाने बैठ गए क्या?
This year, you heard us talking to Luca Jean. Everybody's just friendly now, you know? You see in the tribe guys, like, high-five the European guys, like, man, it's been a while. You know, there's some language barriers with some of the squads, but really everybody's just excited to be here. Real community-based feel, which I think is generally the idea with what we do at DreamHack. Just show up, be a gamer, have a good time, and let it rock, which is exactly what we're doing here in Atlanta, and that's what we're going to be doing all weekend long. We crown a champion on Sunday. Be there.
A little more behind-the-scenes action there from Proper and FDOT. Was it cool getting to just kind of chill with the players during Media Day and just chat with everybody?
It absolutely was. It always is. I mean, you can't capture these players more in their natural habitat than walking around eating chicken tenders.
That's probably very true. And he had, you know, FDOT had them saved, ready to go in his pocket.
Yeah, in his pocket. That's wild.
Just travel food, you know? All right, everybody. We've been letting you know that we're trying to get the desk situation swapped out because of the passion of our amazing Call of Duty mobile players. It's going to take a little bit longer to get it all finalized and done. So we're going to send it to a short break. Make sure they get everything swapped and ready to go.
कहाँ है पनिशर भाई? इस बार का prediction का क्या हुआ? जल्दी बताओ.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning G's till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor. Here we go, against the greatest, what they say my name for.
US Army sponsored. अच्छा 150 मतलब Yep, Pikachu, they just broke the bench. By the way, welcome back, Pikachu.
Since the year 00, we was out to get more. Bunch of really real G's, burning trees till we low. Sitting by 45 like I'm Jordan on the floor.
भाई थोड़ी देर पहले 5 मिनट का वेट कराए थे, अभी फिर 5 मिनट का वेट. अरे नोवा ब्रो, वेलकम बैक ब्रो. क्यों, क्या हो गया? मोदी जी भी करेंगे नेक्स्ट ईयर गॉड लाइक को, लेट्स सी। बेंच फिक्स हो गया। हाँ भाई, ठोक पीट के ठीक कर दिए। अरे ऐसा नहीं है भाई, गॉडलाइक ने अपना बेस्ट दिया गाइस, मत बोलो यार ऐसे। क्यों पनीसे भाई ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हो भाई? पिकाचू बोलने में क्या है? हाँ नोआ ब्रो, एग्जैक्टली भाई। 29 में हार गया भाई एलजी भाई, खतरनाक भाई। एग्जैक्टली पिकाचू। अरे क्या बनीश भाई हैं, उड़ा रहे हो मेरा? क्या मतलब गॉडलाइक सिर्फ ट्राइब को हराने गया था? By the way, shout out to Pirates, one of the most active member right now in the chat. राइचू में कब इवॉल्व हो रहे हो? सब समझ रहा हूँ भाई मैं। भाई ये मैच के लिए बड़ा वेट करा रहे हैं भाई ये लोग। यप आप भी हो एक्टिव, नो डाउट। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, देयर इज नो लिमिट, वो मैं देख के दे दूंगा।
Hey guys, Infinity here at DreamHack Atlanta for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024.
By the way, Jax, I have checked, and you are also one of the BP winners. So congratulations, and DM me something, a text on Instagram. I'll send you the Google or the Apple code, whatever you want.
感到的压力还是有点大的，因为我们要卫冕冠军嘛，所以说今年肯定要更加努力吧。
Last year, you guys were dominant. You only lost maps to Q9 and Godlike. Do you feel like the field of competition this year is a little bit more competitive?
去年我们输了2小场比赛嘛。
You can Google it, bro. You will get your answer.
每个大场里边中间的一小局吧，输了2场嘛。然后今年就是要更加努力吧，然后去学习一下。今年就是我们每个队的就是实力都提上来了吧。然后我们今年的就是目标肯定还是冠军，然后每个队伍去学习一下。
You guys at CDSI, obviously, you didn't manage to take home first place. You did get pretty high placing in the tournament, though. What have you guys focused on then from CDSI ahead of champs to improve?
Chat पे सबसे ज़्यादा एक्टिव रहने वालों को फ्री में BP दिया जा रहा है. So be active if you want a free BP.
经历了就是很长时间了吧，我们也把对方的就是一些新东西吧，也都学到手上了吧。然后这一次世界赛就是使用出来吧。
Is there any one team
no problem, bro, no problem.
that you guys would love to face here at champs?
我最想遇到的对手还是
Elevate. Stream end होने के बाद आप लोग बस मेरे को text कर दो कि आपको क्या चाहिए, Google कोड चाहिए या फिर Apple ID कोड. मैं दोनों में जो आपको चाहिए वो आपको send कर दूँगा. Probably कल सुबह तक या अभी आज का stream अगर late हो गया तो कल सुबह तक भेजूँगा.
我觉得在这一次，我觉得是 Godlike 被低估了吧？我觉得这支队伍很厉害。
On the other side of that question, then, who would you say is the most overrated team here at the event?
那当然是我们自己，肯定我们自己啊。
And why do you guys think that you guys
no
are the most
problem,
overrated
Jax.
team here?
因为我觉得就是在今年当中，我们其实就是打的并不是
Insta ID मेरे चैनल के डिस्क्रिप्शन आपको डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा, अबाउट सेक्शन में मिल जाएगा, so देख लो वहीं पे मिल जाएगा.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining us here. Good luck in the tournament. This was an interview here with Wolves Esports. Catch all the action here from DreamHack Atlanta here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships 2024.
Thanks so much for sticking with us, everybody. We are back and prepared to dive into match number 4. Got to hear a little bit of an interview there from Wolves.
Instagram, Discord, whatever platform do you want.
Said that they wanted to play up against Elevate.
Well, I mean, I'm not utterly surprised. You know, before that interview all took place, the last team that they faced on a main stage was, in fact, an Elevate, and they did get slammed out of the tournament 0-4. So I'm not utterly surprised to see that they probably want to get the run back.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing about it, as much as X-Rock came in as the #1 seed from China, so that was kind of, for a lot of people, the #1 team coming into this event. Elevate shocked the world by doing what they did at CDSI. So there is this battle of, was X-Rock going to be better? Was
मैच अभी तक शुरू नहीं हुआ नहीं यार, बस होने वाला है.
Means that this matchup means a lot more to them. It definitely feels like.
Well, we're coming back into it, so we're going to take a look again at
हटाओ भाई, ये पहले भी दिखा चुका. मैच चालू करो, मैच चालू करो.
Dive into the competition, starting things off on the Hacienda Hardpoint.
Yeah, and again, we mentioned this just to kind of reframe it. This is a very exclusively different map pool than when these two teams had played prior, except for map #1. And it was pretty close. I mean, 250, 189, 190-ish. That really just means like one rotation goes your way, you very well could have flipped the scoreboard completely around. So an important one here for Wolves to start off strong and get a little bit of their get back on map #1.
Resource management is obviously everything as well, going back and rewatching that grand finals. But at the same point in time, you heard Wolves also talk about the very good hardpoint and control team are Elevate. You got to try to steal one of those along with the search and destroys.
And then, of course, we're going to go over our predictions one more time. Who do you think is going to be taking this home? What is the number you gave to the series? Will it be quick, or will this one make it full 5?
Yeah, I think Elevate still hold a massive edge overall in the series. I've got it going pretty darn convincingly Elevate's way. After seeing the map picks, I'm even more sure of the fact that this is probably going to be a 3-0.
I got a 3-1. I think the search and destroy might still be taken by Wolves, all things surprising to hear. That search and destroy versus Vitality was very good. If we get that same search and destroy out of Wolves that we saw versus Vitality, that might be a map that they can take.
All right, well, Brody agrees with you with the 3-0 as well, and then Tons on your side with the 3-1.
No doubt, Noah, bro.
Well,
this match is really gonna be intense.
Really close matchup. If you're at home or you're hanging out with us here, jump in chat. Let us know your thoughts. Who's going to be the 4th and final team to make their way through to semifinals? Because that
Strange भाई मैच के लिए. अरे नहीं भाई, अरे prediction तो मैं देखा ही नहीं. क्या prediction? अच्छा, क्या बोली क्या थे? बताओ तो कौन जीतेगा? क्या लगता है?
be the defending champions who continue on in this competition. We're moments away from finding out.
Man, I'm just hoping we get a Hacienda hardpoint that looks a lot like the last one. 250, 249. Sign me up for some of that action. But this is the biggest point. Both teams are defending champions. One, the defending world champion. The other, the most recent champion at CDSI. Only one of the two will make it to Sunday. Let's get it on.
Well, I'll tell you this much, Wolves are definitely aware of
I'm with the Elevate, no doubt.
Can be. Let's not forget about that map win yesterday versus Team Vitality, 250 to 230.
Okay, now let's focus on the match. I'll back in the chat soon.
It's a square up to say the least, so we'll have to see who's feeling hot on this day. Excited to see the consistency of Elevate.
Yeah, love the initial focus from Wolves, taking that battle up towards the top windows. Most important part about trying to get good time here on P1, which Wolves have shown that they can absolutely do, and they're starting to show that once again. Battle back though from Elevate, decent, as they're able to clear out the hard point, plus also win some of these window battles. Trying to jump back on in as one moment in time was pegged. That gets shut down, and we've got another 50-50 battle as Wolves will spawn over towards fence side.
It's a good spot to have for yourself for 20 seconds. It allows you to try to hit through the upper hallways and then maybe try to set up somebody inside of Lambo early, but you do have a couple players represented in blue. That is Elevate. Starting to push set upper hallways and already thinking about the rotation towards next at the same point in time. Yep. 19 to 12 is pretty standard when it comes out of P1 on Hacienda, but this rotation is where things might break off.
Yeah, and Elevate do a nice job here, I think, just controlling spawns through the majority of P1. Most importantly, as things start to move, they're spawning over towards well side and taking the quick route through lobby to contest the back spawns for Wolves, plus also try to win them in their own right. So, decent battles, very important. Neon, he has not been as loud as he was last year. Definitely a key player that Wolves needed. He gets shut down over towards the elbow. That's enough for Elevate to lock the spawns and the hard one at the same time.
Yeah, where we haven't really seen much of Neon, Zai has been stepping up in a massive way for Wolves Esports. Already up to 11 eliminations, probably going to be the first on their team. And be able to get one of those operators might not come around until P3, but still hanging around the joint. Still have 30 seconds left to fight over here, and all of the trades are starting to go in the favor of Elevate. They do have a couple more players with some close spawns.
Elevate lead कर रहा है फिलहाल तो.
Yeah, but it's just not enough to actually break on through. Zai is trying to get the claw into play, able to at least eliminate one inside the hard point, but only gets a second one that was at 1 HP, so really not super worthwhile. Kendi, your CDSI MVP, trying to work his way in with the War Machine, shut down almost immediately, but there is enough damage dealt for Elevate to still work their way on in. Last members defined are on the corner, and as Zai drops, Elevate will at least be able to keep this hard point contested every second, and now a chance for Elevate to try to work their way over towards patio for new.
You just have to make that expense worth it, especially with Zai throwing the claw into what was supposed to be P2. Previous to this, Neon actually pushed all the way over by the well side, and I do love the heads-up play from Kendi just to try to push for the back spawns here at Garden. Is able to get those. That means that Elevator in first.
Fight from the front, though. Rage is on. Yopi, Sparrow out. That's going to be decent. The little trade back and forth as him and King go to battle. And it will be won over by Elevate. Now trying to push forward is Yopi, just trying to put a little bit of a buffer in front of this hard point. Smoke contains the left side. Here comes the hit along the right. Susano, not sure of where he needs to get this claw into play. He's outside the picture, but
हाँ, गरीना सर्वर में मेरे को भी लगा क्योंकि वो गरीना में वो कैरेक्टर सिर्फ गरीना में ही अवेलेबल था.
Susano with his claw. I mean, you are just walking straight into.
मैंने भी देखा. मुझे लगा कि मेरे आंखों का धोखा था पर नहीं. ये वही वाला कैरेक्टर था ना जो AK-117 के साथ आया था. इनके कोलैब के साथ शायद मे बी.
10 seconds and Elevate still have the back spawns. Yeah. They can keep this contested so much easier than Kendi. With the Hunter Killer drone is going to be able to clean up 2 more, and Wolves are just too late to read the room to try to rotate towards New. They are down cataclysmically.
It is just as slow as we've kind of mentioned a couple of different times throughout this weekend. Kendi able to get here first, almost turns that into a double.
Elevate is taking a lead.
Chance for Wolves to contest, but they need a win. They need it badly.
अच्छी खासी lead पे Elevate.
Clear out the smoke. A chance to maybe move in towards Shutter.
Wolves is trying to cover the lead.
War Machine in play. That will clear everything from the front hand side, and Elevate will have to reform, trying to work through this War Machine and Purifier combo.
In possession, Purifier gets shut down. Squeeze me, Yopi. Well, at least collect that 1 kill, but 2 more in response there. Zai King able to find a couple, but still got players nearby, just over by the boathouse. Wolves Esports holding on for this back 28 seconds would be a lot ahead of the second set.
And they just need their ARs to start waking up right now. I mean, flat out, you've got Zai putting up a good stat line, but Neon's only on 9. Whereas on the other side, you look at the AR players for the side of Elevate, they are all over the kill feed. So it's just been one of those things that Elevate are just controlling so much space so
देखते हैं
early.
पोल पे क्या है. पोल पे भी ज़्यादा लोग 56% are with Elevate and 44% with Wolves.
is not bad at all. It will clean things up from the front. Scrap time goes the way of Wolves, so they'll bring this back to within 7 points, but still, the trend, the pattern's definitely favoring Elevate.
I mean, like, if you have one giant elephant in the lobby right now, it is Zai up to 26 kills, and you would think that that'd be something you could rally behind for Wolves. More space for the ARs to get in position to be able to lock down these things and deny
कवर अप कर लिया
Elevate
पॉइंट्स
for
का
the routes that they're taking, but
एलिवेट
it's
पहले
just not
अच्छे खासे
suggestive
लीड
of
पे
what the
था
scoreline currently
पर
is doing.
वुल्फ्स ने कवर कर लिया
Fundamentally strong. The rotations that they've been able to have for themselves within the first set just have Wolves lacking in the macro.
Yep. Kill feed again, favoring that of Elevate as we set back over towards B1. Yopi, good patience, able to clean out the topside windows. That takes his attention back to the hard point. Nice double out of him. This is a tough battle up top, but he's got good assistance. And wow, what a set of kills from Elevate. They are dominating the high ground. And again, just gives Elevate the continual numbers advantage, continuing to happen on both fronts. Down low on the hard point as well up top in the windows. Elevate looking really clean.
Split spawns are going to start occurring, though, from all the positional advantages that Elevate just previously held for themselves. And it might be an opportunity for Wolves to maybe try to collapse around P1.
Let's see.
We just need to send somebody on rotation. That seems to be what they are starting to do. They do have those well spawns, so they're not exactly right next to the upcoming Lambo hardpoint. And that gives Elevate at least an opportunity to send a couple numbers that way as well.
Pred missile also being called in by King. That will give them a lay of the land. Sparrow out for Yopi, trying to get some damage done from the front. Not connected with anything yet, but he sees the players dropping out over towards the water side. That's good for a double. Back over towards the Fennec. He's able to stay alive a little while longer. Klo waiting for help. Has the equalizers out. Knows that there's explosive tips inside with the Sparrow out, so he waits for his teammates to clear it, and then he finalizes the rest of the kills.
Elevate is still on the lead.
Very convincing break. Still 40 seconds to fight.
Equalizer.
Equalizer into as well. Klo's actually going to start pushing all the
भाई
way out.
गलत वो स्मोक की वजह से देख नहीं पाया वो.
Away with a lot of more positional advantage than what was previously held.
Waiting in the corner with the purifier.
25 seconds strong.
Got two of them.
Holding the purifier outside of the window hop will be good for a handful of more kills in Wolves.
अरे
Desperation
चेंज कर दिया यार कैमरा सीन. दिखाना था ना यार.
Couple players spawning over by the rock. There's 12 seconds remaining. Is it worth it to hit for this old time, then get the spawns for new?
Well, we're using War Machine as well. This Wolves team is just not showing the same decision making that we really gave them credit for last year. I mean, that was as convincing of a break as we've seen all weekend long from Elevate. Wolves really feeling the pressure, committed a key operator usage into 10 seconds of the time, and now what happens? You're late to new. You don't have spawn control again. Sing is able to at least pop off a little bit in towards top office. Neon inside a winery, surprised, and Elevate will continue to spawn close.
But you shouldn't need to ask for such heroic moments out of a handful of players for Wolves when you are playing in a game of Posse and a hardpoint versus Elevate. It's just a little bit of a difference when it comes down to the macro that Elevate have been showing through the multitude of hardpoints we've had thus far. They still hold those close spawns, by the way. Wolves are not wanting to push all the way out. They do have a claw operated, though.
Yep, and that claw looking pretty decent. Shing's still alive, by the way. He's been on quite a streak with the purifier out. Now back over to the Fennec, and for some reason, Elevate...
Grow of Type 19, which one is better? Type 19 is better than Grow. देखते हैं आपको ही अपने prediction पे doubt होने लगा क्या पनीचे भाई?
But again, by way of heroics, as far as operators are concerned, nobody really close to getting them online. Don't have them currently. So this rotation is going to be the old tried and true. 5 seconds left to fight over, still being contested as well, but now only trailing by about 25 or some extra. But look at the heads-up play now coming through from Peg. Already over by Rocks, here by his lonesome. The push is about to be coming through the upper halls.
Oh, and great awareness because his teammate in Shing spawns towards Boathouse. So
Wow, कोने में बैठा था भाई वो.
Only finds one of the needed.
He was waiting for him.
To pick up on the trades. Elevate, now all of a sudden they're the ones spawning over towards Boathouse side. So again, it's just a little bit of a flip-flop, a teeter-totter of spawns back and forth. Who picks up on
Elevate
the
is
fastest?
still on the lead.
Now Wolves at the moment with a double from Zai have a little more clearance. But as soon as I say that, now Elevator hitting from the Lambo side. It's just, you got to have your head on a swivel, and King's going to be able to assist with the Sparrow out. Wolves looking decent here to start this last hill.
Split spawns coming through for Elevate, though. Got a couple players able to work up that pinch over by the Boathouse, and everybody from Wolves will drop. 25 seconds to fight over here towards the end of the second set, and Kendi loves it so much he's going to pull out a War Machine.
Oh, and Yopi thought for a second he was about to just completely foil this hit from Wolves. But Kendi, the one that really puts this thing without question in the favor of Elevate with that War Machine. 12 seconds to fight for. Elevate starting to grow their lead as Klo creates space from the front. Should be over 190 for Elevate. Wolves trying to get themselves in a position to hit the scrap while also getting the high ground, and that helps as Peg finds a nice keen double.
So one player lurking, that was Yopi dealt with. It's just they try to hit for the last bit of junk time. But it is a steep ask for Wolves to come back from this far of a lead. They have definitely enough tools to be able to do it. including Peg having at least that Pred missile and operator in the back pocket for them, plus Neon. Need to be timely and showcase better operator usage here in this final set comparatively to what we've seen so far.
That's a massive Pred. It gets 2 on the hard point and actually forces Yopi into a weird spot to where the Sparrow doesn't really find much value.
Wolves, हाँ देख सकते अभी तो फिलहाल तो एलिवेट लीड में है, बट भाई टेबल टर्न होने में ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगता. हम लोगों ने बहुत बार देखा है, कल भी देखा है, आज भी देखा है. Let's see. बट अभी तो लग नहीं रहा कि वुल्व्स इसको मैचअप कर पाएंगे.
12 seconds remain. We really need
एलिवेट अच्छी खासे लीड पे हैं, अप्रॉक्स 55 पॉइंट्स लीड में.
An elevator able to reap from such a benefit as well. It's going to force a north to south spawn on the right side of the mini map, and at the end of P1, Elevate will clean house. That gives them the free rotation anew.
This is the game right here, but Wolves at least have 4 of their 5 operators to play with on this break. It has to be perfect. Purifier out early for PJ. He'll be responsible for water, trusting that his teammates can clean things up from the back.
Again with the ring. उसको पता था भाई वो कोई है, प्यूरिफायर बर्बाद हो गया उसका.
This is starting to work out. Wolves breaking from the front, but they costed them 3 of their 4 operators. The only thing left remaining is Peg and Elevator still spawning close.
You pull out the equalizer here.
प्यूरिफायर लेके इंतजार कर रहा था भाई वो कि कोई तो आओ, पर कोई की जगह वॉर मशीन आ गया.
And then turns his attention back inside of the Lambo garage. And that is a clean sweep coming through for Wolves as far as kills are concerned. Can they continue to hold? Can they continue to
Elevate is now with a good lead.
And get a rotation anew as well.
Peg is just running
35
circles.
points
He's just
to go.
going in and out of garage. Running laps around him. The follow-up from King is good. 14 seconds of scrap time. Looking decent for Wolves. Elevator committing to the scrap time. They're not rotating over because they still have well spawn, but someone has to make the move on spawn to go. Wolves are still winning every single gunfight. Now on rotation is Zai. He's going to take a bit of a 50-50 battle on the backside. Wolves should spawn close as Elevate hold the lead.
They will get those back off his spawns.
Wolves ने अच्छा खासा लीड कवर कर लिया, बहुत ही ज़्यादा लीड कवर कर लिया. इस हार्ड पॉइंट पे सारा चीज़ डिपेंड करता है. जो टीम ये हार्ड पॉइंट को कवर कर लिया, that team's gonna win this round. Elevate once again capture the hard point. Nice, nice, nice.
Spawns will flip. Elevate now holding from the high ground. Streak starting to be earned by Kendi. Klo off the pitch with the equalizer. May have just put the nail into the coffin on map number 1 as Elevate wiped the floor. One more hit for Wolves that has to come from behind.
They're all going to be trapped back behind of this garden house, and they just need to pull out all the stops to try to break through.
Shots are good from Yopi Sparrow. Last couple of Wolves members dealt with as the smoke dissipates. 10 seconds remaining. 15 more to fight for on the hard point, and Yopi's got his attention in the right spot.
चलो ये मैच गया Elevate के हाथों में.
Elevate gonna take map 1 250.
GG's for Elevate.
A lot closer than what it was suggested of being at the end of the first set of hard points, so that is a massive prop. When it comes down to Wolves, let's not forget within that interview they said that they wanted to face Elevate once again.
क्या बोला था पनिश भाई? Elevate निकालेगा ये मैच.
Respawn prowess truly is, and we got to see that within the first set. I mean, Wolves, they look lost out there with some of the operator usage. It's the expending
Wolves के port में
resources at the most inopportune moments.
कमी आ रही है भाई. Elevate अब 61% है, नहीं 60. अरे कौन खेल रहा है भाई पोल के साथ?
Through the second set, that's where we started seeing Wolves at the end of that second
Elevate
set.
अभी 61% पे है, Wolves है 39% पे.
Throughout all these different hard points, finding more key kills, getting high ground, power positions, making Elevate think twice before they just send one player on rotation. It was a good back and forth, but just a moment too late for Wolves.
CDSI में Elevate का परफॉर्मेंस देख के मैं समझ गया था भाई, ये लोग वर्ल्ड चैंप में भी कुछ करेंगे. कुछ तो करेंगे.
Sparrow finishes, War Machine's up right in its place. Yeah. You're continually getting this forward pressure with the operators that are up close and personal, while also
next round will be S&D
control by using your explosive operators like the Sparrow and the War Machine. So really good stuff from Elevate, especially I think to grow their lead initially. Like you said, Wolves did start to kind of make good changes in terms of how they were tempo-wise playing around the map, but it definitely was a day late and dollars short. Also, does it help that Klo finds himself 44-38 for the overall best KD, but everyone essentially pops for over 40 kills. Impressive stuff. Whereas your MVP from last year's Worlds, Neon, just goes 26-51. The Odin in his hand is just not as good.
दोनों की दोनों टीम तगड़ी है भाई. वो टीम है जो 2023 के वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप के विनर रह चुके हैं. और एलिवेट अभी रिसेंटली हुआ CDSI के विनर्स रह चुके हैं भाई. दोनों के दोनों तगड़ी टीम है भाई.
It should never have come to that point. Again, former MVP last year, Neon, just really needs to come into their own here, needs a solid regain ahead of the search and destroy, especially with a multitude of respawns potentially on the docket.
You know, an interesting point here, and maybe something that
No, it's not going to be a firing range.
do now because this is your last lifeline.
उस मैप का नाम याद नहीं रहता मुझे.
talking about how one of the reasons they feel like they're really
याद नहीं आ रहा क्या नाम है उस मैप का, पर वो फायरिंग रेंज नहीं है.
They only had one Odin in play. That one moment in time, the Grau was still being used by Elevate. So they're really going for this more automatic pressure with their ARs rather than just locking down with double Odins like we've seen a lot of teams do. And honestly, yeah, it's one of like it's kind of the
किसकी नजर लग गई भाई?
from a couple years ago. Sure,
आप पनीचे भाई?
TTK advantage by running it
क्या मतलब तुम कह रहे हो कि मेरी नजर लग गई?
But if you're not hitting shots, it's okay to use things like a Type or a Grau or another MG. Just get something more automatic in his hands if he's struggling with the single tap weaponry.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's also just the comfortability when it comes down to the weapons. The
2023 के चैंपियन रह चुके हैं भाई वो winners हैं वो
A
लोग.
lot of people would rather have the MG being the bullet hose that it is. The margin for error with the MG, even comparatively to the Odin, is starkly different given the single tap and its nature of the Odin. But something does have to give. You almost feel like that this isn't the moment in time where you're just going to say screw it.
Okay, okay, Jax bro, आपको मिल जाएगा. Probably कल तक तो मिल ही जाएगा. आज अगर स्ट्रीम जल्दी एंड हो जाता है तो आज में ही आपको दे दूंगा, नहीं तो कल तक मैं आप सबको भेज दूंगा. No problem.
It's unfortunate to say, in the most forehead statement of the day out of me, at the very least, is you just have to hit those shots forehead.
Yeah, it's just really interesting that that evaluation hasn't come through yet for this Wolves team. Now, to be fair, you know, kind of watching them through Chinese Masters as well as at CDSI, they were, I think, on this current map pool, the most successful hardpoint team out of the 3 Chinese squads because, again, Slums was being played, Raid was being played. You know, they were really deferring to playing a lot of Summit and a lot of Hacienda before this event. But against this type of speed, they're not finding the same kind of success that I think they were hoping for. Now, that told, we can transition away. Look at the Kurahano Metro. I love this call for Elevate to get this in the pool, or at least allow it to be picked in the pool. Because
Kurahana भाई बेकार सा SND मैप है भाई, कतई बेकार.
Want to see firing range versus them either, but you put them on a map like Kurahana or Takeoff where they have not historically had a lot of reps, it should tilt in favor of Elevate in a major way.
There are some reps and potential of some VOD to go back and think about when you are Wolves preparing for this matchup, and honestly some fellow countrymen, because let's not forget that Elevate yesterday did face up against Q9 on Kurahana. They did lose to them 3-7, so there is some data to be able to walk away from it. And again, going back to the overarching conversation from the patent aggression that comes out of this Elevate squad and why they found so much success in recent time, Search and Destroy on Kurahana could offer that snail's pace. You can slow it down, pending that your sniper rifles don't over and egregiously chow through some of these very longer lines of sights, and you can manipulate the utility to really dictate the pace of those 3 different lanes.
It'll be interesting because we've also seen a lot of teams that don't have a lot of rehearsal reps on this map just default to saying, let's play the sniper battle at mid, see who hits their shot. So we'll see if that roll of the dice comes through here. And I think in particular, you have that conversation and your first chapter of that book starts with Neon. Can he light things up like he had all last year? That was one of the main reasons that he got his MVP, was because of his performance in Search and Destroy. Wolves have to have him show up right now.
And it really does say something, again, much like how we were talking about Wolves versus Vitality, you and I, last night, is that for Search and Destroy, this is where you do need to step up in a big way, because you do have that shadow over your head as the worst Search and Destroy team to come out of a very good Search and Destroy region.
Indeed the case. Spreading of the map here from both sides. 3-2 split for Wolves, looking at the exteriors of the map, whereas Elevate have more focus internally, kind of turn to mid.
निको मैं तो जिसको सपोर्ट करता वो हार जाता है. अरे ब्रो होता है मुझे भी ऐसा लगता है कभी-कभी. अभी थोड़ी देर पहले जब गॉडल का मैच हो रहा था, मैं गॉडल के फुल सपोर्ट में था. मेरे को लग रहा था अब कुछ करेंगे, पर मैं जैसे ही इतना हाइप मेरे अंदर था उतना बेकार उनका गेम जा रहा था, तो मैं बोलना ही छोड़ दिया भाई.
As they're trying to feel things out, but honestly speaking, Elevate still hold a major advantage on the map. They're trying to play a B defense that will allow them to cut through B Street. And it's going to be expensive for Wolves because they've had to use so much utility just to clear this out. Deep smoke comes through, but again, Elevate not going to be affected by it because here's the crossfire.
Close just playing for the timing. Any of the sound as well. Zai's going to start
SND में Wolves कर सकता है. Let's see.
Good stun. So Wolves
yep,
do have
Gordel is eliminated.
Stun though coming out of the middle of the map should be enough to alarm this Elevate defense that they're playing on to be. First contact good though, PJ will drop at mid, same will be said for close. So this defensive setup leaning towards playing deep on the B site, not gonna work out. Sniper shot from Susano, misses initially, but does connect on the second attempt. Wolves get in the plant, post-plant setup can be deep here, and that's an issue. Elevate responding to it by trying to play through mid.
All gonna have to be a double stack together through mid, maybe try to coordinate a pinch, but it's gonna be delayed now. It's gonna take a lot of time for Susano to read position.
Yeah, Peg can just play an initial point of contact off an off angle here, as long as he predicts the correct angle. Timing is not initially great, but the follow-up could be, or maybe not. Elevate win the first two battles. Now it's just down to can you actually clear out the high ground spaces.
2v3 situation.
There's the tickle on the bomb. Oh, that's enough to force out the check. Susano, Yopi, both able to pull Wolves post-plant towards them. They find every single kill, and how about that for a little 3v4?
A little 3v4 dissection through the middle of the map, just playing off of damage and information that was found. I honestly thought that Zai was the ace up the sleeve there for Wolves with the 2 picks that he was able to find for himself. He played it perfectly, pulled 2 players away from the A-bomb side itself, hit back through mid, found the
okay, Panisha bhai, I can understand, bro.
So wonderfully for Wolves until the 3v4 came true.
Absolutely the case. Trophy systems again for Elevate, gonna allow them to play inside the B cut. Defense still preferring to just stay away from the sight lines. I like it. Keep your hard scoped angles, force Wolves to make a play. It's difficult to get nades back to this position. Yes, there's a trophy there, which makes things even more difficult, but just getting it onto this corner, so tough to do. And Susano saying, I'll take that advantage all day.
समझ सकता हूँ Panisha bro, समझ सकता हूँ.
It's going to be the mental warfare, at least on this half, so long as Zai just continues to cause a ruckus on this A street. And it's currently trying to be set up for a very similar attempt over by B. That nade will cross paths with another nade, and most teams will not get any information from it.
Wolves, अभी तो first round तो Wolves हार गए. Let's see second round में क्या करते हैं.
Defense now has to be alerted to a play towards B. Problem is, Zai, who continued to try to play at an island, does get taken down this time by Susano. So 5v4, major advantage towards Elevate as we're underneath the 55-second mark.
And they're going to try to rewrap this all the way over towards A main. Susano, don't bite off more you can chew. Angles being held, catches Tiana. He was trying to reposition. That timing's immense.
And now you've got Yopi in a spot where he can be kind of, you know, whatever he sees is what he can do. What a shot from King. This little jump peek, that will work out. Peg able to find one before dropping. Keeps
totally agree with you, Nova.
Follow up good from Yopi.
Man.
And now it's just down to Shing, who does have the bomb. Could plant this for potential to tilt the 1v3 more into his name, but this is still a difficult post plant for him.
Gonna have to try to isolate a handful of
3v1
players.
situation.
Very active players on the map as well. Yopi
Tough situation for Wolves.
Never want to count out Kendi as well. Does find the first. Expects
whoa.
not the third to come all the way through, but I mean,
1v3 कर जाता तो.
Utilize your numbers in a 1v3 retake for Elevate. It got super close. Jing almost made it come all the way through, but this is again back-to-back rounds where Wolves did have every slightest bit of the advantage. They tried to get back through mid, thinking that they pulled enough defenders back over towards A. B was not the case of
भाई 1v3 situation था भाई. 2 को तो डाउन कर दिया था, 1 बच गया था. नहीं तो ये राउंड ले जाता Wolves.
That both the scopes are playing on safe angles on the outsides of the map. I would love to see Wolves do a little bit more focus to try to pull something in towards mid. Smoke that mid window. Try to get these mid cut advantages by playing through mid, not just playing through the outside of the map. Because once again, Susano's on one angle, Kendi's on the other. This time Susano gets overwhelmed. Too many numbers to deal with, and Wolves are off to the races day.
It's full-on sprint, but watch the mid cover through the smoke is currently being shrouded for Yopi. The timing off of the nade. Klo does find that first blow, but now Yopi gave up his position.
And this is smart. Klo, I'm sure, dictates the comm that, hey, I threw this on the bomb, so they do not plant now. But Peg, pushing forward, takes down 2. Means that you've got a 2v3 situation. Long wrap on the way from Kendi, and whoa, he's giving himself up. Oh, whoa,
what a shot, bhai.
So now it's just down to 1v1. Peg.
Bhai, what a sniper shot.
And it's going to be, initially contact for Kendi. Misses
1v1.
the shot, takes a lot of damage, but both players will survive and reset.
Kendi versus Peggy.
Peg has the bomb. He wants the reach out as well. He's just laying prone around the backside of the box. This timing is everything.
क्या लगता है कौन ले जाएगा भाई देखा नहीं कैसे reflex भाई what a reflex
gets caught and Peg comes away with a massive clutch.
Wolves जीतेगा देखते हैं let's see.
You were going up against, you know that Kendi's probably going to be watching that box with a sniper rifle. Peg did have ample opportunity to get the hell out of dodge, which is why Kendi was no longer looking at the backside of the A site. So Wolves finally break the mold from a massive clutch out of Peg.
Same situation with the
guys, we are very close to 300 likes. Come on.
I would love to see
hit the like button right now.
It's just essentially SMG and MG42 peaks. Maids are out. That bounces into the corner. Kendi able to connect for the first, and PJ is still very comfortable here. And wow, this is no smoke coverage. We're trying to find contact through mid without trying to really toss any utility or smokes to deter this Elevate setup at all. And that's enough for Kendi to come back, find a couple of kills, and now Elevate have dominated.
5 more likes, guys. 5 more likes. Come on, hit the like button.
Peg and Jing. This would be Herculean to say the least. Clo has got a nice little timing. The head peak cannot get away with a kill. And after Peg found said kill, was able to get away, reset his life. There is time to try to dissect this defensive setup, but I like the response at Elevate. Look, we lost one number, just go back to a standardized setup, cover the bomb
2v4
sites,
situation,
buddy
tough
system.
situation for Wolves.
And PJ is in a spot to where if he sees contact, he can finesse his life a little while longer.
Did he spot him? Yep.
Instead, he gets the timing. Peg drops. The spam just
Ruk jao bhai, ruk jao.
But Shing is not in the ballpark. Instead, he's over towards A Street. And there will be an opportunity for him to play
1v4 situation, not a chance.
Favor, but I say that with such hesitation because it's still a 1v4.
इस वाले ऐसे सिचुएशन में कितना हेल्पलेस फील होता होगा ना 1v4
little powwow, if you will.
पैनिक मोड भाई सुपर पैनिक मोड रहता है भाई
says at the end of this round.
Yeah.
Jing is taking ample time and just making sure everything is cleared. Will commit towards this plant. We'll have to see how will work this time for Elevate.
Yeah, he needs to get one and get away. Get a reset in. He's not going to have a chance yet. Elevate just sprint at him.
Just like holding the free scope, you just see 4 different blue players just
yeah, for real.
Bhai, kya tha ye?
It's really difficult from the offensive perspective. It's just, you know, the thing about it is you can tuck these trophy systems defensively into these corners to where you have to bounce these nades perfectly for the trophies to even be activated. So it's just one of those things that the defenders stay so safe for so long. That's why I'm kind of looking for Wolves to try to hit something and hit something hard.
Same, maybe SND नहीं खेलता ज़्यादा.
Throw your stuns and your nades into one of these mid cuts.
Friends रहते हैं खेल लेता हूँ SND, but ऐसे random लोग के साथ मैं SND नहीं खेलता भाई.
Big set of nade focus over towards one corner, but again, it just puts you out in the open. PJ for one. The follow-up is good though for Shing. Trade
3v3.
Fourth as Clo tries to have the final word. Not going to happen. We'll go 3v3.
It's just a cadence that we have not seen out of Wolves, to your point there, so far, these 4 rounds of play. But that was probably the most aggressive up front that you could possibly have seen out of Wolves through the 5 rounds now. You have numbers. 3v2 on the map.
Punisher bro, आपका prediction क्या है?
Bomb site starting to look juicier
लग तो ऐसे ही
at
रहा
the moment, but it seems that it's just going to be a retake. Kendi, Susanna both have sniper rifles, respectfully. Looking for a pick.
Yeah. Pushes on the way in. Spoke still holding that towards the outside of E Street.
Punisher भाई.
On for the plan. Here comes the push forward for Susano.
अभी भी अपने prediction के साथ stick हो रहा.
Trade is out though, so now it's just down to Kendi. 1v2 situation. Not unfamiliar to these grounds.
Kendi bro, you can do it.
To say the least, misses the first on to Dion. Second will
1v1.
not be so fortunate.
Oh,
He gets a hit marker.
Hit marker था भाई.
Oh, brother.
Hit marker था भाई. ले जाता ये.
And thinking that that was just mere pixels away from having that second kill and potential for a 1v1. If Kendi's alive, you feel like it's always possible. 3-2 goes to scoreline. And then we go back towards a very aggressive look over towards A main. Last time they did this, they did not commit. Very standardized defensive setup, but the entire play for Wolves is just to have Peg on an island, create as much ruckus as possible for B.
And this is different already in terms of Wolves. They have been dealing with a lot of resiliency early through this A mid cut. Now there's nobody there. So this throws a lot of question marks into Wolves' mind. Is there someone playing up through mid? Nope, it's Yopi with a shotgun, which you thought may be in the proper spot to find some effectiveness. Not the case. 2 sniper shots will land. Wolves now in a 5v3 for the post plant. Clo may decide to try to chow this quickly. Try to catch one on the exit. First sniper shot misses, but now he's stuck. And there's nowhere for Elevate to go. A 3-3 happen. Considering how it looked early, that is unreal good for Wolves.
Yes, it really is. Again, when it comes down to it, Search and Destroy has been the weakest game mode for Elevate this entire weekend so far. 1-2, but still undefeated. And top 2 seed coming into the single elimination bracket. But Wolves really did impress me last night, the way that they looked versus Vitality in that map number 2. They can definitely get in your heads when it comes down to the aggression and how accurate they can be. 3 kills for Zai is not the sexiest KD ratio in the world, but he's setting his team up continuously.
There's still a lot of free space for Elevate to work over towards A. They've got some deep trophy systems down as well. Wolves are just letting them have the map, essentially. And you don't want to let Clo have the map, because then he starts to do stuff like that. Smoke on the way in. Wolves try to use this as a chance to retake and contest this bomb plant. Ching on the corner doesn't quite get affected by the stun like Elevate had predicted, but the trades are good, and Elevate just run through A.
And that's the aggression that we were asking out of Wolves. We saw a bit of it when they aggressively hit through mid to B, but it wasn't anything like that. And again, Elevate has one game plan, one MO in mind, and that is just to run you down and outshoot you as well. So Wolves have to respect that is a very possibility. These early stuns and nades need to be timely to be able to get the information, but it seems instead of A Street, why not go down mid?
Shoulder had been seen by Kendi. I love this call, but time's going to run out on this play as that smoke on the A cut is going to dissipate. So Elevate need to make a decision here. You don't want to be stuck at mid. And Kendi is just going to play the Vanguard. Just contact checking with a Tundra. You think he's feeling himself?
Let's see, guys. Let's see.
I'll say. Missed the first. Doesn't miss the second. That's not bad to go 1 for 1. Still tucked in a corner at mid is PJ. He doesn't get checked. And now all of a sudden, Wolves get caught on their rotation, and it's a free play for PJ to move in towards A. First sniper shot misses for King, and PJ finds a second.
Absolutely one shot. What a hit marker. PJ should be dead to rights. Here comes the cavalry, though. Rest of Elevate swarming around the A-bomb site. 2v4 now. Can Wolves find the timing or an exit?
First shots are clean from Zai, looking to double up. Knows he's got players a little bit deeper. Neon on his secondary pinch. That lands. They know they've got one player nearby.
2v2 situation.
Elevate, back off. That was Yopi who was close initially. Now he's tucked into a corner. And against an Odin and a Tundra, it's just do not give them the angle. Yopi able to take down Zai. Neon now in trouble. There's the shoulder from Yopi. Shot misses for Neon. Follow-up coming through down street, and that's Susato to meet him at range. Elevate up 5-3.
2 more rounds from a 2-0 lead out of Elevate. And again, aggression is a suit they've been wearing since the start of it all. It works out so wonderfully for them.
Lead to ले रही है भाई Elevate.
Once they start flipping the transition from one bomb site to the next. Look at how just placed these nades are. So wonderfully done, and how much space they take because of it.
Yeah, and it's just immediately a throwdown at B. Zai trying to survive through the stuns. Not going to work out. The SMG's just too quick, too confident. Phoenix ringing out through the B site. Wolves in trouble, but King fighting back. And Peng, he wants to chow this. What an explosive challenge from
1v3 situation.
Just breaks the camera.
Once again.
Slides on him. Leaves it down to King. 1v3, and he's
Bro.
got too many corners to clear. Elevate just rushing through Wolves, now up 6-3.
Trying to make this offensive half a little bit of a speed run. I tip it out of you, Elevate, but again, it almost feels like anything you can do, we can do better and faster as well. Just the speed that they are just covering these sites. There are no party tricks. There's no bait plays. It's just nades, space, gunfight.
That's just game plan right there. That's the GP on GD right there. Game plan on game day. Looking good for Elevate. Here comes the rush. Sing just overwhelmed. Mercy. Wolves trying to hold on to the backside at B. Do well to slow down the play from PJ. Klo also has to give up the angle for just a moment. Help is on the way. This is completely enveloped. Now it's just down to who hits their shots. First shot misses. Yopi trying to follow up a little bit deeper. That will work. That's going to scale this Elevate offense deep into the B side a little bit more. Wolves have to be worried about that. And as Peg checks the shoulder, he gets punished. It's all down to Neon. We called him. He needs to show up in a big way. First shot goes awry. 1v2 for Neon. This is a wide peak from both players. Shots will miss, and Klo will finish it out. A 7-3 stat line. Elevate looking clean.
It's the one map mode combination.
क्या हो गया भाई?
Guarantee for Wolves to stay alive in this series. We knew that they had to try to seal away
Wolves
respawn.
fans, क्या हो गया?
Many of you were very much so admitting to how good Elevate are at respawns.
Just kidding, guys. Both of them teams are really good.
We had some question marks. It was going to be a very good look for them regardless. For things like that, when you don't see a body, you don't even connect with any information off a stun, they don't even hesitate. Not even just to confirm the information, but just to get in your face and run you over immediately. The ability that Elevate have been able to showcase at CDSI, here at Worlds, is nothing but respect for how quickly they get in and how quickly they work together to get those team shots, to get the kills, to get the bomb planted. It's fundamental COD, baby.
And I think the thing about it, kind of hearing the conversations around the community about Elevate in the opening moments of CDSI, their search and destroy, it's like, brothers, we kind of figured this out. But by the time they started getting into the playoff bracket, hey, let's just get a good game plan for our map pick, win that, and then we're good to win the series because our respawn is so good. That's been the case here. This was their map selection. They looked very well bred for it, especially from the offensive perspective.
Yeah, I can't say anything but just amazing things. I mean, for a 3-3 half, just to waltz on into your offensive half and then just completely eviscerate the Wolves along the way. Some very close calls and some very clutch moments. You look at players like Kendi, like Susano, the aggression from close, spearheading a lot of the mid plays were Yopi and PJ. It's just a well-oiled machine at the end of the day. Even Cali can't help himself, but just absolutely love what Elevator doing.
It's clean stuff, man. It's clean stuff. Yopi, Susano, Kendi.
सिंक एफवी इसलिए नहीं खेलते क्योंकि सिंक एफवी मोस्टली एडवांटेज आपको तब देता है जब बड़ी स्क्रीन में खेल रहे हो. फॉर एग्जांपल अगर आप आईपैड में खेल रहे हो, मोबाइल में उतना एडवांटेज नहीं रहता क्योंकि उसमें आपका ऐसी छोटी स्क्रीन रहता है और उसमें देखना बहुत मुश्किल रहता है, इसलिए यहाँ पे कोई सिंक एफवी यूज नहीं करता.
Not what we saw from last year. They were the two that really carried them through a lot of the S&Ds.
And you were really hoping for the bounce back from Neon. You know, we always set it up. Maybe a better player once he gets a sniper rifle in his hands. For Kurahana Metropolis, it surely should have been panning out that way. But when you're getting stunned, smoke checked, naded, and displaced continuously just from the team nades that are coming through from Elevate, very difficult to do even at the highest level.
Yep. I also saw that, Nova. Yesterday, someone was using Maddox. I think that was LG, probably.
I want to say they've been here before because they absolutely have, but it finished in an absolute sweep. Now they have to reverse it.
And the control has not necessarily been a staple for Wolves, let alone on the fact that they have to play it on Seaside, which they played once at CDSI. They were able to 4-0, but that was Standpoint, who are not
भाई
here.
Elevate World Championship भी जीत गया तो भाई
How the map veto selection has worked.
तुम खतरनाक हो जाएगा भाई. CDSI के भी विनर हैं, World Championship विनर है भाई. Best team in the world हो जाएंगे भाई ये तो Codm में.
Between that and Arsenal, you take Seaside because you don't want Wolves to go to one of their strongest overall, map mode combos. And again, it looks pretty clear that Elevate should be able to run through this and get a 3-0.
Yeah, it's starting to look that way, right? I mean, even as far as the comparisons that we've gotten through both maps 1 and 2 at this point in time, the slaying prowess and just being able to manipulate whatever map that they're on. When I think of potential spawn trap at disastrous situations, specifically when it comes down to Seaside, I fear for what Elevate might honestly do here.
Yeah, and the other side of this conversation in terms of putting together the second step of the reverse sweep, then you got to go to Elevate's map selection of Apocalypse Hardpoint.
Yeah,
and that doesn't feel necessarily all that great based on the results that they put together. I mean, it's just been one of those things, and the numbers say one thing, but I think the narrative point overall is you go back to CDSI and you combine that with the Swiss, and now so far through the playoff.
Hello, Swivit Screen. Welcome to the stream.
2 respawns in that time period. That's a lot of maps of respawn that they went through. Only dropping 2 is unbelievable.
Yeah, I'd feel pretty confident coming into this entire tournament if I were Elevated. You can't necessarily blame that once you go up a handful of rounds. The jump challenges, even when they were down by a round or 2 out of Kendi, Susano feeling the swagger as well. Everybody has a target on this team. There's no doubting that. You did win the most recent major tournament.
Chalo guys,
at CDSI,
I'll be back within a minute.
Everybody wants to try to beat Elevate. Arena is now officially on the map, and it's nothing but
Match start होने तक हम आते हैं 1 मिनट का ब्रेक लेके.
Yeah. Well, with that, we have some comms, I believe, from the previous 2 maps. We'll check out some of the sounds of the game to this point.
Nice! Okay lang. Fucking hell, okay lang. Nice try, boy. 2-3 lang tayo, 2-3. Magko-commit. Harap mo. Magsisiti ako. Tara, PJ, piggy ako. Blast it. Isa pa. Landed, isa pa. Nice! PJ! Nice man, boy. Nice. Backside tata. Baka kung Kilang, hawak ko, kaliwa.
मैच चालू हो गया.
Yeah. Nice! Last 2.
खुशी भाई, खुशी.
Nice. Last niyan. Niyan lang yan. Sige, plancho. Pag kayo matay. City. Platform. Kaliwa. Hapel. Kaliwa. Nice!
Energy high for the Elevate boys, and why not? Up big 2-0 so far in this series with the swing map going, again, very favorably towards their direction based on the history. Seaside for our control coming up here. And it just feels like by how we've seen Elevate play this map over the course of their region qualifiers, over the course of CDSI, they've got a really good handle for it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're looking at just the usual suspects coming through for Elevate, and why they've been able to find so much success. It's going to sound like a broken record, I'm sure, to you all at home by the end of the day, unless you're like us and are just such a massive fan to be able to see this Elevate team do super well. I think that it's just, when you're as confident as ever, when you go back, because I'm sure that they've also realized the simple stat that you just said of only losing 2 hard points across a very short and yet elongated time period, yeah, you're going to be feeling pretty darn confident going into the Seaside. Everything pans in your favor.
Yeah, been really
Yep,
convincing
this
stuff.
match is between Garena and China.
Who knows? We may have another region claiming the crown of the best COD mobile team in the world.
Control में अगर Wolves कुछ नहीं कर पाया तो खत्म.
Last year, India on the
Back
map
to home,
with
Wolves.
China taking what felt like a trophy that was pretty much going to go their way eventually. Just kind of seeing how things trend, but now all of a sudden, Elevate really coming into form for this Garena region. Definitely a chance to see them escalate in towards the #1 spot, not just in the Eastern region after CDSI, but in the world. And that's after, by the way, again, their Swiss schedule was stupid hard. They played 3 teams that all made it to playoffs and beat them all. So Wolves, a team they've already seen before in the last couple of weeks and have dominated. They're looking to really cement that if they could put them away here at the 3-0 tally.
The 2 games that went all 3 maps yesterday for Elevate both ended on raid. It's the first time that they're playing Seaside all weekend long, but to Shift's previous point, not
Control
exactly
में
an unknown
इस वाले मैप में स्पेशली R9 बहुत यूज होता है.
That's going to be PJ on an R9 as Elevate defensively going to have to respond to the quick pressure.
Elevate with 2 R9
stairs already in towards this bottom B point, and it's looking pretty decent. Even kills to this moment, but 2 ticks of progress locked. Great
Wow.
nade, I guess.
What a nade.
I mean, it bounces right into the lap, and there will be enough contest. I believe the second tick did get locked, but still, Elevate will reclaim control of the zone, at least for now.
Sure will. Second segment got locked, so you feel like one more good push might just be the B control zone, but you already have a threat over
Punish भाई
towards
क्या
A,
लगता है?
their lonesome was Peg.
कंट्रोल वाला राउंड किसके हाथ में जाएगा? Elevate or the Wolves?
The brick staircase, trying to take over the restaurant once again.
Yeah, good kills from the side of Wolves. They know they've got a player on one of the side stairs. That's a really brilliant win from Susano initially, but can only do so much with it. So now Elevate holding on towards barrels. Wolves not able to push up through Church, so they're trying to hit this right from the front. Peg, quick and in the action, trying to find these Elevate members onto the defense, but they've backed off just a touch, trying to measure the approach before they try to recommit, and as they do, it's Clo for a handful. That's 3 in a row for him as Elevate look to now step forward towards Checkers.
7 kills, and the closest one to him in the lobby is currently 4. Just a great start coming through for Clo. Just when you think that you fully cleared everything, Clo might just be working on a little bit of a pinch. Peg is pushing all the way up to the already captured zone.
दोनों अब टीम सभी edge to edge पे. 16 versus 15.
Winning those previous gunfights.
Yeah, and Elevate are very aware that there could be a push forward on the overextension. They've dealt with Peg initially. Next contested would be King in that department of the map, whereas the rest of Wolves are trying to stack themselves up for a hit from the front. Susano, really well done, as again, this front cupboard is being locked down by the Elevate defense. Wolves trade things out, but it's costing lives. 14 plays.
No, bro, on that barrel, I have already made a video on it, so make sure to do check it out.
From Wolves, that's going to be Clo again, who's just finessing his life. Look how many numbers for Wolves. They do not want him in this position. Finally taken down. And I can shift their focus back towards the front. Just under a minute left to play. 12v10.
Good opening from King, but they can't.
12v9.
Kendi, R9 in hand now, as they know that this defense is
इस
likely
मैप
to
में
have to
R9
inside
close range
there.
में भाई
Susano
बड़ा
deals with
खतरनाक
Peg.
है.
And where is the hit from Wolves? They have yet to even come close to
Hi
hitting
Mr.
anything
Singh,
that
welcome to
sort
the
of
stream.
concentrated
क्या हाल है
forward.
भाई?
Shing able to open things up, but I mean, what are we doing here? I think Neon still had a scope out. I mean, we're fighting inside of barrels. That doesn't get any tighter than this. Here comes the play from Clo to clean things out. Equalizer is tilting the advantage. 7v4 situation. Clo's not done. He's not done in any form. How about the spree from Clo? 6v2.
Okay, Nova. मुझे लगा तुम पूछ रहे हो.
Neon needs to put away the
My bad.
scope and get involved.
Saw his last alive. 1 of 2. You know exactly where they're located at now. 1v4. Not
कभी
enough
कभी
time.
चल
You would
समझ
think
नहीं
to
आता भाई
isolate the
कोई
last
पूछ
4
रहा है कि
remaining
बता
players,
रहा है.
but A great call for Clo.
That was my bad.
Just exploiting the one thing that is lacking from Wolves, and that is a close proximal gunfight around barrels and inside of this A control zone. Zai will finally fall. Elevate will only allow 3 segments to go all the way through, which is massive for them, should this even go 5.
And again, Neon's got
Elevate
the
won
now,
the
but
first
I want to say
round.
throughout the majority of that first round, he's still pulling out a scope.
Yep.
It's like, what are we doing? 1-6 start for the MVP from last year.
एक तो जीत जाओ
In
वो
the meantime, Clo is
जीतेगा
having
ब्रो
his way.
जीतेगा
Early equalizers lead to now a
ये नहीं जीतेगा तो कोई चांस नहीं इसको तो जीतना पड़ेगा बुल्स को अगर मैच में रहना है तो
on either zone here. So you've got tons of trophy systems down for Wolves that counteract one of the 2 threats, but not the other. Clo in mid-map at Church is just going to kind of play a pivot point as Elevator looking for the spawn trap.
Trying to work it. Any kills coming all the way through. Going to be into the waiting hands of the Purifier with PJ. Already finds one. Predator missile sends Peg to an immediate spawn screen again.
Well, this is going to be interesting because now all of a sudden the Wolves have cleared out their spawn and they're putting together a spawn trap of their own as we jump into a Wolves listen it.
还有俩，刷好了刷。我帮你们断教堂。往前补，让后面的去。
刷不成了 ，A 去了。
जिस टीम की हालत खराब रहती है उन्हीं का वॉइस चैट हमको क्यों सुनाते हैं यार इन लोग दिखाना चाहते हैं ना भाई इनका टेंशन
咱家左边死角死了，
在家等着呢，就架着。别了，给我狙了。跑。去个吧台应该快好了。我去吧台。等花枪应该快好了。
18 versus 11 16 versus 10
single lane, not much to say. You watch that angle, I'll watch this one. Don't lose your ones. And at the moment, Wolves are winning every single one of them. Elevate now working on a little bit of motion through checkers. They're going to find a way to try to enter on into the site.
I'm going to try to keep this close proximity. Kenny with the R9 would be the tip of the spear naturally. Yopi does find the opening, and now Kenny has found his way in. Will be traded, though. The claw's been popped.
Claw for Susano. Damage tally. Doesn't quite use that as a way to confirm any kills, though, and that will be enough for Wolves to clear the zone. 12v4 situation. Looking clean for Wolves. Just down to what Elevate can muster on this last
12 versus 4 no chance at all.
There is chances to hold this very convincingly, but the problem is how do you get rid of this stack over towards the front stairs at checkers?
12
the
versus
answer is
3
you don't. Peg
Gio.
finds the kill. He also has an equalizers in case things get messy, which doesn't look like they will. Peg still in a bit of a spree off 2 in a row. Follow-up from Xing is good, and Clo has been seen on this long flank through Graveyard, so should be a pretty comfortable defensive win for Wolves to get us back to a 1-1 count.
Yeah, I mean, and throughout the entirety of that listen, and what was very evident was in fact, the spawn trap was very good. Whittling away so many of the different lives. Clo is just trying to chase down somebody. They're just running away from him, just playing with his food. All right.
What is happening?
I mean, this is just like the most aggressive game of cat and mouse I've ever seen. Like, we have heaven weaponry, prize fighters as well.
What's going on?
I don't know, but someone please cue the Benny Hill music.
I'll say, no one wants the zone. It's like they're trying to allow Clo to get more capture done. What is happening? What?
they are trolling him, guys. They are trolling him.
Wolves are finessing, trying to, I think, get Clo on the zone for some sort of capture, and they're letting him find the eliminations until finally Neon knocks him out. But some moment of comic relief.
They were not shooting at him.
I don't know.
They were just running like headless chicken.
I'm either glad it's over or sorry it happened. Like, one of those. 4 and 12 for Kenny so far.
Right, troll kar rahe the usko, nothing else.
As Elevate struggle to find themselves any segments over by A, so we're all tied up there, 3 apiece.
Quick action, full 5-man hit, automatically towards the A zone. Elevate trying to stand tall, but Xing has pushed themselves through. War Machine just trying to lock things down in case there is some sort of a pinch, but not to happen. Elevate's trying to set up the spawn trap. This is going to come at the cost of a free A zone, though. Will that actually play the difference maker? Because honestly, Wolves can still fight out of their spawn, and if they still capture, they can rotate quickly to B, but Elevate's defense from behind clear out the point. That will be enough to deplete the third tick progress.
And it allows Clo and Susano to try to get into a nastier position And since losing one, two more have now replaced a fallen Elevate member. Good heads up, peek there out of Susano. The Odin not going to be able to get the better of Xing in that gunfight at the bottom side of the stairs, but you still have presence from the team in blue on the opposite side of the map.
Yep. Well, here we go. Wolves now on their next approach. Do you get the extra 60 on this attack?
1-on-1, let's see क्या इसको continue कर पाते हैं.
In terms of defensive status, Elevate is really putting a lot of investment towards holding on towards the zone itself. Sparrow part of the picture. The hit towards B starts to develop those. Wolves find the solo defender there, and they will quickly realize this is a wide open zone. Enough for at least Xing to stop the clock at 35 seconds, and now he's going to try to hold his life with Sparrow out.
This is good control coming through from Wolves, albeit down by 7 lives now. Xing going to pull out the Sparrow, finds himself 2. Kendi pulls out the War Machine just as a response, shut down almost immediately. Second segment on the way over by B, and numbers are that much more potent on this side of the map for the Wolves.
Now Xing able to win that 1v1 onto PJ, so now Elevate are in
भाई
dire
ट्रोल का
straits.
बदला तो लेके रहेगा भाई. Elevate वो ट्रोल का बदला लेगी.
Third tick locked at B. No one in position to deal with any immediate exits. This is just about if Elevate can stop Wolves from playing through the backside on the OE. Klo from the front comes around the corner. What? Able to get the left hand right into the face of Xing. And that now all of a sudden has Elevate playing very far forward, scaling this defense into checkers.
Xing has been anchoring in their base, just expecting somebody to try to push all the way through, and by the time it finally does, Klo doesn't want any more of it. Just completely
ये
resets
रंग
the
हो
rest of the
पक
team. The
अगर
defense is all
कॉडम में
centered
नहीं
around
होता तो
barrels, but you
क्या
saw
होता?
players
कुछ
trying
नहीं
to guard
होता.
off the church.
Yep, you have one member from behind. That's Peg. He's got the equalizers out. He's good for 2. Purifier to counter.
Position नहीं होता तो बहुत अच्छा रहता bro.
As they get the shutdown onto PJ. Shot misses though. King shut down. Klo now with the equalizers. He's looking to push forward, and will he ever? 3 kills in the feed. Elevate now pushed all the way up, and with only 3 lives remaining, Wolves not looking all that potent to try to finish off this offense.
Not likely. Neon does have an operator, but you really do hope that they do not pull that out. I know it's not the greatest KD ratio you got going for yourself,
Elevate is
but you're going to
looking
need
strong.
that for potentially a round 5 defense should the kills continue to rest the way that they are. How it does work, segments are currently going to be led, albeit
To get a free BP, you have to be
offense,
active in the
but these 5
chat.
segments does
Nothing
technically
else.
put Wolves in a better position to try to get that round 5 defense should it not end on the upcoming round.
War Machine out for Zai.
Wait,
they
why?
think that they could put this away. They think they can just get on and stack, and they may be right.
कब start होगा ये? अरे चल रहा है bro. क्या मजाक कर रहे हो?
This is still winnable. Last 5 seconds. PJ, he's got the R9, and he's good for
Okay,
1.
okay, surely
Not
bro.
able to
Finish
get
it
the
bro.
second.
पक्का.
Just down to King. Can he contest the zone? It's on with 0 seconds, but Yopi cleans them out. A real strong investment for Wolves, thinking they had an opening, and it gets shut down.
It's just an awkward thing to assume.
अरे भाई परेशान हो जाता हूँ कभी-कभी तो मेरे को मजबूरन ऐसे titles रखने पड़ते हैं guys.
So far out of the way that the stack 3-player strong, should everybody have stayed alive, would have came all the way through, but once the trades start to follow up, Elevate just have to reinvest.
हाँ अगर एक्टिव रहोगे तो मैं बीपी मैं तो गूगल कोड दे रहा हूँ ना. आप उससे आप बीपी लो कुछ भी लो, doesn't matter. आप गूगल कोड से आप गूगल से कुछ भी परचेज कर सकते
by himself with a 1v1 versus King, which he does win. Clock will stay paused at a minute 16. First tick of progress, looking likely to get locked here at B. Follow up from Elevate. Try to clean out the middle of the map. Well, also, PJ is just trying to make sure there's no spawn trap. He's done well on the top side of Fountain, at least initially. But Xing has the final word. Gets himself 2, and now Wolves.
जैक्स ब्रो अभी नहीं, मैं अभी स्ट्रीम के बाद अगर मेरे को टाइम मिला तो मैं आज ही आप लोगों को सेंड कर दूंगा, नहीं तो मोस्टली कल तक आप सबको मिल जाएगा.
At least meet them. Kendi finds a nasty one versus Zai. There's a lot of stray gunfights happening all the way across the map. You still have 2 players over by the B zone. That's gonna have
Sure,
to be
Noah,
shot.
bro, sure.
You do have King putting himself into a position to maybe find a couple exits. Does find the first.
But Elevate stave off the spawn trap. Live starting to get pulled back a touch for the Elevate offense. 18 plays 21. You've got a deep member in Yopi playing through Church to clean up on the Zai forward. Now all of a sudden, has Susano looking in towards the zone with help. But Yopi takes himself out of the picture with the Sparrow. That could have been huge to stop the Wolves' defensive rotating in. But now it's just on to Kendi to spam this back alleyway through Dark, and it will not be enough to find many eliminations. Claw on the other side from Neon. That'll be good to open things up and get Wolves back in for contest.
Do need to try to use this Claw for maybe another kill or 2. You would love to have that. Extend the life lead from 17 plus. On to the 13, try to get them into single digits if possible, but the Claw will have to be put away. No operators online for all 10 players within this lobby. But you have a minute and 35 to try to exasperate the numbers of Wolves to try to find a way.
आज की बीपी विनर्स कल के स्ट्रीम पे अनाउंस होंगे, और कल की बीपी विनर्स कल के स्ट्रीम के एंड में अनाउंस होंगे.
proactive with the Sparrow, able to find one, turns back over, Trophy System denies the final bolt, but still, the kill is in. And now PJ is trying to cause a ruckus inside the spawn. 13 plays 9 though. The hit from the front starting to develop. Yopi, how much can he finesse inside the zone? A couple of the Wolves members still alive, Neon in particular.
Elevate can still make it. What do you think? 6 to 11. 5-11.
Wolves looking good with an 11v5, trying to finish off this round and send us to a 5th.
And War Machine might be an overinvestment again, but hey, Zai might honestly earn it by the end of the next round as well. He's pretty good at getting score in a game of Call of Duty Mobile. Still 5 lives remaining. Klo pulls out the equalizer, thinking that might just be the opening required.
Spawn trap. Nice spawn trap.
Yeah, I mean, Klo's going to turn this into a 4v4.
He's trying for a spawn
if he
trap.
Just keep farming these kills off spawn. Yeah.
Yep.
It's just out of what actually happens from the front. Klo's not going to lose
4v4 situation.
with an equalizer out.
Oh my
God.
Spawn trap. Arey, yeah. 2v2. What a comeback, guys. What a comeback. 2v2. Come on, Elevate. You can do it.
Who can get in? PJ has a purifier out. Does he predict the right doorway? He sure has. Yopi falls the
You're back, bro. 1v1, 1v1.
Whoa. Saves the day.
Wolves बच गया भाई Wolves. Elevate तगड़ा comeback कर लेती है भाई.
What a call from Klo just to put Elevate, who were so far down in numbers, in a position
भाई ये वाला spawn trap बड़ा गंदा है भाई.
In that moment of time, Peg, for the 1v1, had to get both kills at the end. Was lighter
Spawn trap
HP,
should be banned. नहीं हो सकता bro. ये तो नहीं हो सकता. कैसे करेंगे ban?
It's Wolves on the round 5 offense. Early focus into the B zone. Tools of the trade.
भाई अगर ये comeback हो जाता ना भाई तगड़ा रहता भाई. तगड़ा comeback.
EMP also was charged up by Yopi, but that's it. No more score streaks, no more operators for Elevate. Wolves working on their second tick of progress, looking good for it with Peg and King still holding on to operators. Huge tools for Wolves as they try to finalize this A zone.
B zone's gonna get fully captured. What's the exits look like? You got an Elevate member in your spawn, by the way. Oh, what's that you say? Oh, there's 2. Kendi and PJ are trying to keep these players at bay, and Kenny's just gonna find 2 immediately off the spawn. Here comes at least one more player to try to get these Elevate members away. And King's actually gonna invest the Annihilator just to try to win these gunfights in their spawn. Does have one spawn member come up to just try to help things out. But while all this is happening, Wolves are developing a spawn trap of their own.
That's over towards Bakery side. King able to get the Annihilator to not just clear out the spawn, but also clear out the front closet. Elevate trying to deal with Neon around the back, and the boxing gloves will do the trick. Now over towards Dark. PJ versus PJ with the health pool. And that's enough now to get Elevate in the zone. Yopi making sure there's no hit from the front as the Sparrow cleans things up. Peg trying to get the equalizer around the back, and he's going to put some pain into the Elevate spawn.
Isolated gunfight over on the left side of the map, and Klo's actually going to be able to win that one as well. Equalizer out from Peg. Just waiting for kills to come all the way through. Well, Kenny's just going to be the first, but immediately traded out. Nice investment from Yopi there with the Sparrow. Now you only have 2 more operators left to go through, and that's Elevate not only with the positional advantage, but also the resources too.
PJ in a bit of finesse, trying to get himself back in towards safety, trying to contest this left side closet. Good for the first, almost transfers for more. Claw out for Susato, spamming things down. Bolts are firing all over the place. And that's enough to keep the Wolves offense at bay a little while longer. But the claw gets expired. Good patience from Wolves. We're still in a 13v15. Kendi now the next one up with the War Machine.
And it's the resource management coming through. One gets expired, the next one gets pulled. Trophy system out, but Kendi still finds 2. The trophy systems can only stay alive for so long.
14 versus
35
10.
seconds left
Let's
to
go,
play.
Elevate.
3 operators online for Wolves.
Just comes down to the timing and the effectiveness of when they decide to use these
Wolves
under the 30
Let's
second
see.
Long flank from King. This is going to be potentially a 1v1 between him and Klo eventually, but the hit from the front starts to get forced as Shing, when the War Machine for Zai start to be used together. Peg pushing through all the damage. PJ, the last one standing. He's going to fall, but Klo, are we joking? Klo's still alive, but only for so long. It's just the Claw left.
ये क्लॉ पूरा मैच चेंज कर सकता है अगर इसको अच्छे से यूज कर लिए तो ये पूरा मैच चेंज हो जाएगा वुल्व्स ये मैच ले जाएगा
Eventually Wolves get on, but that's a lot of time drained. Kendi on the way forward, shut down by Neon.
6v5, 5v5,
5v5 action. Yopi on the re-entry,
4v5,
not able to get
2v5, 1v5, no chance.
4v1, it's just down to Kendi. The stack is
Wolves
in.
won
Kendi's
this round
trying to
too.
hustle to get there. Can he find an angle? Peg holding it down. Wolves will survive into a 4th map.
बच गया भाई वुल्व्स बच गया ये मैप वो नहीं निकालता तो गया था
really want to count out Zai getting just a War Machine round
कौन था
after round.
चैट में बोल रहा था
Always good for
एक
it,
तो जीत
always
जाओ
generating
वुल्व्स
score, but
कौन था वो?
Sweat has to be dripping down their brow the way that you were able to at least clean up those last few kills.
Why
from
wish पूरी
Neon,
होगी
but
तुम्हारी?
instead of just holding inside of the zone, stopping out that clock, wanted to hold a further position. It only benefited
Jax,
going one
is that
for one,
was you?
but it meant that you did have to pay some respect and slow up rather than just sprinting straight into the zone, into barrels. It made you think twice about it. The Wolves step in the right direction so far.
मैं कैसे
Took
बच
away
गया?
the control, but still so much more to do in this entire best of 5 series, but a good step in the right direction.
Absolutely the case. The heroics in round 4, I think, take the cake. And then the efficiency coming in round 5 to make sure that spawn trap had good value, especially on a peg with the equalizer initially. Massive. So many small moments. In terms of even the first 2 rounds, offensive wins were right at the precipice. So a very tight match.
पनीशर भाई ने जिसको सपोर्ट किया वो हार गया। नहीं यार, लास्ट राउंड में जिसने पनीशर भाई ने जिसको सपोर्ट किया था वही जीता with exact points. Let's see. अभी भी पनीशर भाई का जादू चल गया तो।
Wake up a little bit and get ready to go for a map that they are not bad at for any stretch of the imagination.
You might need to go down there and tell those boys of Wolves that exact stat because they might.
Jax bro, एक राउंड ही जीते हैं अभी भी उनको अगर क्वालिफाई करना है तो और 2 राउंड जीतने पड़ेगा और एलिवेट को जीतने के लिए बस 1 राउंड जीतना पड़ेगा।
Who was always a thorn in the side of the spawn, but as far as slaying is concerned, Zai in the respawns for Wolves all
कोई
weekend
बात
long
नहीं
has
बनीशर
been
भाई
consistent
चलता है।
from their CDSI performance as well. Just needs a little bit of help, and we could probably see a lot more out of this Wolves team.
Yeah, absolutely the case. But a better performance from Neon in particular, I think, especially the heroic moments that were required.
नहीं पनीशर वुल्स को ही सपोर्ट कर रहा था।
Continues to show up when it
शायद
matters most, and Zai, who has been the statistical leader for this Wolves team.
थोड़ा हार्ड तो है हाँ। इनको और 2 मैचेस मतलब 2 राउंड जीतने होंगे और एलिवेट को सिर्फ 1।
A map that Elevate have really utilized a number of different moments. Not so far this weekend, to be fair, but watching them play it a couple of different times over the course of CDSI, there are some very convincing results, including a 250-39 win against Stalwart earlier on in the playoff bracket. They also had a beatdown of Vitality and a convincing win versus Q9 on the
Hi Sarthak, welcome to the stream bro. क्या हाल है?
Really solid stuff. Over the course of the last month and a half, and with that, we will step aside.
Hi John,
for just a
welcome to
brief
the
break
stream.
before we
What's
jump
up, bro?
on in. So don't go far. Get yourself refreshed there, friends. We've got map 4 on the way right after this.
大家好，我们是来自中国队的 Wolves。这一次我们来参加亚特兰大的使命召唤手游世界锦标赛。这一次我们是来拿世界冠军的。
समझ गया। समझ गया।
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
शॉर्ट्स में आपको नीचे लिंक मिलेगा, आप उस लिंक पे क्लिक करोगे ना, आपको रीडायरेक्ट कर दिया जाएगा वो फुल वीडियो पे। मैं फुल वीडियो पे सारे गन्स में शो करता हूँ। शॉर्ट्स में उतना टाइम नहीं रहता कि मैं आपको लिंक्स पे मतलब गन्स में शो करूँ। बाकी आप उस लिंक पे क्लिक करोगे तो आप डायरेक्टली उस वीडियो पे रीडायरेक्ट हो जाओगे। HP किस मैप का है? नहीं याद नहीं भाई। Hey One Life, welcome to the stream bro. What's up? Hi Pro7, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up? Hi Firo, welcome to the stream. हाँ आज का लास्ट मैच ही है.
Set fire to the cold river. Set fire, sealed and delivered. Slow burn, shot to the liver. Heart so cold, make a grown man shiver. Wake up, don't be afraid. Make love, but don't be tame.
Match starting in 8 seconds. ग्लोबल वालों को कैमो नहीं मिलेगा क्या? नहीं ब्रो, चांसेस तो नहीं है, देखते हैं. पर इन गेम में एडेड है ना, फिर भी लगता है चांसेस है. अब नॉट कंफर्म अबाउट दैट. डिवाइस अकाउंट सारे वही प्रोवाइड होता है. क्या अनुपम भाई, नाइट वुड को ही वेलकम.
Welcome back to DreamHack Atlanta and the COD Mobile World Championship.
आज के स्ट्रीम के बाद कल फाइनल्स और क्या?
Squared up in what has been a good one to this point. Elevate started off 2-0 up, but Wolves heroics in round 4, round 5 of the control has them their first map win, and what would be one of what needs to be 3 check marks.
No, those weapons are not banned, but they are not that good enough to beat against the meta weapons.
Of an apocalypse hard point for map number 4, a map that tilts in favor of Elevate. It was their hard point selection. Time to get to work if you're Wolves.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, time to get to work started back in round number 2 of the Seaside Control. You would really feel like that's where things started to shift in their favor, but it's one of those things that
Nova bro, वो तो बढ़िया था भाई, एकदम बढ़िया.
So far, a late resurgence in the hacienda map number 1 for Wolves. Very much so could have swung that back in their favor should things gone a little bit differently within the first 3 hard points.
He should retire from Codm
hard point for a multitude of reasons. Again, very well reversed. They know this venue quite well. Do Elevate. However, Wolves have historically, when it comes down to their overall region, have been much better at the respawns. That was indicative in that round 5 on Seaside Control.
Really, for me, it just comes down to P2, P4. 1 and 3, very 50-50. Yeah. You're going to pop operators. You're going to handshake it. You're going to tug of war it. There's going to be a little bit of that back and forth.
Sure.
But rotational
one life,
set
bro.
yourself up for a strong opening at P2 and to do the same thing over towards P4 cannot go lightly. You cannot just funnel through cave if you're the team.
Let's see कौन जीतता है.
Lots of things to
I'm
look
with the
at,
Elevate.
Really, just rotate better, and you should be okay if you're Wolves in this map.
Yeah, you know, and that's what was most alarming when it came down to that map 1 breakdown. Like, the biggest takeaway, like, albeit a 250 to 196 scoreline, which was much more respectable, the 70-point lead started to grow just with how proactive this Elevate team is in the respawns. We even saw it in the control. Every single kill means more terrain to be taken away from any team that they are facing. Wolves were kind of thrown into a very difficult situation where they were constantly hitting for all of 9 seconds at the end of P3 when P4 was about to pop. We need to see some more proactivity coming out from Wolves to get the rotation in their favor, anchor out those spawns, and get in better positions for players like Neon to have a better performance with that AR in hand.
Absolutely the case. And then just as a reminder,
BP50 is banned.
If Wolves were to find a way to take away Elevate's map selection,
there are some weapons which are banned, such as BP50, SKS, NE45, and many more.
A map that they've played a ton, but to be fair, the results were not convincing on the map coming into the event. They've played it a little bit more so far this weekend. It's been a little bit better. So it could be an opportunity for a reverse sweep to come through. But I think, again, the big focus is because can this Wolves team keep up with the pace that Elevate have already shown us?
Hey, the first step is obviously possible here when it comes down to Wolves. you finally took a map off of Elevate. And that, within its own self, it's got to feel close to a championship ring. And you gave them their first respawn loss in quite some time, and especially on Control, their first Control loss all weekend long. All of that said, it is Apocalypse Hardpoint. It was their venue to pick for a reason. 10-2 leading into this entire weekend across all the tournaments that have recently been played for Elevate. They freaking love it here.
See, और कब क्यों लगाऊंगा भाई?
Groundwork, get dirty, because you never know where these SMGs for Elevate might be lurking.
And with that, locking down lanes, transmitting good
अरे क्या बनी से भाई?
that has to be the key. Opening nade, well
फिर
placed
चालू हो गए तुम.
that will work out for Elevate. Finding themselves an early advantage on the hard point itself. Now they take the battle underground in towards the trenches. Spawns have already moved just a touch. King's working on it, holding his ground just outside maps. Zai trying to get there to join him, not going to be allowed to, and Elevate will stabilize and early flip the map for Elevate.
Yeah, this is a massive moment for them again. Always playing for the macro. Still plenty of time left to fight over here at 1. Great from the top down distance of being able to see how much of that smoke just covers, but it's only Elevate that are able to reap the benefits. But the problem is they pushed up a little bit too far forward. They've opened up the back B2 spawns.
This is those moments where you say you're actually killing too good.
Yeah.
We're running these guys so badly that we've already pushed them into the back spawn, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as they get the recognition that they lost spawns, they've cleaned that out as well. So Elevate are sticking it to Wolves here early, who are down and down bad, 40-0, with P2 coming up next, and Elevate already in control.
मुझे सबसे ज़्यादा बेकार वेपन जो लगता है वो है NA45.
The crossfire is immense. Kendi has full shrieks. Predator missile also being called in by Yopi, because why the hell not? A hell of a start. The spawns flipped 4 times in total, and Elevate still maintain presence on the ruin side.
Unreal. Bang. Unreal start. Not good. If you're a Wolves fan.
Elevate is dominating with 60 points. Wolves at 0.
At least Wolves are making the right read. You smoke out the jump wall, you try to hit over towards Temple, but the problem is the War Machine's there to meet you. Slowing it down a touch or Elevate, but they still are being tested. Wolves trying to still force their way on in. Nice jump over the wall to catch a couple, but Kendi turns his attention, finds the kill, and Elevate continued to keep Wolves on a goose egg.
And from the outside looking in, you're down to scrap time, 20 seconds before you got to rotate all the way across the map. You already have that side of the map, but I mean, Wolves are just throwing numbers all the way through the tunnel, and they're just getting blown to pieces. The bottom ruin spawn just opens, and now you're in an even worse position if you are Wolves, because you want to hit through the old time. It's just down to 5 freaking second shift, and Elevate have collected every hardpoint second available thus far.
Absolutely blanked.
Okay, Diablo bro. Shout out to Diablo.
So now Elevate, they very well may have this thing to 100-0. They've got operators at the ready. Wolves can't get to the P first, and now all of a sudden, Wolves are just trying to force something with this little play from King. That gets shut down. Elevate are perfect. Sparrow,
Why Wolves अभी भी 0 पे? How?
And Wolves are being set into disarray.
Equalizer shut down by Klo. The immediate response from Susanna from the Claw, but Yopi's very much so alive with the Sparrow. And then PJ dips into a Purifier, gets shut down, but Yopi with the Sparrow is the absolute truth.
क्यों पनिशर भाई scripted क्यों लग रहा है तुमको? ऐसा ना बोलो भाई. वही भाई लेकिन आज 0-1 भाई 1 कैसे? इतना भी क्या भाई कि घुसने ही नहीं दे रहे क्या?
And Wolves are being dismantled. Oh my God! PJ around the back, not able to
Wolves,
keep this thing
bye-bye,
in a
Wolves.
convincing scoreline. Do you say that now?
Bye-bye, Wolves.
5 seconds? I don't feel like it's good to say. No.
Elevate बोला भाई अब ना हो पाए और एक राउंड नहीं देंगे तुमको. इसी मैच में निकलो.
I mean, a 2 for 5 kill.
हाँ पनिशर भाई गई Wolves गई.
Kill feed that we've seen from Wolves this entire game so far. It goes even beyond the macro versus micro, as Wolves are starting to dip their toes into their own resource department. Again, P4 is a very massive hill for Wolves to finally
वही तो मैं देख रहा हूँ. ये क्या मैं देख रहा हूँ? Wolves का इतना point difference इतना भी नहीं भाई.
As if Elevate were to say, took one of our respawns away from us, hurt my feelings. Elevate trying to really
250-10 नहीं ये तो नहीं होगा. 250-100 भी होगा तो भी बहुत बड़ा बात है. Hi Levis bro, welcome back bro. अभी भी हो. क्या हो रहा है ये? What's going on?
Comes to a conclusion, and it is a blistering pace that Elevate had set for themselves. PJ, 22 kills, 20 for Yopi. Everybody's just absolutely slaying, and Susano can just kick his feet up and just watch these longer lines of Cypher Wolves break back in. It's only for 5 seconds. shift, and it's just not good
Yep,
enough.
GG's for Elevate.
Transferring like he's playing on mouse and keyboard. He's snapping. Yeah, but this is how it happens for Wolves.
Wolves यार इतना भी गंदा नहीं हारना है तुमको यार, इतना भी गंदा नहीं.
Have to trust the process, and immediately that has to be about playing the macro of the map right here. Yopi tried to hit a bit of a pinch around through P3. Klo right there with him. Traded out nicely though from
Elevate
Wolves.
with
Now
a
within the
100
100-point
lead.
threshold, starting to look a little bit better. Can they get a tally onto Kendi deep? Yeah, they can. So
Wolves का era
hold on
खत्म
a second.
एकदम.
Wolves starting to step back up just a touch. Elevate now with an opportunity to pop operators on this rotation, but Wolves are dominating around P1.
It took them a little while longer on the Hacienda map number 1 to realize their mistakes and try to rectify them a little bit too late, but that was when the lead was 60, not 100. But this is fantastic to see if you are a fan of Wolves esports, as they are currently
Tough map भाई, मेरे को तो मुश्किल, हर सिचुएशन में मुश्किल लग रहा है. मैप की बात तो छोड़ो ही.
Nice pred missile called in for a double. Elevate trying to stretch through cave side to P2.
चलो चलो Wolves
down. Uh-oh.
points को cover कर रहा है. Nice, nice, nice.
Double the points that Elevate were able to put together in the initial parts. The last couple of seconds, really pretty meaningless. It's all about what happens here on rotation to 2. Wolves are there first, plus they have spawns, and they've got a gravity vortex gun already aimed up towards this backside cave.
Just trying to shut it down before it can even happen.
नहीं पनिश भाई, अभी भी टाइम है. Wolves अभी भी कवर कर रही है. Points अच्छा खासा कवर कर लिया वैसे तो. अभी भी कवर करते जा रही है. आपका बेस्ट मिथिक वेपन कौन सा है? क्रिक 6. और अगर क्रिक 6 ही है, बाकी और बहुत सारे हैं, सारे ही पसंद है मुझे. बिना कसम नहीं रहता तो मैं लेता भी नहीं. मिथिक वेपन्स में सिर्फ एक ही वेपन है जो मुझे पसंद नहीं है, वो है पीस कीपर. बाकी सारे वेपन्स अच्छे हैं मिथिक में. अब परफॉर्मेंस बोलोगे, अगर परफॉर्मेंस वाइज बोलोगे तो P50 है, ओडिन है, टाइप 19 है.
Last 15 seconds here for Wolves. Have to control mid-map as Elevator already rotating out through the jump wall.
इस बार Q9 चैंपियनशिप होगा probably. Let's see. No, नहीं बता सकते bro. Prof सारे के सारे teams best हैं. कोई भी कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकता है. किसी का कोई भरोसा नहीं.
It's just tough to really gauge. I mean, Zai only had 16 kills. I know he's not too far away from the rest of his teammates, but had a great map number 1. Is a little bit silent here.
Morning Star भी बढ़िया है bro.
Kendi's right there because of course he is.
बोला तो मैं ऐसा कोई एक mythic pick नहीं कर सकते, बस बेकार अगर बोलोगे तो मैं पीसकीपर बोलूँगा. बाकी सारे मुझे पसंद हैं.
Setting up a bit of a pinch over towards the rafters. Good for 1. Off the reload, takes his attention towards the barrels. Good focus here from Wolves. Nice little team push coming through. That flips the spawns around. This is not where Elevate wants to be. Wolves do not
क्या मतलब फिनिशर भाई?
really hurt, but they can lock
अरे जो पसंद नहीं आता skip कर देता हूँ ना.
Nearly does it all himself. Elevate tagged up heavily. Neon trying to follow up on that damage to confirm these eliminations, but just a bitter eye. He just cannot lock in the shots. King trying to force it forward, but Yopi's got the Sparrow, and Elevate will break.
Yopi's Sparrow efficiency. This entire map number 4 is something you can absolutely write home about. Grandma's gonna post it on the refrigerator. Another kill to come all the way through for Yopi. It's 2-13 to 98 in Wolves.
कैंपिंग नहीं बोल सकते. देखो LNGs जो है ना OBJ खेलने के लिए बनी है, ताकि आपको रिलोड ना करना पड़े, आप पॉइंट्स को अच्छे तरीके से कवर कर सको. देखो भाई, कैंपर लोग कैंप करेंगे, कुछ भी गन पकड़ा दो. स्नाइपर लेके कैंप करेंगे, पिस्टल लेके कैंप करेंगे. That's not the thing.
Send themselves into the semifinals on Sunday. Close double is good. Claws out from the front, and it's absolute pain. Throw it in towards the choke point. Kendi, a war machine behind it.
हर मैच में ऐसा एक मोमेंट आता है जहां आपको थोड़ा देर होल्ड बैक करना पड़ता है. वो सिचुएशन समझ में आता है कि नहीं, चलो अभी अपना टीम लूज कर रहा है, तब होल्ड करो, पोजीशन लो, समझ में आता है. अब हरदम ऐसा रहेगा कि जाके सीधा कोना में बैठना है, कोना पकड़ लेना है, वो होता है कैंपर भाई. हर सिचुएशन में कैंपिंग. टीम जीत रहा है कैंपिंग, हार रहा है कैंपिंग. हमको कोई लेना देना, हमको करना है कैंपिंग. वो होता है रियल कैंपिंग. DRH deserves a mythic. Yep. I would like to see a mythic version of DRH.
Susano from one side, the rest of Elevate from the other. Still time to work here if they want to try to put it away on 4. Otherwise, you can just get mid-map control and win it there.
You got to go new, but it might not matter. 242 counting all the way
I
up.
think LK24 होगा.
Here at the second set of hard points is just going to be another nail in the coffin for Wolves.
Klo hanging out, can just step on in and find the final second. Wolves down to their last life. Can they find the kills?
Bye-bye, Wolves. Bye-bye.
For the final double.
Bye-bye.
Move on to Sunday.
Wolves गया अपने केव में. Well played, Wolves.
come here to Atlanta for DreamHack
GG's
2024.
for Elevate,
You
guys.
lost the
GG's.
control. You kind of angered them a little bit. It was a 100-point lead at the end of the first set of hard points. Was
बस
egregious
स्टार्टिंग
on
में
the
जो
scoreline.
लीड लिया था ना भाई, वुल्व्स को टेंशन में डाल दिए होंगे ये लोग.
Obvious, even through the Swiss bracket, they are the real freaking deal. We asked about their consistency and what they look like on that main stage at CDSI. That has been a continuation ever since then.
Absolutely the case. Domination has been the name of the game for Elevate. Moments of concern, sure, still kind of hang around in the search and destroy leading up to this match.
ये होता है भाई, एज ए गेमर तुम किसी अपने कंपटीटर से मिल रहे हो, ना कि टॉक्सिसिटी करो. इस चीज टॉक्सिक लोग जरा भी नहीं पसंद है मेरे को भाई.
It's going to happen versus your defending world champs out of Wolves every now and again, but to come out and blank Wolves and have them at 115-0, mercy.
इसी को कहते हैं भाई स्पोर्ट्समैनशिप. अपने ओपोनेंट्स को भी रेस्पेक्ट दो तो खुद को रेस्पेक्ट मिलेगा. ट्रैश टॉक करने से कुछ नहीं मिलने जाना भाई. और जिनको लगता है कि मैं ट्रैश टॉक करूंगा तो मैं थोड़ा सा कूल दिखूंगा एंड XYZ, भाई तुम क्या ही बोलूं, छोड़ो, अब मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा.
Clean stuff from Elevate, knocking down China's number 3 seed. For Wolves, it's a year that is filled with just not being able to
By
get
the way,
over
guys,
hurdles.
what a day, guys,
Could
what a
not
day.
get over Q9, could not get over X-Rock, only beat them once.
बहुत ही
between the two
तगड़े
squads
मैचेस
overall.
देखने मिले भाई.
Now a chance to go up against Korea's
गेम
best.
चेंजिंग
They
मैच
fall
से लेके एकदम
0-4
डोमिनेटिंग
in an
मैचेस,
overall series count
सारे के
versus
सारे
the number one
मैचेस
team out of
तगड़े थे
Korea.
भाई.
Elevate absolutely determined to show why they were undefeated out of our Swiss bracket, now coming through here in a dominant fashion to continue their way through. Now in the semifinals, and they will be facing off against Galaris tomorrow. This is going to be a very
खत्म. हाँ, आज के तो सारे मैचेस खत्म हो गए. अब कल होगा, कल.
That's a saucy one because again, just looking at how Elevate play both their hard points, it's only a single Odin in the picture. Everything else is full automatic rifles that they're trying to use for their long range battles. So going up against Lucazin, the king of single tap, what does that look like in that battle?
Well, we're going to find out here tomorrow. Before we do that, though, it's time to close out the
हाँ
day,
भाई,
which means
सारों का
interview
वोट
with one more
एलिवेट्स
winner.
की तरफ था भाई.
Standing by.
वुल्व्स बीच में ऊपर गया था शायद, फिर वापस नीचे आ गया.
Thanks a lot, I'm here with PJ. Thanks a lot, friends. I'm here with PJ. And PJ
Okay, bro.
is
Okay, bro. Bye-bye.
Here with us. You and Elevate.
देखते हैं, थोड़ी देर रुक के देखते हैं what's gonna happen next.
All of these teams are talking about how good Elevate is. They think you might be the best team here. Does that give you added pressure or does it make this more fun?
It doesn't give me any pressure because
Hi Infinity, welcome to the stream, bro. What's up?
About our team, so we just want to be ourselves. We just want to play. We win as a team. We lose as a team.
And over here, you've got a team on the stage, but you've got a squad in this front row as well. Talk to me a little bit about who these people are and why they're supporting you so loudly.
Some of them are our supporters from other countries. Some of the one particular family here is actually Tribe Washi's family, supporting a Philippine team, and we have some Filipino too. And thank you and shout out to all of you who are supporting. Please keep supporting us throughout the playoffs. We'll do our best. We promise that.
It's about family, and it's about bringing pride to the region. You're certainly doing that, man. Congratulations on the win, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, so we've got Beef Mommy standing by with the rest of the bracket. Thanks for hanging out.
Thank you so much, F-Dot. I'm with Chloe right now. My dude, what an amazing performance from you and the squad. How does it feel like to be the highest placing Filipino team in the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship?
By the way guys, कल का स्ट्रीम वॉच पार्टी मत मिस करना, पक्का से कल ज्वाइन करना.
You know, it's good. It feels good, and I think I see the trophy.
He sees the trophy, y'all. It's right up there on stage, but you still gotta go through 3 more
Guys,
teams
don't miss tomorrow's stream.
And when it comes to support, of course, when it comes to really hard moments like that control game, how do you handle that pressure, especially when you have to go
कल
have
धमाल
that
होने वाला है
mental
भाई.
reset?
कल का स्ट्रीम कोई मिस मत करना भाई.
What?
How do you do that mental reset? What's your motivation? Is it your family up and on stage, or the family that's literally taking a video of you right now?
You move on. Whether you win or lose, you need to focus to the next game.
What do you have to say to the family that you have here with you, not only on stage again, and also the one that's over right here? Super cute, by the way.
Mom and Dad, I love you. Thank you for coming here. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Chloe. You already know what to do. And there you have it. One more team heads up to the grand finals. I mean, we already know what's gonna happen. Glitter, Shiv, Proper, up to you guys.
कल का मैच होने वाला है Xrox Q9 के बीच में और
we're supposed to be knocking out these teams, and there are commiserations to all of the squads that have lost their matches today, but the sportsmanship that we see every time we get to do these interviews and the respect they have for each other is always so nice to see.
It's so heartwarming. I mean, last year we had people drawing full hearts around logos. Like, you cannot stop the sportsmanship that is currently being existed in that backstage amongst the pit. Gotta love it.
I want blood. I want blood in the water. That's what I want. I want storylines. I want some rivalries. I want the drama. That's Call of Duty, baby. Come on, give it to me.
Lucas gave it to you, okay?
True, you did give it. That's fine.
We got a little bit of everything, a full spectrum of reactions here to the wins. Our team's now being whittled down to top 4. Looking forward to tomorrow. We're focusing on semifinals, getting down to our top 2, and then, of course, heading into our grand finals. So take a look at the brackets. You can see a visual representation of that exactly. It will be X-Rock up against Q9, and then Galaris against Elevate. That's going to be a banger of a day.
Absolutely. The
कल का मैच भाई बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग होने वाला है गाइस, तो don't miss that.
Had won 3 matches in a row versus Q9, but Q9 did get the better of them at CDSI.
Yeah, I honestly think that X-Rock throughout the entirety of their tournament, I'm still waiting to see how tested they can honestly be until either they make it to the grand finals. Q9 will finally be that test, but my eyes are all glued to be able to see what championship form does look like for Lucas. And again, top 2 player, he ain't number 2. Excited to see what he looks like against this Elevate squad.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are prepared for what we have in store tomorrow. And we're going to show you the schedule so you know exactly what to expect, what you can look forward to here tomorrow. We're going to be starting same time that you've gotten used to, 10 a.m. with that X-Rock versus Q9 match. Then, of course, whoever wins that will move on to our grand finals. Then we'll have to see who comes out on top between Galaris and Elevate. Then from there, we will have our best of 7 grand finals. It'll be a little bit of a break between that Galaris and Elevate match. Give our players time to reset and prepare for the fight of their lives. $400,000 on the line when it's all said and done. It's going to be incredible.
It's a lot of zeros, not a whole lot of decimal points, but you know, it's a lot of money. At the end of the day, it's life-changing, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's just awesome to be able to see international representation coming through to claim the prize of being the #1 team in the world until the next season starts.
And to be candid, there is an opportunity of us seeing a new region.
Mythic giveaway उतना Call of Duty ने sponsor नहीं किया भाई कि Mythic giveaway करो.
Try to challenge that regional championship.
It's going to be great.
It's a spicy meatball.
We literally couldn't ask for anything better here. This has been a phenomenal year of competition for Call of Duty Mobile. It's gotten tougher every single season. We love it. We love it. All right, we're going to wrap up the day here because Alan's clearly
off the reservation.
He's done for the day.
Thinking about meatballs.
Give me your final thoughts for how everything's gone so far and what you're looking forward to tomorrow.
I mean, albeit we only had 2 series that actually went to map number 4. It was a fantastic day of competition. I know we said it a handful of times, especially when we were talking about our 3-0s, is that it is as competitive as a 3-0 could possibly be. Just very happy to be able to see all the international representation going up against each other. Would have loved to be able to see more competition, but I'm satisfied for now.
The West is still alive.
Ooh.
Don't sleep on the West.
You got that, bhai?
That's all you need.
That's all you need.
Okay, well said. Our top 4 are set. Tomorrow it will be down to X-Rock, Q9, Galeris, and Elevate. Those teams will be fighting not only to just compete in the grand finals, but then to take the whole thing home. Who will be crowned the champion and the best in the world? We cannot wait to find out. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force for helping us make this whole thing possible. And thank you to all of you both here and at home for hanging out with us and watching. If you're here for the rest of the day, enjoy DreamHack Atlanta. We'll see you tomorrow.
चलो guys, आज का यहीं एंड करते हैं. By the way guys, let me know in the poll who's gonna win this World Championship. Elevate, Q9, Galleries or the X-Rock. कौन सी टीम को सपोर्ट कर रहे हो तुम लोग? मैं with the Elevate. आप लोग बताओ अपना.
Going their way, Luminosity trying to fight a war on two fronts, but you're not going to get a war won.
चलो bye bye one life bro. Good night.
This is a wide peak from both players. Shots will miss and Chloe will finish it up.
Guys, कल का स्ट्रीम मिस मत करना भाई. कल का स्ट्रीम तबाही होने वाला है. कल के मैचेस बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे होने वाले हैं. So that's why I don't miss them.
Brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Okay guys, bye for now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. क्या लगता है guys? Who's gonna win today's trophy? Tomorrow's trophy? No one with Galleries? Why? Okay guys, finally, bye for now. Hope you guys enjoyed it. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye and peace out.